All right. Good morning. What's up, guys? Happy Valentine's Day. I don't know why I had to look that up. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I was not paying attention. It's a very unhappy day for a lot of people. A surprising amount of Valentine's Day tragedies have been happening all throughout this February. Most recently to was Chibi Reviews, I think it was, just absolutely devastated. Cartoonishly. It was cartoonish how harsh the heartbreak was. Literally, friend of 10 years cheated on his fiance cheated on him with a friend of 10 years. And then all of his friends were like, well, actually, we like him better than we like you, so we're just gonna take their side. So he has nobody. And before that, it was what was it, tens? Dude literally just nursed his girlfriend who he's been with through high school, like quartering in his wife. He was nursing her through cancer. And then she just broke up with him. Just a few days, just like 2 days before Valentine's Day. And we all know about Sarah Stock and her husband and the whole affair shit that was going on with Elijah Schaefer and shit. It's just been devastating. Oh yeah, was Kai Cenat? Did Kai Cenat get dumped before February, or was it like right on the 1st of February? There's been a lot of blood, a lot of heartbreaks, a lot of hearts just cut open, but right before Valentine's Day. These bitches are heartless. You guys better be careful. It's cold out here in these streets, bro. Anyway, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a different type of, well, I guess it's not heartbreak. It's not heartbreak. Maybe it's heartbreak for Ethan Van Sciver that he had to abandon Trash Cast. One, because Ripoff Verse, for those of you who haven't been keeping up with the story, Ripoff Verse, oh, by the way, let me just go ahead and just put the link to the stream VODs in the chat again. This is the playlist where all the VODs go to. The VOD will also be here too. So for those of you guys who don't know, we'll get to this, but I just want to make it clear now. Ethan Van Sciver, he had this thing called Trash Cast, which is just a drama stream is all it is. It's just a drama stream where he usually just talks shit about Eric July. In a lot of ways, you guys know that I'm not a guy who cries about racism or white people being mean to black people. I don't even care about people saying nigger, really. But it got to a point with Ethan Van Sciver. You guys are gonna see this when I talk about it in my next ComicsGate documentary. You guys are gonna see it got to the point that I really think he hates this nigga for being a nigga. I really think it was on some racist type shit. But maybe specifically, I think that he hates Eric July so much that he developed racism. He developed Jim Crow era racism specifically towards Eric July. It got cartoonish. Like some of the thumbnails, some of the jokes that ComicsGate dudes were making about Eric July, it got insane, right? So he makes all these streams about Eric July. He has this guy, there's this guy called Ripoff Verse, aka Knife School, aka Andrew. You know, he used to be not really cool with Ethan Van Sciver, but Ethan Van Sciver, he liked his puppet shows because his puppet shows would be basically him making fun of what he perceived to be culture war grifters on YouTube, right? So he made a few about Eric July. And of course, EVS was most interested in those most of all. And he would use these constantly on his streams. Now, one day, Ripoff Verse is like, you know what? I really don't give a fuck about this YouTube shit anymore. It's kind of distraction from the actual work I do, IRL, my real job and stuff. So I'm just gonna take shit down and I'm just gonna donate this money to like this Beagle charity. And what he did this thing where I don't know, it just copyrights literally everything on YouTube. So it doesn't exist. He didn't want any of the content to be on YouTube anymore. Tragically for Ethan Van Sciver, this means hundreds of trash casts and millions of views of his just vanished. Well, he did it himself. He voluntarily removed all of the shit because, I don't know, he jumped the gun. He thought that Ripoff Verse was trying to take off his channel, which he could. Ripoffverse, they started getting into a fight, and Ripoffverse essentially said, "Hey, motherfucker, I can make you homeless for real if I really wanted to." So he's been put in a really bad spot. Trash casts really weren't making that much money anyway, so now it became more trouble than it was worth. So he has been forced, after years of A-logging Eric July, he has been forced to go back to drawing on stream and talking about comics. All these years he tried to get around this. He tried to do literally everything except talk about comics and draw. And now he has no other choice, or else he's gonna be broken homeless. Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny how the world works? Ain't it funny? Anyway, so the role that Aaron plays in all this, that Steel Toe plays in all this, is that he came. Okay, what's a good analogy for this? He's the equivalent of, what is he the equivalent of? He's the equivalent of in World War I, when the Italians, who had been spending the entirety of the war, no, he's the Americans. He's us. He's the United States in World War I, where we showed up at the very end of the war, right? Like everybody else had already had body counts in the high 7 to low 8 figures by the time the United States showed up, right? And we fight for less than a year. We rack up maybe like low 6-figure body count. And then we act like we're world champions, even though we were barely involved in the war. That's what Aaron is with ComicsGate. He showed up at the very end of this long-running drama, nerd feud shit. And Ethan Van Sciver, he quit Trashcast for reasons that had nothing at all to do with Aaron Imholt, with Steel Toe at all. But still, Aaron is going to walk around and say, I killed EVS's career. I made him quit Trashcast. Okay, bro. I mean, you got some licks in. I don't think it was you. I think it was a whole bunch of other people who were like talking about this shit before you got here, right? But I don't know. Sure, we'll give you one. We'll give one to the toe for this one when we get to this. But before we get to that, we got to get to Mersh. And fuck, I lost my timestamp. I could go to the Katie Dids clip, but I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to have to go through Katie Did Dogs. I really don't want to have to do that. So I'll just look for it. It's not that far. Where is it? I wrote it down somewhere. It should be... I remember. It's like 40 minutes in. It's hard to get through because we're going to watch Mersh. And let me just show you guys. Let me show you guys something.
You know what? If Virgie's not here, the best one I could have in his absence, Lucas.
Bro can't even talk straight.
This is here. Lucas.
He's so drunk, dude.
We need to buy these cheeky breaky balaclavas. How much are they? $25. Let's calm down.
This is all he does. This is all his stream is. His stream is him being a cat lady, getting drunk, and e-begging like Darkside Phil, essentially. This is every single Merch stream. Car Crash, thank you for the 99 cents, bro. This is every Merch stream. This is all he does. So, anyway, we're just going to fast forward through this. And, this right here, this is the Dabbleverse leader. Hold on. I think I can just go to it. Let me just show you guys. Let me just show you guys real quick. For those of you who don't know what the fuck the Dabbleverse is, the Dabbleverse is, it's a community that was made around making fun of a guy called Stuttering John. Then it went on to Opie, and it kind of mixed together with the O&A community and whatnot. And eventually it merged with the Baldoverse. And that's where I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with it. They merged together with the Baldoverse via Aaron Imholt and Nick Rekieta and all that shit, which also meant that they a lot of communities, a lot of small communities have been merging together, crossing over a lot, right? Like this Dabbleverse, ComicsGate crossover. A lot of this shit has happened. Crossover with the sector, crossover with ComicsGate, crossover with Dabbleverse, crossover with the Baldoverse, etc., crossover with LawTube, all that shit. I mean, I guess Dick Masterson verse and whatnot. Anyway, so this is what the Dabbleverse is. It's kind of where I guess it could be worth a documentary in the future. I don't know if it's actually worth the effort because there's a lot of nobodies. Anyway, they have let me see, where is it? Yeah, they have a ranking. They have a leaderboard. The Dabbleverse literally has a leaderboard about who is the most who's the most poppin' Dabbleverse channel there is. Anthony Cumia, only 4th fucking place. That's how far he's fallen. I don't even know who these other niggas are. Carl Hamburger, Blind Mike, L Horrible. Who the fuck is that? L Horrible. Is he on YouTube? Is he on YouTube? Let me look at this real quick before we move on. Who is L Horrible? Oh, he's live.
7 black rifles inside me at once. My dunce whole lips look like the Gremlin Broad's lips from Gremlins.
On holidays, my apartment is like when Popeyes drops a new Samick, plus Ooga Booga's family be pushing me.
Okay, so this guy apparently, according to the rankings, he's the top guy. He's the top guy right now. He's the top guy in the Dabbleverse. Anyway, moving on to Mersh.
I'm drinking, so just bear with me.
You're always drinking. What do you mean? You act like this is a rare thing. When are you not drinking? Can someone tell me when was the last stream where Mersh never had a drink ever?
The reason I brought up Frog Tony is because, by the way, Katie did, if you ever clip my channel, that's the problem with me. I have ADD. You're gonna have to cut out a lot of bullshit.
I don't think it's ADD. I think you're just drunk, bro. I think you're just a wino.
This is from Ethan Van Sciver, the godfather of ComicsGate himself. So if you don't want to listen to me, fine, but you got to listen to EVS because, he be doing things.
Baez was right. Baez was right. Thank you for the $1.99. Mikey, will you be my Valentine? No, nigga. I don't e-date anybody. Vince 12, thank you for $2. Ethan got by Ricada's ex-boyfriend.
He's moving the culture. This is
he's moving the culture.
Declaring that Frog Tony is not ComicsGate. Even though he has CG in his name, even though he has been leeching off ComicsGate.
How is he not ComicsGate? How is Frog Tony not fucking ComicsGate? If Frog Tony isn't ComicsGate, then nobody except, I don't know, maybe the CG Kings are ComicsGate then.
From day one, he ain't about that life. And by the way, I ain't about that life either. I'm not a comics guy. I'm not ComicsGate. We are the Judas Goats. We are our own, we're like our own little pirate ship. Or to modernize it for some of you comic nerds, let me explain to you kind of what Nightwave is and what we are here. The Judas Goats are sort of like The Boys, right? And not that, I get it, the Amazon series, it's woke and whatever. The Boys, all right? We're the Boys. We're like an unofficial, but according to some people, kind of official. We move in the shadows. We're not.
Why do you have to try? Why does Mersh try so hard to be cool? Why does he do that? Does he not have self-awareness? Bro, you're a cat lady. You are a cat. You are a fucking wine on cat lady in a short, middle-aged, obese man's body. Well, he's not obese. He's fat as fuck. He's got a gun, right? You wear sunglasses inside. That's who you are, dude. Why are you trying to act like, I don't know, you're somebody?
Comics.
We move in the shadows.
We're not the sector. We're not.
We run shit.
The Dabbleverse. We're like this shady little elite group of dudes that come out and just. We just take out people that are a problem.
We're too small. We're too irrelevant to even be part of these other irrelevant communities like the sector or the Dabbleverse. We're nobodies.
You know what I mean? And we operate with impunity. You know what I mean? And we just do our thing in the shadows. I have nothing to do with ComicsGate. I have nothing to do with comics. Unlike Frog Tony, I'm not going to pretend to be, I'm part of this culture war. Please start watching my show. I need your money. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put CG in my name.
You got to, bro, you have a super tip. You got a fucking Cash App fucking barcode right above your head, buddy. Frog Tony doesn't beg this hard. Frog Tony legit does not beg as hard as, he does not beg as hard as Mersh.
Marge. Oh, sorry, Katie. I can't clip it. So look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God, look at her.
Oh, here he
goes. Do me a favor. I need to do this. If you're
No, we're not going to watch you fucking have a cat lady episode. We're not going to do that, Mersh. We're not going to do that.
Love. Now, she only wanted a brief moment of love. The point is, if you watch the show and you're bothered by my interrupting the show because I love my cats, I don't know what to tell you. But we're going to do this right now. If you love the cat interruptions, press 1. And if you are really, truly angry at me.
I wish that I could see chat so I could see how slow that bitch is. See 1-1 every 5 minutes.
Whenever the cats get to interrupt the show. Because you think it hurts the flow.
Oh, he has to go back to the cats again. Holy fuck, dude. This is actually really sad. It's actually really fucking sad.
Always be an ally of Ethan Van Sciver.
I always think it's weird whenever he likes to call Jesse a weirdo, which he is. Jesse is a weird internet man, but he also has a wife and kids and like lives in a house that he owns. Mersh, he has no kids. He's a cat lady. He lives in an apartment that he can barely afford rent for. His car gets like, I don't know, man. I feel like you're more of a weird internet creature than most people are.
I'm also a believer that every movement.
Ethan Ralph tier, really. That's why I don't understand. I don't understand why Ralph and Mersh don't get along better. They're basically the same person.
To be a dictatorship or a monarchy. Remember that scene in The Sopranos when they're talking about like whether or not Junior is going to be the boss or Tony?
Is Mersh using bots? Yeah, obviously. Here's the thing. Mersh, he's probably using bots because everybody on Rumble fucking uses bots, but the bots still don't help. Mersh is one of those dudes who, he has so few people watching him that even with the bots, he's still a small guy. Like, no amount of bots can make him big.
He's going to be the boss, and then they go.
Even the bots don't want to watch Mersh.
What if we had like a high council or like a triumvirate? And Jimmy Altieri goes, what, are you kidding me? Look, the guys before us, they founded this as a paramilitary organization. We need a fucking commander-in-chief at the top, not the Dave Clock 5. I do believe that there needs to...
Mersh is funny. Mersh is funny because, again, he likes to do the whole mob boss shit, but he's not even Italian. He's like fucking Irish. One of the most Irish-sounding last names, too. What is it? Shillelagh? Mike Shillelagh? That's what his name is, right? But he acts like he's a mob boss. He's never been like that ever. He's never been a part of any sort of criminal activities. Well, he sold drugs and he worked at a strip club once, but that was it. He's not a hood nigga, so I don't understand.
A bit of tyranny for a movement to work. If you're a part of ComicsGate, if you're anywhere ComicsGate adjacent, if you don't like Ethan Van Sciver, I hate to break it to you. He's the Bashir al-Assad. He is the Saddam Hussein. He's the strong man with the big mustache that you need. Gassing his own people once in a while to make shit happen. So that being said,
if you're gonna compare him to a dictator, I would say more like Maduro in Venezuela, like a dude who's barely holding on to power, basically just exists. He exists at the whim of other powers. Really,
I'm not an expert on comics.
He's not really running shit. You know, he's fat, he's pathetic, he's impotent. There's really nothing he can do.
Gate or comics, but I am an expert on movements. And again, we are an independent group, us Judas Goats, but we back Ethan Van Sciver. We're like a mercenary terrorist group. We always back EVS. EVS is the king. And EVS had this to say about allegedly ComicsGate Frog Tony.
Mikey gets his Frog Tony just went live, lol. Yeah, I try, man. I try to watch your show. I try to watch like every ComicsGate show. If I see that the ComicsGate show is on, I tune in. I don't think Frog Tony's ComicsGate really.
Oh no. Is he listening to Karmic when he makes comic books? Ghost party.
Yeah, I don't think he's really ComicsGate. I think he was just joking. I think he was just kidding about it.
He's not kidding. He's not kidding.
I mean, I never inducted him into it.
Here's the thing about movements.
What do you mean induct? See, this is the thing, right? This is where ComicsGate went bad because this motherfucker came in and it's like Mersh is technically right here. he did rise to the top, and he decided to start acting like he was a dictator, like he was El Presidente of some banana republic or some shit like that, thinking that he could decide who lives and who dies within CG. And immediately the movement started dying because it was just about Ethan Van Sciver and his close inner circle making money. And that's what fucked it up. It was not supposed to be that. It was supposed to be a community where anybody could come and go. And it wasn't even about selling comics initially.
When it comes to movements, beware people who need that movement more than that movement needs them.
Like EVS? You mean like Ethan Van Sciver?
The Dabbleverse is going through this very problem right now.
The Dabbleverse. What is the like? I know what the Dabbleverse is, but what is it? Because you're making it seem like even ComicsGate at least had a mission statement, right? The mission statement was betrayed basically as soon as Ethan Van Sciver came in and started warping it to change it for his own purposes. But it had a mission statement. Dabbleverse does not have a mission statement. Dabbleverse is not an organization. Dabbleverse is barely a fucking community, despite the fact that he has a website and a leaderboard, right? It's just a thing. Why would it need a leader?
When I was younger, even when I did stand-up comedy and shit, there were gatekeepers. And back then when I was young and the hunger in my belly far outweighed the amount of talent I had or originality I had to bring to the table.
I mean, it still does. What do you mean, like, was? He talks in past tense. Like, what I think you're still, like, more hungry than you are talented, Merch. I don't think that ever changed. Stephen Bobo, thank you for $5. As a fellow black nerd, what do you think of the controversy between Comics Explained and Blurred Without Fear? I have not been paying attention to that at all. I might look it up in a minute, though.
I still thought I was the coolest thing since sliced bread. I used to look at gatekeepers as bad. But as you get older, you start to realize gatekeepers are good. You need gatekeeping. If you're going to create any movement, and this is what the Dabbleverse fails to understand, you need a gatekeeper. You need a commander-in-chief, not the Dave Clark.
The Dabbleverse is not a movement, though. Dabbleverse is just a group of people who A-log some retarded failure of a internet radio guy. No, like a radio host.
5.
That's all it is.
Now, I wouldn't care if the Dabbleverse said, fine, then Brennan makes the decisions, or Tukey makes the decision. Somebody.
Why does the Dabbleverse need a leader?
Somebody needs to be going, yay or nay. Because if you don't, it becomes a fucking complete mess. It becomes the Confederate Army. It's just every fucking racist retard with a rifle showing up going, oh, I'm a colonel. Cool.
That's not what the Confederate Army, by the way. A Confederate States of America was a very well-organized military organization backed by actual institutions in a country. Like, it was literally, Confederate States of America was literally just the pre-existing American institution and organization, but in the South. It had a president, right? It had its own Congress. It had its own senators. Most of its generals were trained at West Point, just like most of the Union generals were, right? It wasn't just some ragtag guerrilla army. It was like, it wasn't a peer conflict because the North definitely had more resources and more manpower. But it was like two well-organized, civilized armies fighting each other. That's what the American Civil War was.
Listen to EVS. All you ComicsGate people that are doubting EVS, or any of you people that are ComicsGate adjacent, like, I don't know if one guy really should. Yes, one guy should. Whether you're in a household with a wife and children, whether you...
ComicsGate is the perfect example about why that philosophy is not good, why that philosophy is retarded.
You are the leader of...
One guy got to the top, and look at what the fuck
a
happened.
nation, whether you are the leader of a comic book movement, it doesn't matter. You need one guy. Everything eventually leads to one guy going, no, it's not going to work.
Why do people always talk about the Confederacy like they were nobodies? Well, in Merch's case, it's because he's like a little bit retarded and he just doesn't understand anything. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything except mob movies. Mob movies and some weird esoteric internet lore because he's been an internet creature for so long. That's all he knows. A lot of other people downplay them because, I don't know, they just want to shit on the Confederacy as a concept, call them traitors, even though, here's why I never understood. I never understood why people always dog the Confederacy. Now, this is coming from a Southerner who loves America, who is glad that the South lost because it meant that America got to keep existing and become the most powerful nation in human history, right? But still, I don't understand why the Confederate States of America get dogged for being slave-owning traitors when that was literally what the revolutionaries did, what the patriots who fought in the American Revolution and founded the country, they were slave-owning traitors. That is what George Washington was. That is what Thomas Jefferson was. They were slave-owning traitors. What do you mean? They were fucking Thomas Jefferson and George Washington owned more slaves and were richer than fucking Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee. I don't get it. Firstly, I don't get it.
ComicsGate understood that. The Dabbleverse doesn't. The Dabbleverse still thinks that they're going to, I don't know, they're going to be a democracy. Everybody gets a vote. So, like this is why America's failing, right? This is why ancient civilizations lasted for thousands of years, and America ain't going to make it to 400 years old. Democracy.
Well, it's because nothing happened.
It's a bitch.
Part of the reason why Egypt could last so long is because just nothing was happening, right? Like, there wasn't a whole lot. There were no nukes. There were no peer conflicts. We didn't have planes. We didn't have trains. We didn't have ships that could traverse the ocean. Right? We didn't even have compasses that could help you traverse the 7 seas yet, for real. They didn't even know that countries exist. Like, Egypt didn't know about anything beyond, like, Mesopotamia, for real.
Shouldn't a guy who owns a lot of land, shouldn't a guy who has a lot of skin in the game have a little bit more of a say than other people, right? For instance, if a Frog Tony were to speak out against a Ethan Van Sciver, he'd be laughed out of the fucking room. But in the Dabbleverse, if a JMO or a fucking Quadfather or you know what I mean, or a panhandler starts speaking out against, let's say, a Tukey or a Kevin Brennan, everyone just entertains.
I don't know who any of these motherfuckers are except for Kevin Brennan, because he was kind of a low-tier celebrity.
It's them talking.
Like, he's talking like these people are all, like, there's a hierarchy. You guys are all fucking nobodies and has-beens. Some of you guys aren't even has-beens. Some of you guys were never wases. Why are you talking like, who is Tukey? Who is Tukey that he needs to be this high up in the hierarchy and he can talk down to other people? He sounds like a nobody to me.
Nobody ever just goes, hey, whoa, shut the fuck up.
Tukey is a literal puppet? Really?
The Godfather has spoken. You know? And that's the problem. This is why I think ComicsGate will outlive the Dabbleverse, because you have the Godfather.
ComicsGate is literally on its last legs. ComicsGate is literally about to die. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if it makes it out the Trump administration. It shouldn't have made it this far, for real.
Father, EVS. Daddy EVS is holding it to his bosom, making sure he gatekeeps guys like Frog Tony. Frog Tony is...
EVS has to beg. He has to beg people to pay him beforehand. Pay him $1,000. Just so he can do a trash cast, because the trash casts make him so little fucking money. He doesn't want to draw. He doesn't want to do this shit. He has no other choice, though.
JMO or the Dr. Chow or the fucking panhandler of ComicsGate. It's like a guy that went, oh, I didn't have a life before this. Now people know me. I'm a somebody in the chats. You know what I mean? And then they go, you know what? I too am a lieutenant or a general in this army of fucking comics. No, you're not. No, you're not. And the problem that Dabbleverse has had is like they go, no, you're not. They don't do enough of the no, you're not. Go do your own little thing. You know, now you have literally super chatters fighting with super chatters. Over what? EVS is a god.
I think he's really ComicsGate.
That's the first time I've ever heard that. This is the most glaze. This is the most glaze I've ever heard anybody give Ethan Van Sciver ever. And Merch isn't even a part of ComicsGate. He doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. He just walks into the room half drunk. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is. But he sees a dude, he sees some obese middle-aged dude telling other obese middle-aged dudes what to do. And he's like, man, I wish I was like him.
I think he was just joking.
I wish I was just like EVS and I could tell other nobodies on the internet what the fuck to do. I wish I was that important.
I think he was just kidding about being ComicsGate. I mean, I never I never inducted him into any of my
induction. You gotta go through a survey. It's like going through an interview to get a new job somewhere. EVS is your employer if you're a part of ComicsGate. He's not gonna help you get any money, but you still have to do what he says or else he's gonna fire you. Quiet Rioter, thank you for $5. What's up with these verses and gates? These people should get a job.
ComicsGate rooms.
That really would solve a lot of this. I remember, what was his name? I think his name was Mem Headroom. He was one of the smartest dudes ever associated with ComicsGate because he was like, man, this internet shit is kind of gay. So he left and he got a job in real life.
You know what? You should bring me in, EVS. I'll help you out. I'll help root out. I'll help pull all these pieces of shit.
Oh, shit. See? This is why he's glazing him so hard. Mersh wants EVS to give him a job. See, here's the thing. The super chats in the ComicsGate realm, they are drying up. But they still look premium from the perspective of Mersh over here. So Mersh wants EVS to pull him in. Hey, put me in, coach. I want a taste of that ComicsGate money, please. I'll make my own comic. Please, Uncle E.
Yeah, root and stem.
Put me on the team. Put me on the squad.
You know what I mean? You can be like, you can be the Fidel Castro. I'll be the Che Guevara. I'm not even Cuban, bro. I'm just here to make sure the cause. I'm just here to hang people for even.
He probably wishes he was Cuban. He wishes that he was like Scarface. He wishes he was like Tony Montana. He wishes he was like Tony Soprano. He wishes he was like all the mob, crime syndicate cartel dudes that he watches in all of the TV shows and movies.
Looking at you sideways.
Those are his only heroes because he didn't have a father.
I think he was just...
How much does that job pay? Ask EVS. How much is he willing to pay me to be the guy that just walks around?
This is what I mean when I say Tony Soprano ruined a generation of middle-aged Italian Americans. He's not Italian, but still. It's like these guys all look up and they're like, he's just like me. No, he's not. You're not Tony Soprano. Not only are you not over 6 feet tall, Mersh, you're barely fucking 5'5". But not only you're not even over 6 feet tall, you're not rich. And you don't get pussy like that.
In a beret and just hangs motherfuckers.
Stop looking up to mob bosses.
In the town square.
Just faking it. Slade, Runaway. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I think he's just faking it, D. You know?
That's why you gatekeep, because there are people that show up to a thing. Let me put it this way.
Germ70, thank you for $5. EVS being the leader of ComicsGate is like the homeless person being a landlord. EVS was wrong about Eric July, and EVS can't deliver a product. You know, it's another thing, right? Is that analogy you just made, like a homeless person being a landlord? EVS literally became like the leader, the boss, the high influencer of a group of people right after he got let go from a giant organization because nobody wanted him around. Because on top of being an asshole, he's just slow and he wasn't a worthwhile employee. So the least valuable person who was formerly employed at DC became the star, the leader, the commander-in-chief of ComicsGate. And we wonder why it failed.
There are people, right, that just want a party. And we'll all just go to a party. I'm me, you're you, we're all hanging out. We're all at a party, right? There's two types of people in the club. There are people that just came.
Didn't he lose the trademark, the ComicsGate? Yes.
Out to the club to hang out, have a good time. And then there are people who have to get into this club. They have to be able to get a VIP spot because they're not cool unless they can get into the club. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of people. You got to remember, it's like a club hierarchy. If you go to a nightclub, right, you're going to have a group of people that are there whose mere...
This is all he knows. These are the only analogies he can make. He can only make shit about mob movies. Why do I keep saying mob movies? Do I have boobies on the brain? It is Valentine's Day after all. He only has mob movies and shit that he used to go through himself at nightclubs. He doesn't have any other experiences than that. Oh, and comedy. That's it. He doesn't have anything else.
Your presence in that club makes more people want to show up to the club. And on the opposite end of the spectrum,
Mersh has a very shallow life experience for somebody his age.
you have the people who
And for somebody who's supposedly as well-traveled as he is a very shallow person.
need the club to give them an identity. There are people that are at the club just having a good time and drawing a crowd, and then there are the people who need the club to give them an identity so that they can convince everybody below them that they're cool because they're part of that club. You need gatekeepers. You need fucking EVSs. You need guys like this. You need a king. You need a king with a crowd and a scepter to go, no, you're not in. Goodbye.
Might as well just face that.
By the way, long sleeve in the chat said, you're not ComicsGate, though, so wouldn't the Godfather evict you? First of all, me and EVS are dear friends. Second,
Oh, really? Are you? Does EVS know that? Does Uncle Ethan know that he's best friends with Mersh? Somebody should ask him. Somebody needs to go and ask EVS, how does he feel about Mike Shillelagh? Are they cool like that? Do they fuck with each other? Right?
second of all, I just made my point.
They hang out on the
You
weekends.
fucking retard. Che Guevara was not Cuban, but there'd be no Fidel Castro without Che Guevara. Sometimes you need people that you have plausible deniability, and they're very openly not a part of your group, but they might just be running through the forest with machetes, cutting the heads off of insurgents. You need it.
Yeah, how dare you love your pets?
Thank you, Anon. Yeah, I know. People get mad when I love my kitties.
Doug29 says, did he
Well, look, bro, there's a limit, right? You can own pets, but I don't know, putting cats on stream, interrupting your stream at random intervals just so you can play with your fucking cats and shit, just cat lady maxing when you're a middle-aged man, that's kind of weird.
hits the ring at no time?
That's kind of strange.
Well, actually, I don't know if he did. Maybe he did.
By the way, do not make fun of me, but I'm starting to feel guilty enough. I'm going to have to do something about Woof too. And for the record, Ice Dancer, if I take him in,
Oh, Ice Dancer, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that he got into a relationship with Ethan Ralph's Ethan Ralph's sloppy thirds, because she's actually Rekida's sloppy seconds that Ralph picked up. And then after that, Merch picked her up off the floor. And for some reason, people act like this is a W. People act like fucking getting with the bitch that even Ethan Ralph wouldn't lock it down. He's locked down some fucking brutal bitches in the past. For some reason, Merch thought that was a good idea, and some people even like pat Merch on the back for getting with this barely legal, obviously mentally ill e-girl. Okay. This is going to end very badly for Merch, by the way. Joe Mama 710, thank you for the 199. I just got here. What the hell is going on? Who's Dabble? The Dabbleverse. The Dabbleverse is a community that was started it was basically a detractor community for this dude called Stuttering John. And then they did some other people too, like Opie from Opie and Anthony. And then it grew from there. And it's filled with it's a combination of internet nobodies and former low-tier celebrities who became internet nobodies. And it's just a lolcow. It's a lolcow community where the people who make up the community are lolcows themselves. Kimono Theater, thank you for $2. Ethan Sloppy Seconds are like the Sonic 2 medallion.
his name's not Wolf too. I'm sorry. I can't. We're not doing that. If I get him, he's getting an official name. But I just feel bad for that little nigga. I might need to take him in. I'm starting to be on it may be a 4-cat Merch situation. Terrible choice of Merch who's doing that inking. Isn't that either?
She was with Starvos before Rekieda. Oh, okay. So Ralph's sloppy thirds, Rekida's sloppy seconds. And he's the fifth guy in the circle.
Yes, it's Ethan Van Sciver.
Will he be the last? Probably not.
The god of ComicsGate. The king. The one true king. That's what I'm saying to the guy. It's like, you're not ComicsGate.
You know, we'll say this. I'll give this to Mersh. Out of all the lonely fucks who've had their hearts just eviscerated right before Valentine's Day, he was one of them that wasn't. He made it to Valentine's Day intact. He's got a bitch on his arm for once. For the first Valentine's Day in probably ages, eons, maybe like since his fucking early 20s, he's finally got a girl who he shares a bed with on Valentine's Day. So good for Mersh. W for Mersh. Actually, not being a single sad fuck for once on Valentine's Day. A lot of people actually can't say that this year. Vince 12, thank you for $5. Translation: EVS, if you make me part of your circle, I will be your #1 glazer. I have no shame. It would be my honor to be your toady. Yeah, he wants to be Ethan Van Sciver's top guy. He wants to be his top cop.
Yeah, you know what though? You know what a real king needs? Somebody who's not interested in the king.
He sees EVS as a king. He sees him as a mob boss, as a don. He wants to be his top enforcer.
So
he wants EVS to turn him into a made man.
Somebody who doesn't want to be king, somebody who is not interested in the politics of the court. But when the king issues an edict, I go out in the fucking woods and I slit throats with a machete. Like Che Guevara.
And obviously, in order to be ComicsGate, you know, you have to get.
It's fine, Kimono Theater. Mersh, he can say the N-word freely because, you know, he's like, once you get to a certain level of white trash, even black people who care about white people saying the N-word don't care.
Get my approval. Everybody knows that.
I don't know, in the South, right? In the South, because poor black people and poor white people live right next to each other in the South. It's very non-segregated. See, here's the thing. One of the things about Jim Crow is that it ironically assured that the Deep South would be one of the least segregated parts of the country. Because up north, right, they say, well, we didn't enforce Jim Crow the way that the South did. Well, that's because white people just didn't live next to black people. And they'll say it was by accident. No, it was intentional. They would intentionally move certain places where niggas weren't, and then they would like make these weird NIMBY laws that would just like by coincidence keep niggas out of the area and shit. So even without Jim Crow, they were very segregated. That wasn't the case in the South. In the South, even during the peak of Jim Crow, niggas and white people live right next to each other. Like crackers and niggas live side by side. We just weren't allowed to drink from each other's water fountains or use each other's bathroom. So after desegregation happened, the South almost immediately became the most racially, well, I don't want to say like racefully peaceful, but we became the most desegregated, racially integrated part of the country, basically. So poor white people and poor white black people live very close to each other. And you'll notice that when you have like a poor, really broke, low income white woman who lives at a trailer park with other niggas, she'll call her black boyfriend nigga, and nobody will think anything of it because, well, I mean, you know, poor white people are basically niggas when you think about it.
You do have to bow and kiss the ring.
There you go. You must, or we'll kill you.
Yeah, Frog Tony is like an Eric July detractor, but that's cool in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, we all hate black retards that can't write comic books. I get that.
Most comic skaters are not Eric July detractors. They just don't care about Eric July.
What? Hold on, let me see that. Because I don't think that's true, EVS. How you say this? Dick Sex and Slammer. Dick Sex and Slammer, thank you for $5. Doing a lot's work. Keep it up, Big Mike. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, Frog Tony is like an Eric July detractor, but that's cool in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, we all hate black retards that can't write comic books. I get that.
Most comic skaters are not Eric July detractors. They just don't care about Eric July.
That is not true at all. ComicsGate is just the Eric July detractor community. There is literally, you cannot be part of ComicsGate if you have a positive opinion about Eric July or the Rippaverse, even if you don't care, even if you just have a so-so opinion, even if you say, well, I think his comics are all right. You know, I think that, you know, he's a decent businessman. You can't even say that and be part of CG. You're not allowed.
So just because you are an Eric July detractor does not mean that you're ComicsGate.
Hail everyone in the chat.
There he is. He's done. He's finished. Frog Tony's finished. Finito. All right? Enough about Frog Tony. He's dead to us.
Okay. So that was all from Mersh. Mersh just glazing up EVS for being a king and a Chad and a mob boss. And I love you so much, Ethan. I'll suck your dick if you let me into ComicsGate, please. Please, bro. Please, EVS, let me into ComicsGate. I want that money so bad.
Here's what we're gonna do.
We're gonna move on now to the Crusade. The Crusade. that destroyed ComicsGate, according to Aaron Imholt. He single-handedly brought EVS and ComicsGate down by talking about them like 3 or 4 times on his stream.
Oh, hey, I have a bone to pick with Alyssa Clips real quick. I wanted to talk about this today. Alyssa Clips, I'm subscribed to her channel, so I'll get notifications when she uploads certain shit. And I saw that she uploaded something from a guy who I think has to be the most boring, retarded, caveman motherfucker I've ever heard on the internet. And this universe. Now I've actually heard like 2 clips from this universe, and I'm so...
You know, that actually does say a lot. I just thought about it. That says a lot coming from Aaron, because this motherfucker has seen some shit in the Dabbleverse. There are dudes in the Dabbleverse who are obsessed with this guy, who I would say are just as retarded as EVS, even more so. So for him to be like, oh no, this is the worst I've ever seen, that's kind of crazy. Germ70, thank you for the $5. I want to see Eric July suited up, go into the streaming equivalent of the ghetto to call Mersh when he becomes the EVS capo. K. Emmanuel, thank you for $1.99. Gayest crossover since Sneeko and Fuentes.
Angry at Alyssa Clips that I did and that she put the content out there. I'm mad at myself for listening to it, but I'm mad at her for putting it out there so that I could click on it.
I'll be honest. I'm going to say that Patrick Melton is definitely, for me, Patrick Melton is definitely lower on the higher. He's higher on the low cal tier list than Ethan Van Sciver and almost anybody in ComicsGate personally.
How many of you know about this ComicsGate shit?
Like, imagine being somebody who tries to leech clout off Nick Rekieta and Aaron Imholt. That's what fucking Patrick Melton is. He's like Patrick Melton is the perfect poster boy for the Dabbleverse, because he embodies all of their worst traits. Just some dude who became a low tier e-celeb because he could never make it as a comedian, just a serial failed comedian. He's been trying to fabricate drama and do all this shit. He's gotten into other people's business just for the sake of leeching any clout whatsoever, and he still has barely gotten anywhere. The peak of his career is talking about Aaron Imholt and his kids in Baldo guarding for Nick Rekieta. You could say, well, Patrick Melton, he didn't really like Rekieta. He was just using him for clout and money. Okay, but he still did it, though, right? So I don't know, man.
So ComicsGate is this part of the internet. It might be more retarded than that Dabbleverse. These are grown men. I think this Ethan Van Sciver is like 60. He's like the Shmuel Buckman of that ComicsGate thing.
No, I would still put Patrick Melton even above like Dax Herrera, because at least Dax got on the fucking Dr. Phil show. At least at some point in his career, right? At least he made some good money. He at his peak during the LOL suit arc with shit, I forgot his name. How did I forget his name? Maddox. At the peak of his LOL suit arc with Maddox, right? He was kind of funny, sort of, kinda. It was the funniest. It was the only time in like my entire history of knowing who Dick Masterson is that I thought Dick was funny, during the LOL suit arc and when he was able to get on Dr. Phil and shit. Beyond that, right? Patrick Melton has never had an era like that. He's never had a moment when I'm like, wow, Patrick actually does have a little bit of talent. I'll say this about Dax. He has some talent. He squandered it. He was never able to live up to the ambitions he had of being a star in Hollywood or being a best-selling author or anything like that. His book, Why Men Are Better Than Women, only sold as much as it did, 1, because of Maddox, and 2, because of the clout he got from the admittedly funny, campaign trolling Dr. Phil and shit like that. But still, at least he has some talent. Patrick Melton has no talent at all. Like, none.
And these are all a bunch of grown men talking about who draws cartoons better. I wish I were exaggerating. I wish I were oversimplifying it. But these are a bunch of guys yelling at each other about who draws shittier cartoons and who does more GoFundMes for their shittier cartoons and who should be refunded.
When I was watching this, I'm like, well, hold up. That's not exactly. And then I had to pause and I'm like, Well, no, that actually is all ComicsGate is now. ComicsGate is just them just picking at every little thing that Eric July ever does and saying he's so shit. The artists he hires, they're bad. His business practices are bad. He's a shitty writer and all that stuff. So no, he's actually right.
The GoFundMe.
That is all it is now.
Apparently, what these guys in this ComicsGate thing do is they all put GoFundMes out there and make a shitload of money and then never release comic books. Like this ComicsGate thing is like the greatest. It's like the greatest. What do you call it? Ponzi scheme of all time.
You know, we're gonna give it up. We're gonna give it up to Aaron M. Holt for immediately. Like, he just paid attention to ComicsGate for all of 5 minutes. And immediately he was like, wait, what the fuck? These people are losers. And this looks like this is a Ponzi scheme. These dudes are scammers. Why are they putting out all these GoFundMes for comics that they never release? What the fuck is that? He immediately saw the play. So we'll give it to Aaron. Not the highest show of IQ, being able to recognize that ComicsGate is an organization full of losers who are scamming their customers by taking money for comics that never come out. But hey, you know, we'll give them that. Xander Vorkov, thank you for $5. Making a dude named Ethan the leader of your movement historically never ends well. Flatty FPV, thank you for $4.99. Cheers for the Saturday morning content. Hey, no problem, bro. John Apocalypse, thank you for the £5. Why do you think CG and Boy Zach don't have a hate boner for the common America guys like they do Eric July? They're probably more successful than Eric. Well, I've actually come up with a bit of a thesis for that while I've been writing the script for my ComicsGate video and, well, working on it. I don't really have the script done yet. So, but when I was thinking about it, what I think it is I feel like one is lack of exposure. Tim Lim and Mike Pellegrini really aren't on the internet like that. Those dudes are, well, Tim lives in Arkansas. You guys know my hold on, let me show you guys real quick. My video, my first video on my channel. First video on my channel right here. John Finley about Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Arguably, maybe pound for pound, worst city in America, Pine Bluff. Everything in this fucking city is terrible. So as you can see right here, where is it? There it is. Common America. This is Tim Lim. I live here. Holy cow. I had no idea that this guy existed until today, because Tim Lim is from Arkansas. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck, bro? You live near Pine Bluff? Bless your heart. No wonder you started drawing anime and you tried to get away to Japan. You live next to Pine Bluff. I want to get the fuck out of the country too. So one of them is exposure. They aren't around for them to poke at, right? They don't show their face. Eric July is the face of his company, right? He is the main spokesman. He's not just the head of the business. He's also the spokesman of the business. He's the guy who's in most of the trailers. He's the guy who's always advertising the products. He's the guy who's on Twitter putting out new adverts for the Rip Ascend and the latest Rippaverse comics and Omnibus and whatnot. So there's a lot of material for ComicsGate to dig into. Another thing is that Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini, they left early, right? Like they left the organization before Ethan Van Sciver had completed circumventing, like subverting ComicsGate and becoming the God, Emperor, Frog, King of CG. Before that happened, Eric July, he was never really part of ComicsGate, but he started associating with them at a certain point where EVS's influence was such that he could control the narrative and redirect all this hate on CG and take from Dick Masterson and Riley and Vito and their bullshit narratives about Eric and just run with them. You know, all their bullshit narratives that are 99% based on obnoxious lies and shit like that. So that's number 2. Number 3, apparently, I don't know, for your boy Zach, he tried to publish a comic with Rippaverse via Rip Ascend, and Eric July apparently rejected him because of how late he is with books. And EJ is like, well, no, bro, that will reflect badly on my brand, on my business, if I have a dude who's just late with making comics. So I'm sorry, we don't fit the criteria. And Zach took it personally. This is what I heard. I'll confirm it. I want to completely confirm it before I put it in a video or something. But that's what I've been hearing, is that that's part of the reason why your boy Zach specifically is so mad at Airy July. He was like, no, I'm sorry, bro. I can't publish your book if you're going to be late. I don't do that here. We don't do that here, Zach. Sorry, bro. You gotta, over here, we only publish comics that get to the consumers on time.
These guys are like, here's my GoFundMe for my next book of drawings. And then people, I really like drawing. Comic books are good. I'm 40 and stunted. And so they throw money at these guys, and they never...
Oh, CJ, thank you for $5. ComicsGate is filled with talentless, grifting orbiters. Dabbleverse is filled with unfunny, grifting orbiters. It's all the same. Yeah, that's true. I would actually say that Ethan Van Sciver, despite not being a comedian, is actually funnier and more charismatic than like 99%. Maybe just Kevin Brennan. Maybe just Kevin. He's the only guy I would say is funnier than EVS. And that's not me praising EVS. That's how low the standards are in the Dabbleverse.
Release the fucking comic book. And for the next 3-4 years, these guys all bitch at this Ethan Van...
I don't know, maybe Anthony Cumia. I think modern day Anthony Cumia is about on par with EVS for real.
Sciver guy, who, by the way, he talks like an absolute retard. And every point he tried to make just never quite get there. He's just a big dumb oaf. But I don't think it's his fault, because people just keep giving this big dumb oaf money to make comic books that he never releases. It's actually kind of a brilliant thing, if you think about it. Like, Bernie Madoff, before he went to prison, had to think, I'm the smartest fucking guy in the world. I'm just taking people's money.
Bernie Madoff was a genius when you think about it. He found an infinite money glitch, right? He found an infinite money glitch that, well, there are all sorts of these, right? Here's what geniuses do. Geniuses they're able to locate a way to get maximum leverage with as little risk on your part as possible. And when you find an infinite money glitch that has literally zero risk, that's just, I don't know, you press a button and free money comes out, that's usually when the feds arrest you, because that's not supposed to exist.
And nobody...
If that's what's happening, then that means that you're scamming somebody. You're stealing from somebody.
He's bothering me. This is like that.
Money don't fall from trees. So if you found a money tree, that means that I don't know, you're doing some bullshit.
Then Van Sciver, he does these GoFundMes. He's supposed to make comic books. He doesn't do anything. People ask for their money back. He tells them to go fuck their mother. And he just, from one guy I heard, he takes it to the casino like a good senior citizen would. I guess he sits there with his bucket and he just puts his coins in the slot. I can't even find these kind of slot machines anymore, but he's so dedicated to being an elderly American that he still finds those. He's got the oxygen tank next to him, sucking on an unfiltered cigarette. So these guys, they make their GoFundMes, they don't release their comic books, and then there's a whole nother part of this ComicsGate universe that's just guys shitting on the guys who make the GoFundMes and never release the comic books. So
that's us. Hey, that's us. Hail.
I'm on Alyssa Clip's channel, and I'm going down this rabbit hole, and I realize, like, for the last 45 minutes, I've been listening to retarded 50, 60-year-old men yell at each other about their cartoon drawings. And I go, you know who's the dumbest guy in all these clips? Me. I'm listening to it. But I hear
self-awareness for the toe.
This Ethan Van Sciver guy go, I'm broke. I know a lot of... This was amazing. So these people give him hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he never releases these comic books. And then people go, can I get refunds? And he'll say on his stream, I'm completely broke.
Oh, missed like 4 goals this week.
I can't give you refunds, because if I gave you refunds, I couldn't afford to finish the comic. Motherfucker, you're not finishing shit. What's the difference? The difference is, if he just is honest with you and says, the comic book ain't coming out, and I refund you, then he doesn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in his pocket. But if he tells you the comic's coming out, which it's never coming out, and he just keeps holding on to your money, then yeah, he's still not going to release a fucking thing, but at least he's got money in his pocket. And I'll be honest with you, if you've donated the guy more than once, kind of your fault.
Yeah, I agree with this. I agree. Fool me once, that's fair. But if he fools you twice, 3 times, 4 times over a span of almost a decade, that's kind of on you, bro. It's kind of, that's a skill issue at a certain point.
George W. Bush famously once said, fool me once, shame on, fool me, can't get fooled again. So I have a bone to...
What does Steel Toe even do? That's a very good question. I mean, we can just look. We can just look real quick. What does Steel Toe even do? We'll just go to his channel. Steel Toe Morning Show. Let's see. Let's see. He's talking about Chrissy Mayer. He's talking about Joe Rogan. He's talking about ComicsGate. He's talking about politics. He's talking about Elijah Schaefer and Sarah Stock, like everyone else was. He's talking about Turkey Tom. I don't know. He seems to just very, very basic. He seems like, oh, he's talking about Cyrex. He just talks about all the shit that everybody else already talks about. Maybe it's different. Maybe the live show is different. Maybe the live show is fire. Let me see. Let's go to one night. Hold up. Let's see here. Go to a random point.
Store's main job is to alleviate hunger and give people fresh food options. Why are they becoming casinos? It doesn't make sense, Malone said. Now, if you don't know, the grocery business runs on razor-thin margins between 1% and 2%.
Okay, so this is what Steel Toe does. He just talks about the news. Okay.
Pick with Alyssa clips because
maybe he'll make his goals this week, though.
I clicked
Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $10. CG always needs an enemy to defeat. First, it was the SJWs at Marvel and DC. Then CG was infighting with Tim Lim and Douglas Ernst. Then it was Mike Miller and Doug TenNapel. Now it's Eric July. Yes, Ethan Van Sciver has had a revolving roster of A-logs. Well, not A-logs, of people he's tried to turn into villains going back to the early days of CG.
On one of her clips where people are just...
The stuff against the SJWs was legitimate because it was back when ComicsGate was... It was a very organic community that was just based off of... They were comic enthusiasts. They loved comics. They didn't like the state of comics. And part of the reason why comics were in the state that they were in were because of all the SJWs, people we call woke now. But that was the word. That was the terminology of the day, was SJWs. Those people were the dudes who were making the comics, and they were doing a shitty job injecting their politics. And they were just untalented. They were just bad. So people were just talking about how shit comics were. So that was the most natural. Nothing was forced there. Everything after that was just infighting and drama mongering and just looking for excuses to talk about somebody so you can make content out of them. QSA, thank you for $5. Recovering dabbler here. Very bizarre to see my old slop grounds on your stream, Mikey. Well, I'm glad you broke free, brother. How's the fresh air? How's the fresh air smell like? Quiet Rioter, thank you for $5. I backed EVS's books twice, nearly every single Common America and Black Hops, one Zach book, and ISOM. Out of all of them, I only back Tim's books now.
Shitting all over this Ethan Van Sciver guy.
You only back the people who give you good service. That's a good idea.
And in fairness to the guys ripping on him, and I don't know who the guys ripping on him were, they were making really good points, and all of this Ethan's responses were that of a monosyllabic retard. So I'm guessing the guys who don't like Ethan Van Sciver are the...
Steel Toe can be a boring cuck and also be right about CG. This is true. Both of these things can be true at once.
Good guys.
This is the level. This is the level that ComicsGate is at now. That now they're getting bullied. They're getting pressed by the toe.
And they're calling out the grifter. But I guess this Ethan Van Sciver, he was... Again, I'm telling you guys, I listened to this shit. He's jealous of some black guy who made comic books. Like, there's a black guy, and he made comic books, and Ethan Van Sciver decided to be really mad at this black guy, and he grifted off of that for a while to fund his comic book Ponzi scheme type thing that he was running. But the thing is about the black guy, at least he releases comic books. So the black guy will release comic books, he'll make $1 million, and this Ethan Van Sciver will talk about how shitty this guy is and how awful this black guy is, and it's like, hey, retard, at least the black guy's putting comic books out there. If this guy puts out a shitty book full of stick figures, it still makes him better than you.
This is a shockingly well put together summarization of what modern ComicsGate is.
So I don't know, man.
I'm glad that people are able to piece together the narratives, because the thing about ComicsGate, before I made my documentary, part of the reason why I wanted to make it was, one, it made me laugh. It made me laugh. Some of the stuff I was reading about it made me laugh, and also nobody had talked about it in depth to that level yet. So that's part of the reason I made it. But also, there was a lack of a coherent storyline, a coherent narrative from the beginning to the end, where we are right now with ComicsGate. So a lot of people just didn't get it. They didn't understand why are all these dudes mad at this nigga making comic books? What's going on? Aren't they also supposed to be making comics books? What did he do? So I'm glad that people can see now what this is. What is this? Oh, it's just a bunch of dudes who are mad and angry and jealous that this one guy was competent enough to be able to get his books out on time, and none of them can do that, and it makes them look bad. And because they can't make any more money selling their books because they don't get the old books out, they have to make money talking about this guy all day. That is what CG is. Joe Mama 710, thank you for $4.99. Learning about CG and Zach makes me want to learn art and write comics out of spite against these lazy fucks. I can make better products than this. Hey, bro, you should learn art. You should learn how to draw, just to have the skill. It's a beautiful thing, being able to make shit from your imagination.
I was watching
It's a fun hobby.
some of these clips.
Pick up some Illumis, bro.
Mad at Elissa clips now. She can clip this. I'm upset with her now because I was exposed to this. But it might be a more retarded Dabbleverse, this ComicsGate. Because
Oh yeah, or just learn how to use AI. Just your boy Zach Max. That's what he's doing. He's AI. AI is the future in Zach's mind. That's what he keeps saying. He was downplaying it once, right? One time. Shit, when was this? It was this year. There was this one time when Eric July, he made this video about AI, and he didn't necessarily shit all the way on it, but he said it will never be able to replace true creatives or something like that. And Zach got really fucking angry. What the fuck are you talking about, you idiot, you fucking nigger? I mean, he didn't say nigger. He didn't he didn't go that hard, but he was very pissed off, very peeved, because he felt like he had been personally called out, which it wasn't. It's just, he's an AI guy. His latest comic book, the comic book, is he's gonna make it almost entirely with AI, which is why I don't understand why it's not finished. Surely, if you're making a book that's 100% AI, he should have finished it by now. He's been working on this bitch since what, last year? Let me look. Comic book, the comic book by Splato Comics. Comic book, the comic book. All right, it got funded. It was fully funded. And when did it go up, though? It was last updated. Oh my God, what the fuck is this shit? Why are you just showing me all this? What is this? Hold on, let me read this. If you like comics, you will love this book. If this crowdfunding campaign meets its 22,000 fixed goal, it will be a 22-page comic book. But for every 1,000 above the 22,000 fixed goal, there will be one page added to the Why? Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you do? I know why he's doing that. Because he wants that money. Now, let's say it was 22,000, so he got an extra 12. He got an extra 12K. That means that he has to... Oh, congratulations, you played yourself. You played yourself, Zachary. Now you got to make a whole all those extra pages now. More info. When was this? Wow, look at all this shit. Look at all these comics that people are still talking about to this day. Anyway, this should have been out by now. I don't understand why he hasn't finished it.
First of all, you're all old men. You shouldn't be talking about whose drawings are better. This is, guys, let's move on from this. And if
yeah, 1,000 per page for an AI generated comic. What the fuck? Like, that money, you don't have to pay an artist, dude. You don't got to pay an artist. You don't got to pay a letterer. Really, you don't even have to pay an editor, because you can just have an AI. You can submit a page to an AI and have it do the editing for you, tell you what the spelling errors are and whatever the fuck. Like, what is he talking about?
You do GoFundMes to make a comic book, at least release a fucking comic book. And if they gave you the money 4 years ago, you should release the comic book, but then give them partial refunds for the inflation since they gave you that money.
Oh yeah, inflation. That's another thing. That's another thing that people forget about when they're talking about, why don't they give refunds? Well, on top of the fact that a lot of these dudes just fuck around with the money, like Dan Fraga. Fraga went boom with all your fucking crowdfunding funds instead of finishing the comic books. Actually worse than EVS. In my opinion, I feel like Dan Fraga is actually worse than EVS now, because at least EVS gives the illusion that he's going to finish the comics. He didn't just skip town. He didn't just run away with the money. He didn't do that shit, right? So it's also inflation. Inflation is also a big problem because the money ain't what it was back when I first took that fucking money. The money ain't what it was worth when I originally took it. So now if I have to give you the money back, well, I'm going to have to end up giving back more money than the amount of money I gave because inflation got worse during that time period.
It's only right. At any rate, that's all I know about it. That's
Germ70, thank you for $2. CG is so lazy they can't release AI slop on time. CJ, thank you for $5. EVS has one skill, and that is attracting weird parasocial creeps to latch on to him. His clique is filled with the most degenerate weirdos out there. True. Alex Miller III, thank you for $5. Iconic Comics and REUPLOAD are on good terms, both in friendship and business. They also do Texas conventions together. Makes EVS and CG furious.
Hey, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Numero Uno says, so what Aaron is trying to tell us is he's started teaching himself to draw. Yeah, exactly. What I should be doing is I should be making comic books. I'm in the wrong business. I'm sitting here yelling and screaming about the Jews all day, hoping somebody will put a $5 in my tin cup. What I should be doing is going, I'm totally going to make a book of drawing.
You be what?
What I should be doing is I should be making comic books. I'm in the wrong business. I'm sitting here yelling and screaming about the Jews all day, hoping somebody will put a $5 in my...
You talk about the Jews all day? What the fuck? That's not the impression I got when I was looking at your channel.
My tin cup. What I should be doing is going, I'm totally going to make a book of drawings, and there's going to be a superhero, but he's going to be a donkey. It's going to be the craziest
Steel Toe is red pilled, apparently.
shit you've ever seen. And I should be asking people to give money to my comic book.
He honestly, genuinely should start doing that. I mean, look what it did for Candace Owens. Candace Owens went full on JQ, and she's never come back down. Hold on, let's look again at Queen Candace the Great's channel. Let's look at them views again. Oh, wow. 2 million, 24 hours, 2 million, another 2 days, 5 million. She gonna break 6 million, y'all. She gonna break 6 million this year. She might do it before summer. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is insane. Look, she don't even do all the videos. She got like random white boys doing videos for her. She got a white staff. Probably a single nigga. She probably doesn't have a single black person employed for her. She's not at that level. She's beyond that. She's beyond having to hire black people, hire other niggas. Let me go look at her social blade. Let's look at her social blade. I want to see this shit. What does this look like? All right, let's see. B+. Holy shit. This is actually insane. This is absurd. This is absurd. She might be in like the upper 0.001%. No, she absolutely is. This is the type of shit that Quartering wishes that he had. This is the shit that Quartering, he goes to sleep every day wishing that his channel could be like this again. But alas, he doesn't have that black girl magic on his side.
Donkey.
He doesn't call out the small hats enough.
And you're right. You know what? Numero Uno's right. I should be learning how to draw. That's 1,000.
He doesn't speak to Charlie Kirk in his dreams enough to make those type of views.
Numero Uno says, I don't know how it's even possible, but this whole thing is even dumber and gayer than Aaron is describing it. Okay, thank you. So a lot of you might think I'm exaggerating on all this. Numero Uno, who follows a lot of this shit, is telling you, guys, it's dumber and gayer than Aaron's even describing. And I thought I was embellishing how dumb and gay what I...
Insane how Candace stole Nick's whole shtick and became 10x more successful. That actually is kind of crazy. That is like, I don't know, bro. Like, she literally just took his own... Here's the thing. Nick actually started pivoting away from that shit a little bit, right? Because he was starting to go quote unquote mainstream last year. So he toned it down just a little bit because he thought he and his followers thought he was going to go Hollywood. Meanwhile, Candace goes in the complete opposite direction. Shit, I've never seen anybody. I'm surprised she's still on YouTube. Neil Mahan is like, he's the opposite of fucking, how did I forget her name? How did I forget the queen's name? Susan Wojcicki. How did I forget her name? The goddess. He's the opposite of Susan. He don't give a fuck how much you call out the small hats. You can still stay on so long as you're getting those views, right? Nick never got any of that. Nick wishes. He wishes. Anyway, let's get back to Steel Toe. Let's get back to Still Toe real
Guys,
quick.
it's dumber and gayer
M-Man, thank you for $2. 6 million views that fast? No way. It's 271K for real.
than Aaron's even describing. And I thought I was embellishing how dumb and gay what I listened to
That is very subtle. That's very subtle what you just did.
was. And if there's one thing Aaron knows, it's dumb and gay. Oh my God. He should have made his drawings this way. No, he should have made his drawings that way. He should have made the other Is the other guy going to release the drawings? The color's going to be good? Is he going to give people refunds? I can't give people refunds. I'm broke from the money I spent. But wait a minute. I thought all the money they gave you was supposed to be for... Technically, you should have all these people's money because there's no comic book. So if there's no comic book, you should have the money to refund them. I was listening to a clip today where he went, I actually don't have the money, so I can't refund you. That's a cocksucking Ponzi scheme. I'm sorry.
Why would you admit that? I mean, I guess he has no other choice. What other excuse would he have for not refunding somebody? Hey, you know what gets a refund from your boy Zach? Is when somebody once said to him, and they weren't trying to be hostile in any way. They just hadn't gotten their book yet. So they went to him in the comments of Indiegogo and they're like, hey, bro, I was wondering, could I get a refund? I still haven't gotten my book yet. And it's been a long time. And, you know, I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm being scammed. And he wasn't even like hostile about it. But dude is like, you're calling me a scammer. No, I hate you. Go away forever. Take your fucking money. So if you have a book that you haven't gotten from Richard C. Meyer yet, the quickest way to get a refund is to go into his comment section and call him a scammer, call him a grifter, say that he's fucking stealing people's money, that he's running a Ponzi scheme, maybe also call him a deadbeat dad or some shit like that, and he'll immediately give you your money. I don't know why it works that way, but it does. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $10. Did you ever see that clip where comic industry veteran Darren Cook said the only reason his books ever shipped late was because EVS couldn't get his shit together? Yes, I did. And that will be in the documentary. That will 100% will be in the documentary. I already got that clip.
Sorry, that is a Ponzi scheme. You took people's money, you didn't deliver a product, and when they asked for a refund, you said, I can't, I spent the money on other shit. Poor guy bet it all on black and failed. Goddamn roulette wheel, it gets you every time. Isn't it free to draw, by the way? Like, isn't it, can't you just buy some paints? Like, at this point, couldn't you just make, like, a shitty comic?
It's not that simple, but I get where he's going with this. And I also didn't understand. I also never understood, why does it cost so much? Like, why do you really need close over $500,000 to make a comic book? Surely you don't need that much money. This isn't like, I don't know, this isn't a fucking indie game. This isn't some indie film. This isn't something where you're gonna have to buy equipment, hire people, have a staff work these. This is literally something you're just drawing, and you do a lot of the shit yourself. You'll hire a couple people, sure. You'll hire inkers and stuff like that. But generally speaking, I never understood why these ComicsGate comics needed these humongous budgets.
Comic book and at least
it never made sense to me.
Put something out there for people. I mean, can't you just just take a bunch of loose leaf paper and doodle with some water paints and go, here's my comic book. I mean, something for these poor bastards that gave you money. Jesus. Sam Show says there was this N involved with them that actually did end up making some shitty comic and making a whole business out of it. And EVS sits there and seethes about it with Juju and Crackett. I only listened to the Alyssa Clips thing. And all...
Don't forget, Mikey, that Geoff Johns can't say... Jeff Johns. I always pronounce it Joff because that's the way it looks. But it's Jeff. Jeff Johns. I get that way with Jeff Keighley, too. It's like, nigga, why didn't your parents spell your name the correct way? We know how Jeff is spelled in the English-speaking world. Why did they want to be special with you? That's some shit. That's what white people do. That's the white equivalent of when black people give their kids the most niggas names ever, like Deborah Shante or some shit like that. Bro, just pick some shit out of the Bible and just name your kid that and spell it right. Jesus Christ. But no, it's like, okay, hold on. I forgot. I actually lost track. Don't forget, Mikey, that Geoff Johns can't stand EVS either. They worked on 2 runs in DC together, the Flash Rebirth and Green Lantern Rebirth. Yeah. Red Heracross, thank you for $5. Don't know about all this ComicsGate stuff, but I just bet Kamen Rider because it has cute anime girls fighting crime, which is all I really wanted. Oh yeah, that's very straightforward.
All I know is these guys, like, their whole gimmick is they take a bunch of your money and then never make anything. I don't even know if you can technically call these guys like artists and comic book makers. They don't seem to make anything but excuses. 09 Canyon says they're all a bunch of lousy tracers anyway. It's also free to give up your ass too.
They're not. That's not true. That's not true. They aren't all lazy tracers. That's just Liam. That's just Liam who's a lazy tracer. Anyway, the crusade continues. The crusade continues. He made a follow-up clip. And how many days ago was this, actually? What was the first clip? The first clip was February the 4th. So literally, no, wait. No, it was February the 3rd. Fuck, I was reading the date that Alyssa published it. Big ups Alyssa Clips, by the way. We love our clip channels. So he had to follow it up because ComicsGate, they bit back.
Loyal CG guy. Uh-oh. I think I made the ComicsGate people mad. I saw it. Okay, so Alyssa Clips is always very sweet. She always asks for permission to clip your stuff. And she said, can I clip this? Can I clip that? She asked for permission for a couple of clips from last night's show. And I said, yeah. And it was this ComicsGate Ethan Van Sciver thing, the throat goat. And I listened to it. And I'm here to give you my professional, neutral opinion. I was fucking hilarious in that clip. I mean,
I don't know about that, bro.
Oh.
You made some good points. I don't know about you had the whole squad laughing. I don't know about that shit, bro.
Hold on. No, you don't understand.
Kimono Theater, thank you for $5. Ballpoint pen, copy paper, copy camera scanner, and hold on. Some way to upload it. That's all you need. That's what it says in Scott McCloud's book. He's not wrong.
And I say that I was really funny in that clip. Like, you guys, some of you guys on YouTube, on the YouTube side especially, you're from the Dabbleverse. You guys wouldn't know funny if it hit you in the dick. You guys watch fat guys do clip shows of other people more talented than him. I'm talking about 10 minutes, no clips, no videos, no nothing, just a guy running his mouth.
Oh yeah, he does have the Review Tech USA clapping sound.
Wouldn't know funny if it hit you in the dick. I said yeah.
I'm sorry, anything funny that you might have said is negated when you
and it was
do this.
Comics, she always asks, loyal CG guy, uh-oh. I think I made the ComicsGate people mad. I saw it. Okay, so Alyssa Clips is always very sweet. She always asks for permission to clip your stuff. And she said, can I clip this? Can I clip
CJ, thank you for $5. With ComicsGate budgets, they must have the same accountants as Somali daycares or something.
Permission for a couple of clips from last night's show. And I said, yeah. And it was this ComicsGate Ethan Van Sciver thing, the throat goat. And I listened to it, and I'm here to give you my professional, neutral opinion. I was fucking hilarious in that clip. I mean, no, hold on. No, you don't understand. When say that I was
shit,
really funny,
when you do this shit, when you use the laugh track, I'm sorry, bro. All funny, anything you said that might have been funny it's gone. It's over with.
That clip. Like, you guys, some of you guys on YouTube,
all the claps, all the laughs you had before, those are all negated now. I'm sorry, bro.
YouTube side especially, you're from the Dabbleverse. You guys wouldn't know funny if it hit you in the dick. You guys watch fat guys do clip shows of other people more talented than him. I'm talking about 10 minutes, no clips, no videos, no nothing, just a guy running his mouth, crushing it. I was stellar. Top of my game, some would say. And I did this ComicsGate thing.
I mean, I guess that's true. That was true. That was definitely the top of his game. That definitely was something, I don't know, it's better than what I usually see from Steel Toe.
Oh, my God. Did it get a fine reception over at Alyssa Clips?
Stephen Bobo, thank you for $5. Blared Aaron called Comics Explain Rob a coon and token because Rob follows critical thinker and nerdrotic. What is up with this shit, dude? What is this? Review Tech. Oh my God, dude! Review Techie USR owned you? Nigga, I thought you were from ComicsGate. I thought you were from ComicsGate or Merge or the Dabbleverse. You're a fucking Review Tech USA fan, bro? That is embarrassing.
Channel. And I'm sure.
Imagine, bro. I've actually I don't know. I didn't think you were
Look at this loyal.
out of everybody. I thought that maybe Groiper, if not a ComicsGate guy. But you're a Review Tech USA fan?
CG guy
No wonder you didn't try and say a slur.
is being sarcastic because I don't think anybody actually defends Ethan Van Sciver. I think he's just kind of he's a goon.
Imagine wanting to ride and go into the paint. Go in the paint, just ride for fucking Richard Masucci, dude.
But thank you for the $2. He says, you better shut your mouth about Ethan, you loser. He says, Uncle gonna make you his next personal project. I'm looking forward to it. Is this before or after he refunds the money for ripping off his fans so that he could gamble? Now, is he going to make me, I don't know why I'm talking to the CG guy like this because we're on the same side, but like, I gotta, guys, let me work. Now, is this before or after Ethan Van Sciver finishes his fucking comic book? I imagine Ethan Van Sciver is the kind of guy who just lays around, dirty, unwashed, food all over his face, crumbs in his beard, unmotivated, dog shit work ethic. Well, I got this money and I just gotta, I'll hang on to this money. He told his audience he can't refund their GoFundMe. They gave him money so he'd make a comic book. He's made shit. 100% of nothing. They're asking for their money back. He had the gall to tell them, oh, I can't give you your money back because I don't have any. If I give you your money back, then I don't have money. Yeah, chalk that one up. It's not my fuck.
Jay the Cat, thank you for $2.62. Thank you for $20. Hey, Mikey, are you going to do more videos on grifters? The BLM video was really good. I think a video on Michael Eric Dyson would be good if you're interested. Sorry for the unrelated message, lol. Keep up the good work. Michael Eric Dyson. Is that a guy on YouTube? Hold on, let me see. I appreciate it when you guys tell me about people I don't know about. Because I'm like, who is that? Who is Michael, what would you say, Michael Eric Dyson? And who is this? I don't know, watching, sure, let's see.
He is a sociology professor at Georgetown, and his latest book, Jay-Z Made in America, is out.
What the fuck? Wait, hold on, let me hear that again.
He is a sociology professor at Georgetown.
Okay, he's a sociology professor.
And his latest book, Jay-Z Made in America.
Okay, so you're a sociology professor. You got a fucking PhD and shit, right? And what do? What's your contribution to academia and whatnot? Your contribution is making a biography about Jay-Z.
Is out now. Our friend Michael Eric Dyson is over here. Oh, you got a young woman from Israel contacted.
Wait, what?
He sent him a.
Just randomly. I randomly jumped forward and I found he's just talking about Israel.
Car. Loved the brother who survived, loved Kobe Bryant. He called me up. I called Kobe. He sent him a bunch of stuff and called him. A young woman from Israel contacted me and said, I know you're friends with him. My brother has cancer and he's a huge Kobe fan. So I called Kobe. All they wanted was a little video made on his phone to send to him. Kobe went to the studio and made a professional video and sent to this young man. That's the kind of stuff that was representative of him as well.
So maybe he is your next book. I mean, you have written a lot of great biographies. You did Martin Luther King. You did Malcolm X. You did Marvin Gaye.
Right.
Okay, so we went from Martin Luther King to Malcolm X to Marvin Gaye and now Jay-Z. Are there really that few influential black people in America that you had to immediately just jump down to singers and rappers? Okay. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know what makes him a grifter, but I'll look into it.
Fucking problem there, throat goat. It's not my problem. I don't care if you starve to death. And by the way, your body has plenty of fat stored, you sedentary chud. You'll be fine. Give these people their money back and figure it out. If I can rattle a tin can for 6 years, so can you. Embrace the toe, bitch. I can't believe this Ethan Van Sciver, the nerve of him. And then
how many alts does this guy have? That's a very good question.
There's all these people ripping on him, and he had the nerve, the gall. I've had to look into this more.
I'm actually really surprised at the speed in which he switches alts.
Since the Alyssa Clips thing. The black guy I was talking about yesterday, Eric July. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Somebody I used to hang out with before would just seethe and be so fucking whiny and cunty about this Eric July till I looked into it. And like a lot of things that guy said, I'd look into it and I'd go, they seem like they're being very reasonable and they're actually in the right here. I mean, so this Eric July, you know what he does? Maybe this is why Ethan hates him. This Eric July does this novel thing where he gets paid to produce comic books and he check this out, produces comic books. Like, he releases them and people buy them and he makes money. Whereas Ethan Van Sciver is like comic Bernie Madoff. He takes your money. It's going to be for my comic book. And then when you go, hey, fuckhead, it's been a few years. Where's the comic book? The black guy, he's dog shit. I hate that. That black guy sucks at comics. Okay, maybe he does.
So, okay, there's no more excuses, right? Because if Aaron Imholt, if Steel Toe can immediately assess what ComicsGate is, then that means that anybody can do it. All you other guys who play stupid and you're like, well, you know, EVS, he's at. No. Steel Toe immediately, like, it clicked for him. Okay, no, this is bullshit. This guy he's a scammer. Where are the comics? Why are you mad at this dude who's just better at putting comics on time compared to you? So no more excuses, bro.
Does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I'm not.
I just noticed that's loyal CG guy.
9. He seems to be putting out material though that people are enjoying, and he's making money. How about you give us a refund? Because you clearly are just going to sit on your fat ass with jelly in your beard, not making comic books. Well, I can't because I'll be in dire financial straits. You should be. You should be.
You should be on the street.
Deserve to be in
You should be on the street, Ethan Van Sciver.
Dire financial straits for fucking people over.
I don't give a fuck about your kids, nigga. You should have thought about that before you took money for those comics you weren't going to make.
That's the rule.
You should have finished Rainbow the Brute. You care so much about your kids having a bed.
You fuck people over, you go broke. By the way, good luck at the craps table. That's all I want to say. Loyal CG guy, he's just gassing me up now at this point. I like him. $2 from Loyal CG guy. He says, watch it, bud. Uncle E will file a lawsuit on you. Everybody's always going to sue everybody. And
he was going to sue Vicky. I remember that. EVS, he threatened Vicky with a lawsuit, right, to stop her from accusing him of being a scammer, which she didn't. Vicky did not accuse Ethan Van Sciver of being a scammer for that Ribbit coin shit. She said that he advertised, knowingly or unknowingly, that Ribbit coin was something that it was not, right? And so that's not the same thing as just straight up accusing somebody of being a scam.
Pursue anybody. It's just
of committing a scam.
One of life's great letdowns. Rexstart parody account with $1 says, so after all these years, you're getting involved. Not getting involved. Not getting involved at all. Wally World.
He says that. He's going to talk about it. As you see, we got some more clips. He's going to keep talking about it. And also, he's going to take credit. He's going to try and take credit for, like, I don't know. It's like you're playing in the Super Bowl, right? And you've been a nigga who's been on the bench most of the season. But then you get in and you're part of like the last play and you just happen to be the dude who gets that last catch and you make the touchdown and shit. And then you throw it down and you act like you were the MVP, like you were the star player who took the team to the finals. It's like, bro, you weren't even in most of the games. Chill out.
Says, is the comic book like the 5K locals gift? Maybe it might be. But, you know, both things that are never going to fucking get.
Birdman, thank you for $5. Sup, Mickey? Can't wait for part 2 of ComicsGate vid. Wonder if you do a video on Laserpig. He's the definition of Reddit historian with a funny thread on Kiwi Farms.
Done. Ever.
You guys I really appreciate, I'm be honest, I really do appreciate you guys putting me on to new lolcows. I really do dig this shit, for real. You guys actually help me more than you know. Wait, what the fuck? No, I unpaused the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
The cartoons part is really gay, says Honorable. Yeah, no. And let's be very clear. That's a good reminder. This is all about cartoons. These are senior citizens fighting each other over cartoons. When I heard a clip where Ethan Van Sciver said, the guy does puppet shows and I wanted to have puppet shows on my channel, I'm like, we're talking to a complete fucking moron. I mean, I paid him for some puppet shows. Well, hey, here's a novel concept. Did you get the puppet shows? Could that maybe be a hint? You know, when people give you money for something, you deliver the thing that they... You know what? Never mind. I can already tell it's gone over his big dumb head. Just throat goating his way to fame. On a wall with $1 says EVS is an old woman.
The throat gut. Throat goat. That's also going to be in the new documentary.
You money for something?
I left that alone, right? I left it alone because I'm like, Man, we got no confirmation about that story. Somebody could just be making that shit up. But I feel like I can't ignore it now. It's like how I didn't want to bring up, when I was doing a Nick Fuentes documentary, I didn't want to bring up the whole Nick Fuentes allegedly getting his dick sucked by Destiny. But then, I kind of had to, because too many people were talking about it. The throat goat lore, it's too prominent now for me to ignore it in a new documentary.
You deliver the thing that you know what? Never mind. I can already tell it's gone over his big dumb head. Just throat goating his way to fame. On a wall with $1 says,
I saw it happen, trust me. Now, why did you see it happen? Easy litter box. What were you doing that you saw him throat goating it up?
EVS is an old woman, constantly gossiping.
Did you work at the pizza place?
Stirring S, useless. Oh my God. And I've heard him give some of the gayest, most terrible takes I've ever heard too. Just on these clips I've seen. It's like, can a man have his finger further away from the pulse and jammed that far up his own asshole? It's remarkable.
Okay. Yeah, where are we going? We're done with that. So this is going to be him. We're going to have to speed this up because this clip is kind of long. This is him. So Steel Toe, he fucked around and now he's found it out. He has come under the wrath of Shane Davis. Shane Davis, the most dangerous man in CG. MMA specialist. He's a trained man. His body is ready. He can kill you with his bare fucking elbows and knees and hands if he wants to. Unless you're a FedEx guy who he's trying to get some comic shit from. In which case, he'll probably choke the fuck out of you. He'll get choked out instead. If you work at FedEx, Shane Davis really can't fuck with you. It's not even that people at FedEx are strong. He's just weak to the uniform for some reason. So Shane decided to go off on Aaron, and Aaron's like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take another lick at ComicsGate.
Apparently, I really stirred up all those comic book nerds. I've got a couple clips about that. I didn't even think I was lighting up these comic book guys from this thing called ComicsGate. I just dipped my toe in because I saw a couple of Alyssa clips, and apparently there's this guy, Sean or Shane, and he does a real low-rent stream. Like, it's basically the Ethan Van Sciver ball washing hour, and this guy was really mad at me. Like he said, and by the way, I think probably the worst metaphor and insult guy I've ever watched. I think he's got a right. I say this to people all the time who aren't broadcasters, and this guy's not a broadcaster. He's not a think on your feet type of guy. I think he's just a kid. He's older. He's probably older than me. He's some guy who just really likes comic books,
sure
and he gets really mad when you talk about how you're not 9 years old.
See, this is something. When I was talking to Ripoff-verse that one time about he was telling me some shit about EVS, which I really appreciated. I appreciated those receipts he gave me. But one thing that he was surprised about is that he asked me my age, and then I told him, and he was really fucking surprised because I'm not even 30 yet. And he's like, what the fuck? It's like, bro, why do you know so much about CG? Everybody here is an old ass man in like their 40s and 50s and shit. So yeah, I can safely say almost everybody, at least almost all of the CG kings, are at least a few years older than Aaron is.
So you don't like comic book? He gets really defensive about that. And then I guess his E-Daddy is Ethan Van Sciver, the throat goat, copyright pot awful. And he doesn't like it when anyone makes fun of him. And all I did was I said, look, I watched this video, and the guy said that this Ethan Van Sciver guy, he doesn't make the books that people donate money for him to make. And now people have been asking him for a refund on this one thing, and he says he can't afford it, which doesn't make any sense because he hasn't released the book. So I just kind of stated how funny I thought that was. A lot of other people thought it was really funny and entertaining. And this Sean guy, like, lost his fucking mind. And now he has...
Now look, bro, you kind of, come on.
He hasn't released the book. So I just kind of stated how funny I thought that was. A lot of other people thought it was really funny and entertaining.
Okay, come on, Aaron. Like, you can get off your own dick a little bit, bro.
And this Sean guy...
Yes, we thought it was a little funny. Come on, don't keep hyping yourself up that hard, dude.
Like, lost his fucking mind.
He's so glad. He's so happy that he's finally getting positive reception again.
And now he
loves being able to talk. He loves talking about ComicsGate people. Because it's the first time in a long time people are like, damn, Steel Toe was on that shit. Man, Aaron, he put his fucking foot on that nigga's neck. He rarely hears that
It's
anymore.
a conspiracy theory.
He rarely heard that ever.
That me, the quartering, and this black guy named Eric July who makes comics, I don't know why these comic book guys don't like him, because he's a guy who makes comics. These other guys that they bullwash for it, they don't make any comics, and everyone wants refunds from them. But the black guy, I don't know if it's a racism thing or what, but they don't like the black guy.
I'm not even close to 30 and I'm being called on. Oh, I know that feeling, right? It's like, I'm in my late 20s. I would be 30 in the not too distant future. And it's weird because all of the young people, right? All the young people think that you're old and they act like you're unk and shit. But all of the actual old people, like people in their 40s and older, they're like, I don't know, I was just talking to a cable guy the other day, right? We're just talking some shit. And I told him how old I was. He's like, bro, you're like basically a baby. It's like, okay. So.
But the black guy makes comic books. So I just triggered the shit out of this Sean guy. And I just wanted to play a little bit of this for you because like the latter half of his rant goes into like black guys and fucking like he's got a weird obsession with black guys.
Oh, I didn't see this part. Oh, I haven't seen this part. Stephen Bobo, thank you for $10. The comics explain controversy is interesting to me because it boils down to crabs in a bucket mentality and not about the culture war in comics. Well, that's the best type of drama, right? When I talk about, even when I'm talking about culture war critics like ComicsGate, like, I guess, no, yeah, Quartering. Quartering is 100% a culture war critic. I meant Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes isn't a culture war critic. He's just part of the culture war, technically, in a way, right? But when I'm talking about those guys, I try to like keep the culture war aspect very minor in my critique because I'm critiquing people and their actions. I'm not really critiquing their politics. This is what people don't understand. When they, like, let's say I make a viral tweet on Twitter. Somebody goes to my account. They see my pinned video, which is the Nick Fuentes video, because that's my longest video. So that's the reason why it's pinned. I make a longer video, like the Gamergate video, probably gonna be over 3 hours. So I'll probably end up pinning that one when I do it later this year. But anyway, they go to that. People don't want to watch the video because some people just assume that it's all politics and I'm going to be like some weird liberal who's going to be talking all this shit about how Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. And it's not about that at all. I don't give a fuck about Nick's politics really outside of certain contexts. That's not important to me. So I really enjoy it when I get some drama about people who are on the left or on the right or who are culture war people, and I can bite into it without having to get their politics. Because for me, I'm able to segregate the two, and a lot of people just aren't.
And their penises, and maybe it explains the Eric July thing. So he believes that me and the Quartering have been paid by Eric July.
Yeah, everyone is self-age dogs.
To trash comic books.
To be fair, nobody here has their face shown or their real names known, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't know how that makes sense.
Sons of the D, thank you for the 750 ISK. I don't know what that currency is, but thank you. Any plans on making vids on Null of Kiwi Farms? He does have a habit of shooting himself in the foot, including anime stuff and the Turkey Tom drama. No, not really, honestly. Because here's the thing. One, I genuinely just don't want to make a video about Josh, like, personally. Because it's like, okay, he has low-cal tendencies, but I don't know. So does PPP. So does Worski. So does Turkey Tom. So does a lot of E-celeb. Shit, you guys knew some shit about me. You would say I had low-cal tendencies. So it's like, I don't know. I don't just want to make a video about somebody. Like, it has to be an arc, a saga, and not just me, like, saying that somebody is silly. Because I could just do that in the stream. So I genuinely just don't want to make a video about Josh. And two, Josh is too, well, he does overshare a lot. There is enough that somebody who is more vitriolic towards Josh than I am could possibly turn it into something, right? Like, I remember that Josh once thought that Turkey Tom was going to make a video about him, which, in Tom's defense, after Josh did, he did go with the e-girl narrative, Tom would be kind of justified to make a detractor video, documentary essay about Josh just to fuck with him for that. But somebody could. But also he keeps to himself just enough that you can't do something like that. It's not like Ralph. Ralph shows his ass all the time. EVS shows his ass all the time. Nick Fuentes shows their ass all the time. That's why they have the detractor communities that they do, because there's so much content to pick at them from. SBO322, thank you for $5. Unironically, what do you think happened to Coach Red Pill? What do you mean what happened? We know what happened. It was on camera. Well, oh, do you mean like the official story? You don't think he died of a disease? You think that the Ukrainians got him? Honestly, I don't think that they did. I don't think it would be worth it, really. It doesn't really, there's nothing to be gained from assassinating Coach Red Pill. He's not important enough. Like, what the fuck is he gonna do? Only reason they arrested him is because he wouldn't get the fuck out of the country when they told him to, because he was giving Russians, even either accidentally or on purpose, military assets or secrets that would help them in their war against Ukraine. So I don't know. I feel like they really just wanted him to gone, and Coach wasn't taking good care of his health anyway. And that's he really did. I really do believe the narrative that he just died in prison because he was sick and he wasn't taking care of himself, because that's how it kind of looked like it was going down before he died anyway. I think Coach wanted to die for real. I think Coach wanted to die in the war in some sort of way and be a semi-important figure when he died, because he didn't like the way that he lived his life. I remember something that Kraut said. Kraut made a documentary about Coach Red Pill, Kraut and T, and he said that Coach has been wanting to be a famous, important, rich East celeb forever, and he was never able to do that. And I think that motivated a lot of his crazy actions in Ukraine. He wanted to martyr himself and be important, and he was for like 5 minutes until everybody forgot, because it really didn't matter that much. Project Libertad, thank you for $5. You should do a video on Zapata Brunson, the Afrocentrist behind all the AI images of Wait, are you serious? That's one nigga? All of those AI images are just like one nigga? Are you for real? Okay, maybe I will do a video about that guy specifically.
Because A, if you've heard me say anything, a cursory glance at my channel will show you I'm not a big quartering guy. And second of all, I don't think this Eric July, a guy who's releasing comic books, really gives a shit what I have to say, nor would he put any money in my pocket. Now, if anyone were to donate as Eric July right now, I think that would be fucking hilarious. So this Sean guy, I've got a little clip here. He doesn't like that I ripped on this Ethan guy. Now, I don't care if Ethan releases a comic book or never releases a comic book. I think if he didn't release the comic book, he would be a cooler guy than if he did. Because if he doesn't release the comic book, that means he just stole a bunch of money from comic book fan suckers, and that's hilarious and based as fuck to me. That's really funny, and he's kind of a cool guy if he does that. Now, if he makes the comic, then he took a bunch of money from a bunch of dorks, and then he made a shitty comic that adults are going to read, which is like one of the saddest things ever. So I, personally, I don't know why this Shane I don't know why this Shane Davis guy is mad at me. I'm kind of rooting for his boy to continue to defraud these people and refuse to give them, like, he's Bernie Madoff. He's a crook. He's a thief in that sense. Like, that's kind of cool if he just steals the money and doesn't release anything. If you make comic books and you enjoy comic books and you're old enough to drive a car, it's problematic. It shows that something really traumatic happened in your childhood and has led to Arrested Development. So
okay, it doesn't have to be that deep. Dude.
Let's take a look.
It's like, look, bro, you can't be about Arrested Development and trying to return to your youth when you were fucking living up in a polycule like you were still some fucking teenager or early 20-something with Nick Rekieta and his wife and your wife. You can't do that, bro.
Let's hear what this Sean has to say.
I think you were chasing youth way more a few years ago with the Reketas than anybody who's buying and reading comic books now, bro.
Shane has to say, I'm sorry for getting his name wrong. But so far it's I'm a cuck, which, you know, I mean, I would say was, not is, but
look, once a cuck, always a cuck, bro.
This guy doesn't seem like a big pussy guy, so I don't think he's going to understand.
You think that Chibi Reviews is ever going to not be called a cuck? Bro is going to be called a cuck all day until he dies now. This is going to be the main slander. It's not even slander because it's true, right? Anybody who's ever been cucked, anybody who's ever been cheated on, they say that to Kai Cenat. People still say Kai Cenat is a cuck because it's true. Once a cuck, always a cuck. I'm sorry, Eric.
Definitions.
I don't even hate this nigga like that, but that's true.
And if
you want people not to call you a cuck, you have to keep that shit private. And that was kind of impossible in your situation.
Like a 90s movie villain. Hey, you guys see if you can make sense of it. And this guy's really into like black things.
He is the guy in a 90s movie that is an asshole.
Yeah, suck the cock once, you'll always be a cocksucker. You say that about Destiny. That's what Destiny's son has to go through. Destiny's son, anytime he gets in a fight with some kid at school, that kid can just immediately make fun of him by saying, well, at least my dad isn't a cocksucker. That's actually happened to Destiny's son. Destiny's son, he got fucked with some older kids at his school because his dad is like, all children these days, they grow up on tablets and smartphones. So children from the beginning, it's over for them. They're all terminally online. So of course, kids at his school, older kids at his school know who his dad is. They know who Destiny is. So when the leaks happened and all that material started seeping out into social media, some kids thought it would be funny to just take a video of Destiny sucking dick and just show it to Nathaniel Bonnell. Little Nate, he had to watch his son. No, he had to watch his dad suck dick. He had to see the evidence, the 4K evidence that his dad is a cocksucker. And that's now permanently etched into his mind, right?
And
once a cocksucker, always a cocksucker.
The crowd, but he's only an asshole, so he gets knocked out with one punch and said a one-liner by the hero.
Kids are fucking cruel these days, by the way.
And his note, he gets up and he's like,
so even in this guy's fantasies about me, he's writing a shitty comic book.
I'm sorry, let me back it up. Also, if I was in Nate's shoes, personally, I would wish that you just beat me the fuck up. I would rather just get my ass beat, just have 4 or 5 niggas gang up on me and just stomp me the fuck out than anybody just show me a video of my dad sucking dick. No.
So he gets knocked out with one punch and said a one-liner by the hero. And his note, he gets up and he's like,
so even in this guy's fantasies about me, he's writing a shitty comic book. Like,
this whole fantasy that Shane came up with was very strange.
We need to drill down to the basis of Shane's obsession. There is a traumatic incident in this boy's childhood that hasn't been worked out yet, because every solution to his problem, which in this case is me, which is sad to begin with, is I have to have some kind of John Hughes movie, like punched in the face, and then the hero says a one-liner, and then that's going to make Shane feel better.
Yes, he does have the clap thing, just like Review Tech USA.
Like me when I was 10 years old, and when there was a problem in the movie, I thought maybe Hulk Hogan would come out and help everybody because I was a Hulkamania. Shane is like me when I was 9. So basically he's saying Aaron's the bad guy in a 90s movie who talks a bunch of shit and then gets punched in the face. First of all, let's be very honest, Shane. I could stand right in front of you, make full eye contact, and you wouldn't do a fucking thing. So Shane, you're into...
You know, I would say that Aaron is just being an internet tough guy. But considering that Shane literally got choked out by a FedEx nigga once, I feel like, no, Aaron is actually talking facts. He probably could. I doubt Shane would do a thing.
Drawings.
I doubt Shane could do anything even if he wanted to.
Don't talk tough. It's humiliating. But second of all, he's taking a long time to essentially say, I'm Elias Koteas. That's who I am. I'm the shitty bad guy in a movie who bullies the guy. Boy, Shane has an inferiority complex even in his own fantasies. So
I wish that these dudes, and this is another thing with Mersh, I wish that these motherfuckers would watch, if you're going to keep referencing movies and TV shows, please watch some new shit so you aren't constantly referencing shit from the fucking 90s and 80s. Please.
The guy who's
please update your lexicon, please.
And being snide and shitty the whole movie. But
you don't got to watch Marvel movies or shit like that. I keep saying movies.
He's the dork who's going to finally rise up.
You don't got to keep watching Marvel movies or anything like that. But I don't know. Watch the fucking, what was it? The new Dune. Watch the new Dune movies and quote those.
He's going to George McFly. I'm his Biff Tannen, and he's going to...
Of course he has to reference Back to the Future. Sir Jack, thank you for the $10. I feel sorry for Destiny's son. I hope he gets some help and some real friends like Crash Out. If I were him, both his parents are bad people. Well, I don't know about his mom. His mom she has bad dick selection, which seems to be a common problem with a lot of women these days, especially black women. Just terrible dick selection. And they end up with kids with just shitty niggas who just, they're bad. Even if they are part of their kids' lives, they are part of their kids' lives in any way that's productive, right?
Hey, you... Get your damn hands.
Also, Nate, I wish him the best, but it looks like he's already cooked because he's like a groiper and he hangs out with Nick Fuentes's group and shit like that. And even Nick Fuentes is concerned. Nick Fuentes is like, nah, Destiny's son, Nate really shouldn't be hanging around us. It's probably not good for him to grow up in this sort of environment. So even fucking Nick has the self-awareness to know, nah, Destiny should do a better job with his son. This isn't good.
It's off her.
This isn't how a kid his age should be developing.
You think Shane has like written comic books? You think,
like I said, all kids these days is already over for him because too many of them are terminally online.
Yes,
kids who aren't even double digits already have TikTok accounts and are making TikToks like every day. It's so overdue.
I bet you Shane has like a drawer somewhere that's full of comic books with him as a superhero in different parts of his life where he's beating up the bad guys, whether it's a girl who rejected him, a boss who didn't give him a raise, his parents who didn't let him go to the water park or get the same 10-speed bike the other kids got. There's a drawer somewhere full of that shit. And I'd pay to see it. All right, so I'm Elias Koteas. Continue, Shane.
You broke my nose in the crowd, and you applaud. Like, he is that guy. And John thought I was an asshole when I said that. And I'm like, no.
I want to make it very clear. I don't think this guy's an asshole. I don't. I think he's boring. He's remarkably
Oh, Shane Davis is definitely. Shane is 100%
talented.
an asshole. Shane's an asshole. Malin's an asshole. Katie Didd is an asshole. Oh, everybody in Ethan Van Sciver's inner circle is an asshole. And because those are the only people who can stand this motherfucker. People who are just like him.
He needs me to pump up his shit, but I don't think he's an asshole. I think you have to have, there needs to be a modicum of effectuality.
Shane is fatherless? That explains a lot.
For you to be an asshole. This guy is a meandering boob.
No, John, you'll understand. God did that to him. Like, I can't help that.
God cast me as Elias Koteas in a 90s movie. All right. I will call Joel Schumacher and we'll get... By the way, he has a comic book where this is the plot.
Can't help
I'm
that.
now in one of his comic books. Does he write comics or does he just like go on the internet and whack off other grown men who write?
You know, hold up. EVS is also fatherless. Actually, I read a book recently. I actually had to... This is the first video where I've ever made it. Is it? Hold on. This might actually not be true. I think I read another book for a video before. Anyway, no, was it the first time I ever read a book for a video? I think it was the Made in Canada video. That's I actually had to get educated on some shit before I made that video. But no, the ComicsGate video, the second ComicsGate video, is going to be the first time I ever read some shit. I ever read a book about something. I bought the comic. Let me show you guys the comic real quick. Noah Van Sciver. So this is Noah Van Sciver, you guys. Let me just go ahead and put him on the screen for you guys. This is Noah Van Sciver. He is Ethan Van Sciver's younger brother. Ethan has how many siblings? Hold up, I can actually look it up. Give me a minute. Okay, I got the book. I got a book right here. So this is Noah Van Sciver's. I think it's his youngest sibling. Or was it? Hold on, I can look it up. It's right here in the first page. That's me. That's the sound of me literally flipping through this book okay. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 siblings, and he is the second youngest brother and the second youngest sibling. Ethan is the second oldest. He was the eldest. He was the eldest when Noah was growing up because Jenna, who was the oldest, got married at 18 and moved to Arizona. So Ethan Van Sciver. So here's some lore real quick. Some lore about the Van Sciver family. Is one dirty tree Noah. Okay. So Ethan Van Sciver is... Hold on, I can just put this right here. He grew up in a Mormon family. Hold on. Hold up. Give me a second, guys. I gotta put this... Okay. All right, finally. Holy shit. Why is this so complicated? This has never been this complicated before. All right, now I can do it. Okay, so Ethan Van Sciver. This is the cover of Noah Van Sciver's book. Noah is also a comic pro. He is a cartoonist. He draws and he writes. You would say technically, hey, doesn't Ethan Van Sciver, this is Ethan right here, doesn't EVS also draw and write? Well, he's an illustrator first in a comic, and a writer, like not second, not third, but maybe fourth, right? Like he's not a very good writer. For Noah, writing and art are like, they're intertwined. He's a true cartoonist. Cartoonist that's what mangaka means. When you hear like a manga author get called a mangaka, that is a cartoonist, somebody who draws and writes. So this is his comic, his graphic novel, One Dirty Tree. It is a biographical work by Noah about his life growing up in his family. Now, as you can see, that's his mom. That is Ethan and Noah's mother. What is her name? Candace. That is Candace. In fact, hold up, fuck it. Let me tell you all their names. So this is their mom, Candace. This is Ethan. This is Josiah. This is... No, is that Jonah? Or is that Jonah? No, this is... Holy shit. Damn, I'm lost. Okay, I think this is Josiah. This is Micah. This is Jonah. This is Noah. This is Anna. This is Abby. This is, I think this is Amanda. And this is Hannah. Those are all his siblings, right? Right? And so, as you can see, there's also a dad. His name is Harvey. He is missing because when Ethan was growing up, and Ethan and Noah were growing up, Harvey, who had bipolar disorder and was a bum who didn't really work a lot. He used to be a lawyer, but he made more money working odd jobs like painting and shit. So he stopped being a lawyer and he started doing more odd jobs. If he was a little bit older, like younger, right? He could have been a streamer like Nick Rekieta instead of being a lawyer, which he's not very good at. But anyway, he ended up becoming gradually more of a bum, not working that much. Their house was pretty tragic. It was in pretty bad disrepair. There was mold. There was holes in the ceiling. They had wooden floorboards that were so rotten that they would fucking twist up and leave splinters in their feet that their parents had to pull out. Their father, he was a bum who didn't really work. So their mother, who was a stay-at-home mom, like a proper Mormon wife was, she eventually had to get a job just so they could pay bills and they could eat, right? Ethan here, he lived in the attic with the second oldest, that was Josiah. They lived in an attic together where Ethan did nothing but listen to Depeche Mode and draw comics all day. And he was called a prodigy, right? He was the best artist in the family because their father, Harvey, he did encourage all of his kids to get into art. He wanted to be an artist. He wanted to be a poet. He wanted to write some epic Mormon poem. That didn't pan out though. He never finished it. In fact, this is one of the habits that Harvey ended up passing down to Ethan here, is that he had this habit of starting projects that he never finished. He started this Mormon epic poem, and he never got through with it. He tried to do renovations at the house, start tearing stuff apart in the house, and then halfway he wouldn't finish it. He would just abandon all of these projects. Eventually, he snapped. He was also, because he was bipolar, he had a very small temper, and he would just snap and he would just beat his kids for doing fucking anything, right? Just like making too much noise at night when the power went off or some shit like that. Eventually he snapped and there was like this big episodes and he ended up like leaving the house and he never came back. He went to stay at a friend's house and then he just vanished. He vanished into the ether and he was never heard from again. And that's the story. That is the story of the Van Sciver family. And that's probably a lot of the reason why Ethan Van Sciver is the way he is. Anyway, sorry for that very big detour.
Drawings. Like he is.
Yes, literally Harvey passed down generational laziness to Ethan Van Sciver.
That guy, his voice, his haircut. I mean,
I bothered the shit out of this guy.
This comic, One Dirty Tree, it actually was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it was a good comic. It was better than anything I think that Ethan has written. Not that he's drawn, because I will admit that Ethan Van Sciver is a better artist than his little brother. I really do believe Noah. He's a really good story. I can tell why he got the awards he got.
Bothered this guy. Holy shit, he's getting down to the hair and the voice and what he'd do to me if I was in a 90s movie. And all right.
Just, like he looks like he would put gel and spike his hair. I don't even think.
No. Okay, Bacon's Army. I understand why you have, you're saying cartoonist writes and draws short comedy strips like Garfield and Peanuts. That's true in America. In other countries, right? Let's say cartoonist. Cartoonist is a visual artist who specializes in both drawing and writing cartoons, right? The writer and the artist being the person who does both things, that is what a cartoonist is. In America, we think of cartoonist as just somebody who draws shorts for newspapers or stuff like that, because that's all cartoonists are here. But in other countries, let me show you something. And then we'll get back to Aaron in like one little second. I just want to show you something. Okay, so I put cartoonist here. Okay, and so what happens when I put in Japan? Japanese. Mangaka, right? So cartoonist is that's what mangaka means in Japanese. It means cartoonist. Now, if I go to who's the dude? Cerberus comic, right? Who made that? Canadian cartoonist Dave Sim, right? Because that's what a cartoonist is because in the United States, it's not very common to have a dude who does it all. Have a dude who does the art and he does the writing, who does the pencil and he does the storyboarding or whatever. We don't use cartoonists that frequently, but it definitely is a thing, even though it's rare in the United States.
I think guys do that anymore, but
Guy Fieri, you piece of shit. How fucking dare you, Shane? Shane got bullied by a guy who gels his hair and spikes it, doesn't he? That's, yeah, maybe, you know what? We're starting to get to what
Scott Pilgrim.
Shane Davis
that is the guy who wrote Scott Pilgrim. He is a cartoonist
from childhood. Some guy in the late 90s, spiked hair. That's the guy he's punching in the face right now in his fantasy.
The Ruined Cat, thank you for 5 Canadian. Found your content from the casino. Glad I did. Great content. I listened to all your long form videos. Looking forward to more. Big ups, pimp. Hey, no problem, bro. DB7314, thank you for the 199 pounds. His next crowdfund used tour of public toilets.
Oh my God. Poor Shane got bullied by a guy in school. He had Guy Fieri, like the spiked hair, probably wore a shirt with flames on it. God, these comic book guys it's always.
Scott Pilgrim is really gay. It's gay now. I do think, I don't know. It was back in a time when pseudo anime aesthetic was a really unique thing, so
the guys
I liked it, but then again I did read it when I was still a teenager, so
were bullied by some jock guy, and then they see that guy in some clip or some video, and just all of that energy just starts rushing back into it. Shane, this is, if you want to talk about this, buddy, like whoever that guy was, I promise you he's moved on. He can't hurt you anymore, and I'm not him. All right, I'm here to help whatever this trauma is.
I do. If somebody said without looking at what is his haircut, I'd be like, he spikes his hair.
Yes, he did accidentally.
That
guy did accidentally ruin a generation of women. Yes,
what I think he does.
A crippling dissection.
Just like Tony Soprano accidentally ruined a generation of Italian men.
From Shane Davis.
And Mersh.
Shane, this guy really came after your comic books and your hobbies, and he laid down a lot of truth bombs on you. Hit him back. It's time to really dissect this guy. I bet he does his hair in a way that I don't sexually approve of. What? Yeah, and I bet you he's like an Elias Koteas 90s John Hughes movie. He's Marv from Home Alone. Shane, you're not doing well here, buddy. Do you have anything else? Yeah, cuck. He threw up the Nick Rekieta bat signal in the sky, thinking he's coming to help Shane Davis. Shane, you're not a barely legal blonde drug addict. He ain't coming to help.
He just seems like he's that guy. And I'm not saying that.
It's a comb over, dick. Not spiking my hair. I'm losing it.
It's necessarily a bad thing. It's
you
a
should
combination
give it up.
of things.
Go bald.
But in a movie, he's the
guy.
Go
bald, Aaron. Stop with the bullshit, bro. Stop. I don't understand the comb over. I really don't get it. Because it doesn't look good, bro. Either get yourself a hairpiece, take a flight to Turkey, or just shave it. Just go fucking Jason Statham, bro. Just like let it go.
Guy that gets a broken nose and just bitches and has a Weasley voice. I mean, he seems like
I feel like I have a very masculine timbre to my voice, Shane. Out of all your complete dissections of my character, that cuts the deepest. I've always thought I was a deep voice guy. Weasley voiced. How dare I'm gonna spike my hair and take your lunch money if you're not careful there, bub.
Have a briefcase full of money.
Oh no, I gotta rewind. I'm sorry, I'm making fun of him too much.
You will understand when you reach that age, son. I probably won't, because my dad, I don't know, he's in his late 50s and whatever. No, he's not. Oh, my dad is he older than that? I was born very late, by the way. I was born I'm like almost a decade younger than my second youngest of my siblings, right? So I was born very late. My dad is actually pretty old, and he still has a full head of hair. So, and my granddad too, he was like, his hairline had barely receded by the time he died. So I probably might never get there.
This part was funny to me.
I was kind of blessed. I've been blessed with good hair genetics, so I'll probably never get there.
And just bitches. and has a Weasley voice. He seems like he would have a
Check your mom's dad, not your. I mean, I can't do that. That nigga was dead before I was born. My mom's dad, that nigga was already gone before I got here. So
briefcase full of money that's not his.
Fucking based and awesome. You know, this guy's a piece of shit. He looks like a guy who steals hundreds of thousands of dollars and then absconds with it. Fuck it. So, am I Elias Koteas?
Okay, hold up. Jerb, thank you for $10. You're popping off. First time catching you live. I'd rather not pick on Jersh either.
Money that's not.
Well, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of Josh Moon. I just, I don't want to make fun of him.
His?
Not right now.
Fucking based and awesome.
I got no problem with anybody else making fun of Josh. If you want to make fun of Josh, go right ahead.
You know, this guy's a piece of shit.
I remember when Pod Awful made fun of Josh, and that shit was hilarious, TBH.
He looks like a guy who steals hundreds of thousands of dollars and then absconds with it. Fuck it. So, am I Elias Koteas or am I DB Cooper? I need to know which one I am. And did I get the briefcase full of money before or after your superhero character in your comic book punches me in the face and breaks my nose? I'm looking at this Shane guy. He's kind of got that comic book, middle-aged, slumpy shoulder, the shoulders slant down, like the no-shoulder look.
You can't even look at him. What are you talking about?
Shane,
you can't even see him.
Shane, just looking at you, I don't know if you...
Oh, maybe he has it pulled up and I can't see?
Could reach my face to punch me in my face. I feel like this is me putting one hand on your forehead and you swinging aimlessly at my midsection sort of a thing. But I'm sorry, last one.
Like, I don't know. Everything about this guy. And I'm like... And I felt bad when I noticed it. I'm like, this poor guy, he's the bad guy in a fucking 90s movie, but Nick's fucking the shit out of his wife.
Hey, come on now. We're divorced. And she left him too. It ended up poorly for the both of us, Shane. How dare you? Wait.
That is true. That was a kamikaze. That was a kamikaze feltoning. The M. Holtz Ricada crossover. But neither family came out in one well, I guess Aaron did come out better because his kids didn't get involved and neither of his kids tested positive for cocaine. So he came out looking slightly better. Also, him losing April was probably a plus for his life. Probably not a plus for his viewers, though. He probably... Because I remember he used to be pimping out April for real. There's this one time when he had her on stream in a fucking bikini and shit. he was doing to April what the Quartering wants to do to his female co-host, just have these bikini streams and shit like that.
So in this comic book, I'm losing my wife, but I have a briefcase full of money, and I got punched in the nose in the schoolyard, and everyone was cheering, and my nose got broken. Shane, I'm not trying to edit your work. I'm sure you're brilliant. That seems like you have too many storyline plots going on at once. I would drop one of them. And you
Pod Awful is just an attention whore. That's why Josh won't give him attention. Well, I mean, every E-celeb is an attention whore, really. I'm an attention whore. The Kino Casino is an attention whore. Josh, technically, to a degree, is an attention whore.
Forgot the part where the cokehead in the story lets his...
Josh loves when a lolcow he's talking about starts obsessing with him. He loves that shit. He loves when Ralph goes on rants about him. He loves when fucking Christian or whatever starts talking about him. He loves that shit. NTR Uncle, thank you for $5. The worst part about CG is all of them have kids that rely on them. Shane, EVS, even Zach all have kids with terrible dads. Sad. Well, in Zach's case, he's not really taking care of any of his kids, so I doubt it's really that much of a downgrade for him. They kind of already knew their dad was a bit of a retard and a lolcow in a way. Just always on Odyssey, somewhere, but not with them. Pop9832, thank you for $5 Canadian. Honestly, Null being a bit of a spurt makes him fit to be the farm's eternal rancher. Any normie would have sold out. That is very true. If Josh was more normal, if he wasn't a fucking Florida man, if he wasn't some autistic, terminally online Florida man, Kiwi Farms probably would have went down ages ago.
Kid get into cocaine. You forgot that part of it. But hey, Shane, you might drop.
Was this ever about comics? Back in 2016 or 2018, yeah.
Be a super chat. I get yourself a little bit of...
Like back in Trump's first term, yeah, it was still about comics.
That super chat money, my man. So that guy, that was his first one. I got a couple of clips of him today. His second one, and I'm going to speed this up because as you heard in that clip, this guy takes an hour and a half to make a point. So I'm going to put him on 1.5. He doesn't start with a very masculine voice to begin with, so we'll be fine. It's, by the way, another guy with a lot of that projection. He's got a weaselly voice, and he's a piece of shit. It's like, Sean.
No, he doesn't. Look, you can say a lot of things about the toe. He does not have a Weasley voice. He doesn't.
Shane, fuck. You've got a little bit of a Weasley voice, son. I'm sorry to tell you. So now Shane has a new conspiracy theory. All these people are making fun.
Like, I would never say something like that about Review Tech USA. I call him fat. I call him a shitty father. I call him a grifter. I call him a retard. I call him all this shit. I would never say that Rich has a bad voice. He doesn't.
One of his dad, Ethan Van Sciver.
It's like his best asset is his voice.
All of these people are saying he's a fraud.
Rich's greatest mistake was ever doing a face reveal. He should have never, ever, ever, ever revealed his face. We should not know what Review Tech USA looks like. That was such a fucking mistake.
Doesn't produce the books.
Rich's, see, here's the bad timeline. The bad timeline for Review Tech USA, it wasn't going off on Jay. It wasn't trying to rip off Big Cheese. It was him doing the face reveal. Had he never, ever done the face reveal, he would have been fine. He'd probably be a millionaire by now.
And everything else. Now, these guys have such a... Like, Eric July is to them what Aaron is to, like, Carl and Patrick and all these other people. He's the boogeyman. He's the boogeyman, and while he's just going...
No, Rich didn't start too early to know about that. People who started early knew that you don't fucking, like, you don't just, like, share all your business to the internet. People these days, despite there being way more consequences for showing your face compared to how it was back in the day, they, like, everybody is so free to show everything. They show their face. They show their family. They give their government name and their fucking location and shit. Like I said, there are kids who are single-digit age who are already on social media, making fucking Twitter, TikToks and whatnot, fucking arguing with somebody on Twitter. This nigga tells me, like, you're still a minor. What the fuck? Why are you arguing with other niggas on the internet? Nigga, go to bed. Ain't it your bedtime? Right? So they don't know.
Going along,
but Rich should have not.
Doing his own thing, doing his show, has his community outside of those people, and just seems to be trudging along just like me. To this Shane and Ethan and these other guys, he is the devil. He is behind everything bad. I mean, it is beat for beat. Patrick and Carl with me is these guys with this Eric July. They can't stand that this guy is just seemingly doing fine, just kind of fucking off and doing his thing. They can't handle it. So anything bad that happens with them didn't actually happen. It was actually all this Eric July guy's fault. So the quartering of all people is dunking on this Shane and these comic book guys for being dorks. Now, when the guy who got kicked out of a Magic the Gathering league thinks you're a gay dork, it's time to self-evaluate, dude. But he doesn't see that. He sees Eric July.
Quartering. He doesn't know. Aaron doesn't know that quartering was one time. He was part of the clique. Well, he wasn't part of the clique. He tried to become part of the clique. And that bridge has been burnt. The bridge with Friday Night Tights has also been burnt. Ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy how one of the first steps somebody does as they start gradually evolving more and more into a lolcow is they just start burning all of their bridges. They do it themselves. None of these people have burnt these bridges with them. Ethan Van Sciver, he's the dude who put up the GoFundMe. Or was it the GoFundMe? Or was it? He's the one who put up the crowdfund for the Quartering's legal fund after that nigga in a dress punched him at the bar, allegedly. Right? Like, they were cool.
He's paying off the Quartering. Now, the Quartering is many things. But you accusing him of being an intelligent businessman is the most offensive thing you've said all day. Because as we know, the Quartering gobbles that right-wing goy-slop dick absolutely free of charge.
Wow.
And he's doing a mitzvah for his people. But this is Shane seeing Eric July behind me. So apparently Eric July is behind everything I'm doing. And the Quartering.
This is very excellent ball knowledge, acknowledging that the Quartering is a shitty businessman. Although it doesn't take a genius. Again, if Aaron M. Holt can figure out this shit, you guys can too. DB7314, thank you for another 199 pounds. Helping you earn more than Trash Cast. Keep it up.
And again, the thing I'm most offended about is that he's associating the Quartering and I.
Anyways, the Quartering, and this is anti-CG over here, the clips.
Anti-CG. CG is ComicsGate. That's their thing is ComicsGate. It's anti-CG. Ugh.
Geeky Borders will probably hit me up on this.
Quartering blocking Prime Jeremy is so funny. Oh yes, Jeremy the Lesser. That's what you have to call it. Jeremy the Lesser got super ass blasted about Jeremy the Greater again, and he blocked him. Hey bro, nobody told you to fucking look at porn on your Twitter timeline. That's you. That's your fault. You should have made a separate account for that shit. You know how the algorithm, I guess he didn't know how it works. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. ComicsGate loves their e-girls. Mandy Summers went after EVS's colorist, Kyle Ritter, and she's still welcome in ComicsGate and on all of the CG shows. Well, I remember back when War Campaign was still cool with EVS, they went after Kyle Ritter over some shit, and he was cool with that too. So I'm not surprised. I really don't understand why they keep Mandy around, be honest.
The only people to blame for the death of ComicsGate are the
Maybe she's throwing around some ass, but is it even worth it?
creators.
At least Katie did. At least she's the clipper. You got to have one clipper, one friendly clipper in the community. Mandy, I don't get it. Why is she around?
Oh, he won't play. He's not going to play.
You see, they got rid of Rennie though. They got rid of Rennie, but then they kept fucking Mandy. Like, why?
Play the Ethan Van Sciver clip of him saying. So,
a lot of you guys don't even know who Mandy Summers is because I didn't fucking put her in the documentary. You'll see. She's gonna be in the new one. Sneeberger Syndrome, thank you for the £2. EVS taking L's from the toe has been a great arc.
This guy tweeted 257-hour streams about Eric July. 3 years of time. Oh, wow.
Mandy has all the D pics. You know, that's probably true. She probably does have some sort of blackmail. Some of these retards, some of these thirsty gooner motherfuckers in ComicsGate probably have sent her some dick pics and some shit, and she's just holding them hostage. Like, they have to help her push her crowdfunded comics or else she's gonna leak all the DMs and shit.
257-hour streams over 3 years' time. Ethan Van Sciver might be sadder than Patrick Melton. And that's hard to do.
The only people
no, I would not agree.
the blame for the
I
death
don't agree with that at all.
of ComicsGate are the creators.
It's crazy that you agree with that. You should know that Patrick Melton is worse than EVS.
Whoever Mushi Moan, whoever that was right years ago when he pointed out the moment you monetize a hashtag is the end of the movement. I don't know why Jeremy's wanting to death and movement. I mean, this is
because he's a dork and he's into dork shit, and even dork guys are telling you that you dorks have gone too far with the dorkiness, and now you're dead dorks. Like, I'm not a guy who's into your gay shit. I just saw that you guys were all fighting each other about comic books on some illicit clips thing, and I just wanted to point out to the rest of the world that you guys are all lame as fuck. You got upset.
Again, we have to thank Alyssa Clips. Excellent clip game lately. You have definitely been helping put ComicsGate on blast. Excellent clip selection. Opinionated Junkie returns. Thank you for the $2. DC might have been justified. Oh, what do you mean might have been? They were 100% justified in firing EVS.
Not mad. You started Spurgeon.
Technically, they didn't fire him. His contract just expired and they didn't renew it. But same difference.
Out about it.
They didn't want him around.
So now we're making fun of you more. And the quartering is basically saying that's all you guys do now. Your movement is dead because all you guys do is you're people who don't make comic books bitching about people who make comic books while swearing you're going to get around to the making the comic books thing. I mean, I hate to say it, but rare quartering W.
A very crafted, thing. But, like, why is Jeremy wanting to go out here and do this? Like, I mean, who paid him? By the way,
who paid him? He's going to be at Whipple throwing dildos at SUVs pretty soon. I mean,
imagine thinking. I mean, I technically am making money. I actually have been making money, making fun of ComicsGate in the past few streams, right? But imagine thinking somebody needs money to not like CG or Ethan Van Sciver. Imagine thinking that there's some fucking anti-EVS industrial complex that's funded by Eric July or whatever to fucking go at Shane and John Malin and Ethan Van Sciver, Katie did, Mandy, all these people, whatever.
And this Jeremy, he's being funded to say
the arrogance of these motherfuckers.
That an internet community that no one's ever heard of is dead.
We'll see Half-Life 3 before EVS finishes anything.
Who's paying him? Wait,
we actually might.
Is he under the thumb of Big Comic? Is Marvel out to destroy it?
I don't give a fuck about Jeremy. He's a kind of a weird guy, but he was on Jack Show once, and we were on there, and he kept trying to really push Ben Shapiro shit. And John was like, "Yeah, the superhero movie by Ben Shapiro looks bad." And
he loves Jews. He loves Jews and he loves Israel, and he slobs that Zionist knob for free, dude. If you know anything about Jeremy, he doesn't make a dime. He just does it for love of the game.
He was going off about the Gina Carano movie and this, and it all went back to the.
What's he got against? You've said this a couple times now. Now, look, here's the thing. I don't know a whole lot. Well, I do know, but I don't believe that quartering is actually that big of a Zionist. Sure, maybe he does simp for Israel or Ben Shapiro or whatever. I've never seen any evidence that he's that big of a Zionist, so I don't understand why Aaron keeps bringing this up specifically.
The Daily Wire shit. And I eventually, so I could go.
When did the toe become an anti-Semite? That's what I'm trying to see.
Jack Show. I go, how much are they paying?
I understand not liking Israel, but when did that become, like, I don't know, part of your show?
Are they?
Maybe he should Candace Owens Max.
Paying you more than a villain in a 90s movie?
He just kind of looked weird and changed the subject. And I was like, huh. And I was like, this guy's for sale. I mean,
by the way, guys like Shane are these guys that retell stories in a way that they didn't happen, but like he wants to believe they happened that way?
That's what they all do.
This guy.
Everybody in ComicsGate does that.
You can buy. I don't know how much.
Dick and Vito do that.
Much.
You can't.
This guy's for sale.
No, you can't. I'm going to give Quartering that credit.
Of the juice.
By the way, I'm not pausing. That, and I'm on 1.5 speed. This guy pauses that much.
My anger for the juice. He's a guy that's like OCD clipping everything. Ryan, anti-CG, again, probably on payroll. A lot of this is not organic.
Everybody
like, out of the blue, the Quartering's gonna come up.
It's not organic. It's not, or a lot of this hate about ComicsGate, it's not organic, bro. It's been growing for years.
With this take, that
I was shocked. How many views my ComicsGate video initially started getting. That shit is like, hold on, let me see. What's my most popular videos again? And it's still my third most popular video, and I never understood it. I never understood why, but there are a lot of people who fucking hate this shit, dude. Like, for real. Trying to say it's inorganic. Like, there's some conspiracy theory.
Lines up with Eric July on this day, dropping 3 books.
Bro, if 2 people who don't know each other, and then a third person who doesn't know you guys, and another person who doesn't know you guys, think you're a little insane and psychotic about your obsession with the black man who makes the comic book drawings, you guys might just be delusional psychopaths who are a little overly obsessed with the black guy because he's doing better than you. For this Shane, he's got 2 roads he can choose. He can choose, and I'm going to propose a third one. He can either go down the, oh, wow, we fucking suck, and all these people are right. It's like the Dabbleverse. Once you get outside their bubble, everyone thinks you're insane. Or they're all on Eric July's payroll, and Eric July is throwing good money at YouTube.
You know, here's probably what it was with that video, because you just said, Broken M, algorithm pushes it. What it was is that they probably, because there's a ComicsGate community, there's all these pro ComicsGate videos and shit like that, especially back when I posted it in like late 2024. So the algorithm probably thought that it was just another pro ComicsGate, one of the many pro ComicsGate videos that just circulate like mad in this community. So it got put out, right? So first you got the pro CG people who watch it and they're like, wait, this isn't pro ComicsGate. And then you got the anti-CG people who watch it and they're like, oh, this isn't pro ComicsGate. And then you got like the normies, the people who don't know anything about CG, they watched it and they're like, what the fuck is ComicsGate? And it just went on from there. So yeah, that's probably what happened. Just some algorithmic shenanigans going on. Opinionated Junkie returns. Thank you for $5. EVS barged into ComicsGate and turned it into blood sports. The OG people have nothing to do with it. Comic Book Hut called it out first.
Creators to have them make
Comic Book Hut is he's a savant. He was a prophet. He was an oracle, and people should have listened to him. Schnitzel Rada, thank you for $2. Kanye was ahead of his time with the Israel hate. Kanye's always ahead of his time. Kanye lives in the future, I'm telling you. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. I still find it funny that both Review Tech and EVS reacted to your quartering expose on stream, and both refused to react to your videos on them. Hey, that's a mark of quality, really. The people who I talk shit about, they won't watch the shit I say about them. They'll still watch the other videos because they're just that high of quality. DB, thank you for the 199 pounds. Will you be covering Degenerate, your boys? Of course. It would be impossible for me to make a follow-up to my original ComicsGate video without bringing up Richard C. Meyer. It would actually be impossible.
Tweets. Or option 3, you're a gay dork and just put down the comic books. I'd go with 3.
At the same time. You get what I'm saying? Like on this day, the quartering has this historic take. And when people are like, oh, we need to act professional and get along, and Eric July's going to do that.
Oh, by the way, here is. I read the video. I read the book, the comic, by Ethan's younger brother, Noah Van Sciver, to, learn some little bit of lore about Ethan Van Sciver's life. I did the same thing with Richard C. Meyer. I read his book, his military memoir, 4 in the Corps, from boot camp to Baghdad, one grunt's enlistment, right? And hold on, which of them is him? That's him right there. That's your boy, back when he was serving the country. We thank you for your service, Zachary. This book was pretty boring, I'm not gonna lie. I expected way more. It was a very boring by the numbers military memoir type book that people have written since military memoirs have been a thing. Very unremarkable. But I learned a couple things from it that'll probably be in the doc. So
do know this guy is asking Yellow Flash, the quartering Melanie Mac, hiring, and you've seen as much as him hiring, like, what's her name? Like his hype woman. What the fuck was her name? What is that woman's name? The geeky looking girl that her boyfriend reads comics. What the fuck was her name? Anyways, Eric will go hire.
Good reference. I mean, don't even try to figure out who it was.
People to talk his shit up. Well, that's fine. But it's like, there's just no way that quartering's like, today's the day that I try to remind people.
It's all a conspiracy.
That, it's a dead movement.
Oh, Jim Turner, I see that you were telling me to read that book. Okay.
Because, Eric July is...
So there you go. I mean, the rest of it's him just repeating himself for the next 3.5 minutes. That was 3 minutes on 1.5 speed. Holy shit, is that...
Yeah, 300-page book about how he joined the Marines because he fought some guy in a parking lot.
That guy a slog.
He got arrested 3 times for that one fight. It's crazy.
So that's Shane. He's convinced that Eric July is paying all of us. And I look, I can't speak for Jim.
I wish that he was. I wish. Please, Eric July. Pay me to release the ComicsGate. I wasn't even planning on releasing the second ComicsGate video that soon. But shit, if you throw some big ones in the you throw a big dono in right now, Eric July, I might release it early. I might release it this month.
I got to do a little bragging today. Did you know?
Nah, I'm just playing. I'm not going to change the release schedule for a video just because somebody gives me a super.
Oh, that in just 2 clips, 2 or 3 clips, it might have been 3 clips. I'm not sure. We broke this Shane Davis guy from ComicsGate. We crushed him. And apparently we've run off EVS and we've killed Trashcast. A win for the toe. Like, no, guys, I didn't even try. This is like triggering the Dabbleverse. You just poke these people and they turn to dust. Holy shit. I think
it was all him. He did it. He's the man. He's the guy who's been going at EVS, who's been going at ComicsGate, who's been revealing the grifts. He put in the work. He put in just a few streams, just a couple minutes, within less than an hour worth of content. He destroyed Ethan Van Sciver's whole empire. Eric July, who? Ripoff verse, who? Raptor Jesus, what? Wiggle, who? Who the fuck are those guys? It was all the toe.
From radio and having a life
he carried the team on his back.
Outside of the internet.
MVP.
I think I'm
one-man army.
I'm able to go, tiddly do. This was fun. We just made a little joke. And I think these other people live for this stuff and they go, nah, I fucking hate you. And they get all insecure and worried.
Hold on, give me a second, guys. Okay, had to do some shit. The AC. All right.
Like Melton and Carl and now this Ethan Van Sciver. All these people that I've defeated, all these people that I've driven nuts. I claim a new head today. I got to start keeping like model heads across this sign here because everybody in Illicit Clips chat is saying another win for the toe after she posted this clip. Apparently, Ethan Van Sciver has had it.
That's very ironic.
Being made fun.
That's very tongue-in-cheek, Aaron.
Of for doing his little Trashcast show.
When we say another one for the toe, like we aren't, come on, bro.
Oh, where he makes fun of the black comic book guy. The black comic book guy defeated this Ethan Van Sciver without firing a shot. He kind of defeated them the way Steel Toe defeated the Dabbleverse. He just stood there, let everyone see how retarded all.
You know, that actually is true. This actually is true about Aaron. Aaron really did, I guess, like, for lack of a better term, he really did defeat the Dabbleverse. Just by, like, existing. Like, they were obsessed with this dude. They were trying to destroy him. trying to fucking send him to the Shadow Realm. And just like a stoic statue, he just stood there, and then they evaporated because they're all lolcows and they're retarded.
All these people are.
When your enemies are retarded, you really don't have to do much. They'll kill themselves. They're like lemmings jumping off of cliffs.
About his business and did his show. Ethan Van Sciver yesterday, he does this gay thing where he just draws cartoons. Can't be bothered to release any of them. Can't be bothered to release the books. This is the guy that took all that money from his fans, and they're now asking him for refunds because he's like 5 years late with the comic books. But he can sit here and do doodles on a desk with his phone filming it, streaming.
Is he? No, he is like 5 years late with Rainbow to Brew.
For people. Is a retarded donkey biting a lady, and the lady turns trans, and then, I don't know, will probably turn into a gay unicorn too. I don't know. I mean, to do this at an advanced age, this is like an uncle touching. This is some kind of damn thing where you're still locked in this.
Whoa, uncle touching. What?
Especially if you're just doing it for fun. It's odd. It's strange. So this is him saying that he's going to stop doing his show now. Apparently, he's losing money. He talked earlier about how he can't afford to give people refunds. He's losing viewership. I mean, it's all just collapsing on him. And what's weird about this is all of these dorks picked the fight with the black guy who makes the comics. Novel concept. People give the black guy money. The black guy makes comic books. So he automatically wins over these people who don't make shit. And they've just been hounding this black guy and hounding this black guy. And what's the black guy been doing? Just like Steel Toe, doing his own thing, making his own money, having his own community away from all these crazy people. The parallels.
I don't know about the making your own money part.
Here are remarkable. Steel Toe and Eric July defeating them all. Another win for the
We see how many goals you be missing, Aaron. You don't have to run game on us like
Toe
that.
and the bro. So this Van Sciver says, well, I'm just not going to do my show anymore because I just don't like doing it. And it's just stupid. And I'm just going to make drawings of unicorns now. He's sixth grade girl Lisa Frank maxing. He's drawing.
Wait, what? Hey, hell, what's up? What's up, Yellow Flash?
Unicorns now. He's sixth grade girl Lisa Frank maxing. He's drawing unicorns now as a cope. Let's go ahead and watch this. I know a lot of you
Lisa Frank maxing.
You don't follow this stuff, so I'm going to try to make this as short and sweet as I possibly can. It's a win for the toe.
It's crazy how much incels and incel forums and 4chan have influenced like actual speech. People, regular human beings say, well, Aaron isn't a regular. Aaron is not a regular human being, but regular people are saying words like maxing and Chad and shit like that. And that's this shit. That shit you had to go on 4chan or some incel forum or someplace like Something Awful or places like that to hear it.
Oh, and a win for the bro, Eric July. Fucking undefeated over here. Can't stop, won't stop. Let's watch Ethan Van Sciver.
Yo, what the fuck? Yellow Flash with the $99.99. Now you just made more than a 6-hour trash cast. Hey, bro, big ups. Big ups, brother.
Crying to his unicorn notebook.
J Bomber says, I think detracting Eric at this point is dead. I'm bored of it. I really am. I tried to do it last night. I think Shane's Heart was in it, but I just...
Jester Maxing is actually my favorite one.
I can't stand
Shane's Heart wasn't in it. Shane's seething over the toe. The toe gave Shane a proper spanking. Sean deleted his shit talking about the show, like he should have.
Wait, he deleted it? He really deleted? Bro, that's so embarrassing.
That's right, boy.
That's so embarrassing, bro. How you gonna get pressed? How you gonna get pressed by Aaron M. Holte? Steel Toe really gave that motherfucker the boot.
Take my name out of your fucking mouth, boy, or I'll treat you like the FedEx driver did.
Oh no, Shane. Oh, he made you his son.
Boy.
He went hard. He went into pay. We're gonna have to give it. This is a non-ironic chalk one up for the toe. We're gonna give one for the toe right here. Burnt Tum Brage, thank you for $1.99. I'd like to know the state of EVS's marriage. I don't know, probably as bad or slightly better than the Quartering's marriage, probably.
My fucking name out of your mouth. Smartest thing you ever did, son. It was
oh, he really called him son.
Humiliating, though. Like, I completely smacked the shit out of the essence of what he did, and he went, I hate you. You're a cock and Nick. It's kind of gay. And then he like fantasized about me and black dudes. These guys all have black cock on the brain. It's really, really strange. It's something they should see somebody for. But let's go ahead and listen to Ethan Van.
That's what happens when you obsess about a black dude for like 2 years, 3 years.
Skyver
It starts doing things to your brain.
Basically, surrender his sword to the toe and the bro.
His videos, and there's so many of them, and I always intend.
I got it on 1.25 because this guy's just such a fucking caterpillar.
I'm glad he did that because that means that now we can listen to EVS at the appropriate speed that you're supposed to be listening to him.
Crawl bore.
To watch them all and comment, but I mean, it's just mind-numbing. But yeah, it just was not fun. So yeah, I'm excited about moving forward.
EVS, you missed. You could put one more little curly thing on the unicorn horn.
John Apocalypse, thank you for the £2. Boomer begun as a Twitter meme with Monster Ultra.
There on the
I remember the meme. I remember the meme you're talking.
The little narwhal thing that he's got. You can, and I don't mean to criticize your drawings. Lord knows they take you a long time.
Oh, he draws all the time now. EVS. He loves to draw. This is the only thing. Like it's the only thing he's consistent. Oh, he's drawing right now. He's drawing right now.
Thank you. Thanks for $2.
See, he's drawing right. This is what he's got to do now. He has to draw. He has to actually do his job. Congratulations, EVS.
Put on some music that you like.
Actually putting in work.
And just draw.
He might actually get out some comics this year. Thank you, Ripoffverse. Thank you, Ripoffverse, for ruining the trash cast and making EVS actually have to draw for a living. Actually do the job that he's been doing since he was in his 20s, being a professional artist. Thank you, Ripoffverse.
I hear 5
You put that nigga to work.
6 years. Those look more like
you turned him into a blue-collar worker again.
Narwhal horns than unicorn horns, but it's your Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper. I'm going to let you make the decision.
Now he has to put the comics in the bag.
Also, this guy's like, I'm bored of it. I'm bored of the Eric July stuff. It's like, bitch, this is the fight you picked. You're sitting there going, well, the fight I picked is boring. I'm not going to do it. You lost a fight you picked. You threw all of your punches at a guy, didn't land once. He never threw anything back at you, and now you're laying down in the middle of the ring for the 10 count. This is unbelievable. And all it took to end you was the toe coming in at the last minute to finish off Trashcast and finish off ComicsGate. I've got their head up on my wall.
She wants to do comic.
He really is, bro. He really is like America in World War I, showing up at the final hour of the war. And we did put in work, but to actually say, to stand there with the French and the British in them and be like, yeah, we did it. We're the world. We're the champions of the world. We just won the world war. And it's like, you just got here, bro. Do you even have 200? What are the casualty rates? What's the casualty rates for the United States? Okay, let's see. Casualty rates, World War I by country. Let's see. Or 15 to 22 million. Let's see. Serbia lost 24% of its population. Holy shit. Okay, France, they lost like 1.35 to 1.5 million. Germany, 1.2 to over 2 million. Austria-Hungary, 1.5 million. Russia, 2 million. Ottoman Empire, around over 700,000. Italy, over 600,000. United Kingdom, a little bit under 1 million. United States, barely over 100,000. But look, man, hey, we were there. We were there. We were there for 5 minutes, but we were on the winning team. It's like technically Italy is like 2-0. Technically, Italy is 2-0 on World Wars because in World War II, in the last minute, they killed Mussolini themselves and they switched to the Allied side. So technically, they won. So technically, Italy is like 2-0. They won. They beat the Nazis. Italy beat the Nazis in World War II, guys. Technically, they did.
Jeremy. But Shane, I will tell you, I'm just doing it.
This is the wrong video.
ComicsGate Live tonight. I think tonight is going to be the first night of ComicsGate Live, the return of ComicsGate Live.
Did he do it?
And let's get back to business. This is where my heart is. I'm happiest doing this, guys. Can I just be honest with you?
Could you be happy releasing it, maybe? I mean, your heart is... So your heart, much like a 6th grade girl, is into drawing doodles of unicorns, and the unicorn bites people. I would like to let a shrink get a hold of these drawings and just like a Rorschach test, tell us what it says about the 60-year-old man who drew them. But do you think you could maybe commercialize these and release them? Like, just give some color to those. Send them out to people who donated you money and said, hey.
He's getting there, man. He's figuring it out.
Here's my unicorn.
He's slowly but surely, he's remembering, he's recalling how to make comics again. The Ruined Cat, thank you for 2 Canadian. CG's just sour grapes. It's not that deep, in my opinion. Chuck Flea, thank you for $5. Not an SJW leftist, but EVS is racist. It's obvious. How dare a black man have initial success? He's like mundane Matt using right wing to project his belief. I think that he's racist, but just towards Eric July specifically.
Comic, I promised you. I mean, this is what 6th grade girls do when their first crush tells them they're going to the middle school dance with somebody else. They doodle unicorns in their room for an hour.
Trash Cast was fun for a while, but I think it's Jay Vomit might be right for once in his life.
You know what he's going to be like? What EVS is going to, and this is his own fault. Ethan Van Sciver's fate is probably going to be the fate of Jack Kirby in his later years, where even though he was one of the most, probably by the time Jack Kirby in his golden years, he probably was the most prominent American cartoonist / comic book writer / comic book author ever. And he still was working himself to death in his studio, in his basement or whatever, because that's what he had to do to pay his bills. Not because he was just so passionate, but because that's what he has to do. And that's probably going to be Ethan Van Sciver's future. Ethan Van Sciver's future is going to be having to draw until he dies, because he wasted the gravy train. The gravy train that should have set him up for life, that should have given his children generational wealth. He kind of screwed the pooch on that. So now he's just going to have to, he's going to have to mangaka max. He's going to be like the Japanese mangaka who worked themselves to the brink of death, and then they retire at 57, and then they die right before they hit 60. That's going to be EVS, tragically.
Yeah, I think we're just past it, guys.
Yeah, we're past it.
I think he's like...
Guys, I know we've tried to bully a black comic book guy for no other reason than probably race. For the better part of like 4 or 5 years or whatever it is.
Jack Kirby in the 1970s was creating about 120 pages of comics. Okay, well, look, I didn't mean he's going to be like productive as Jack Kirby was, because that's probably impossible for anybody who's not a Japanese artist these days. Only Japanese artists work as hard as somebody like Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby was actually insane.
I mean, Nick would whine about this fucking...
Japanese manga artists are insane too. Like, it's crazy. Putting out 20 to 30 pages a week, plus the occasional color spread, plus all the other shit, plus they're also the writer. I don't understand how those guys don't die more often.
Black guy back when I met him in like 2023. So it's been at least 3 years now that you guys like all ganged up. Like everybody attacked this black guy because he does comic books and you guys can't. And now he's won and you're going, oh, I'm just tired of it. I just don't. People do that. They cope with Steel Toe like that all the time. We're not going to talk about Steel Toe anymore. It's boring. It's boring. Well, Steel Toe never fought back. Steel Toe poked once in a while, made some funny jokes about, I'm funnier than you. That's fine. I'm not going to punish you for that. But like you went all out and you're like, we're going to destroy this guy. I'm their Eric July. You couldn't destroy me. You couldn't do it. I destroyed myself more than you could destroy me. And I still bounced back.
See, this is why he is a lolcow. But Aaron isn't a full-on lolcow. He's like in that uncanny valley. But because he has he has the one trait that you need to keep yourself from being a full-on lolcow. He has self-awareness. He knows that he's retarded. He knows that what he did with the Bricadas was the worst. He knows how fucking bad that looked. He has the self-awareness to recognize that. And that's the only thing that keeps him from completely being like irredeemable. Well, I don't know if I really don't know if Nick Rekieta, even if he did gain or regain self-awareness, if he could redeem himself. Your daughter testing positive for cocaine is kind of like, I don't know, that's kind of goddamn unsalvageable. That's about almost as unsalvageable as you can be without murdering a child or molesting one. Like, that's like a degree separated from that. But he has the self-awareness that keeps him in that little gray lolcow zone.
Because I'm the king.
And that's why he can talk down to people like Ethan Van Sciver and Shane.
And now this Eric July thing, it's the same shit. These guys lost, so to save face and cope, they're like, well, we're just going to do less because it's boring. Oh, no, he's boring. He's boring. No, you're taking a big...
The Jujutsu Kaisen mangaka likes to pretend to be a little girl on Twitter. Well, that's just what Japanese artists like to do.
Stinky L. Dude, you're drawing depression unicorns, and they're biting the main character.
Japanese Libertad, thank you for $5. Another thing about Sapita Bronson, he's only active on Facebook because he was bullied on every other platform, and Facebook boomers fall for his AI slop.
What's in your head?
It's a dead meme.
It's a dead meme.
So we might declare Trash Cast officially done, unless there's reason to come back.
The toe killed Trash Cast. Look,
we're gonna have to chill out with the applause button. But
look,
don't forget you're in the gray zone of lolcow. You can be taken all the way there.
Just like the Soviet Union in World War II, Eric July did most of the fighting and killing.
Okay, see, so I hadn't even watched this far. He's making the analogy himself. This is what I'm talking about with the self-awareness.
But I was definitely Patton or Eisenhower meeting him at the Elba River for the victory celebration.
Oh, he's talking about World War II. Never mind. See, I hate it when people say, here's what I hate it. I hate when tankies are like, well, actually, it was the Soviet, it was the Red Army who did most of the fighting in World War II. That's not even remotely true. They just say that because the Soviets had a way higher body count because they're retarded and they don't know how to fight, right? And a lot of them ended up dying because fucking Germans got all the way up to the gates. They almost won. It was really like by the skin of their teeth. Americans, meanwhile, the United States, we helped the British liberate Africa, help liberate France, help liberate everything east of Germany, right? West of Germany, I mean, right? Plus, the Pacific War, that was basically all us. Everything outside of like Burma and China was completely just America doing shit, right? It was basically us who took down Japan alone. So we were fighting like 3 countries across the planet, like, and we were the ones who were supplying everyone. We were the ones who were supplying the Soviets, we were supplying the British, we were supplying ourselves, we were supplying the Chinese, we were supplying the Filipinos. We were doing all of that, plus we were fighting everywhere and funding everything. So to actually just say that the Soviets did most of the fighting because they were fighting in one theater against one enemy and they just had a high body count. Nah, fuck that, nigga. That was I say that we're even. I say it's pretty even who contributed the most. I would actually almost argue that the British, just for holding on as long as they did, right? Not letting themselves be conquered, not being run all the way out of out of Africa and shit. I feel like they deserve some props too, personally. This whole that the Soviets, the Red Army did everything. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that.
Toe and the bro defeating Trash Cast. And all I did was say, I watched a couple of Elissa clips and I just goofed on it a little. And then you and your minions got your diapers all wet over it. So I thought, this is fun.
Russia's weather won them most of their wars. That is very true. It's like 3 times. Literally, okay, it's been more than that. But 3 major wars. There was the Great Northern War with the Swedish. Charles XII. I legitimately believe Charles XII of Sweden, he would have conquered Russia had it not been for the fact that the worst winter in documented European history up until that point happened just as he was marching into Russia. I feel like he would have conquered it. Napoleon also very, very, very close to conquering Russia, except for the weather. And the same thing for Hitler. They went 3, and it didn't even save them in World War I, right? General Russia didn't come to save them, and suddenly they fail, right? If they can't use it, they can't use it against the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians, they're used to the winter there too. Yeah, I'm sorry. I get very passionate whenever about shit like this.
Fun. I'll continue. I didn't think that within a week you guys would be folding up shop. That was not my intention.
There's no reason.
You see, Patrick and Carl, you guys tried to get me to fold up shop. You don't come close. You didn't come close. You do it like I do it. Do what you always do. Follow me.
Weather didn't stop the Mongols. Oh yeah, look, Russian winter don't do nothing to steppe niggas for real. There's a reason why they ran Russia forever.
All you got to do.
It literally took the inventions of guns. It took the Russians having access to artillery and aquabuses for them to finally get rid of the Mongols.
Do is just have fun and wander aimlessly, find a soft target.
Well, not the Mongols, but you guys know what I'm talking
like you guys, and they'll just collapse on their own.
Just sort of say
Mongolia is a hellhole. Mongolia is the Mexico of East Asia.
It's completely over, but as a regular thing, like, there has to be a reason for it. I think that's just going to be the regular thing now.
They all run from the toe.
And we'll see.
Imagine.
So, we can still, discuss.
Killed by a cuck. How does it feel, boys? How does it feel? Killed by a cuck. Oh, it's got to sting.
Matters about people like Yellow Flash and
Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash didn't do shit. Yellow Flash just provided air bombardment. I'm the madman who brought it all I was tunneling under the walls.
We're calling.
Oh, come on, brother.
The show trash.
Come on now.
But the good thing is that if it's called, it's so weird. Like if it's called ComicsGate Live instead of Trashcast, John Malin will show up. Other people will show up and be on the show. And if we want to talk about, Eric's REUPLOAD stuff, Zero stuff, they will. John will participate.
You know why you'll be able to talk about Eric July's stuff, Ethan? Is because it will actually come out.
ComicsGate probably is. The reason why we all say ComicsGate is on its last legs is because Ethan Van Sciver isn't doing well. And the problem about having your movement just being so dependent, the problem with it being a cult of personality is that similar to Nazi Germany, since we're talking about World War II, similar to Nazi Germany, when the top guy is gone, that's GG's. When the top guy is out of the picture, when he's not doing good, that means that the rest of you guys aren't doing good. John Malin, Shane Davis, none of these motherfuckers, none of them are going to weather the storm after EVS, like once he's out of the picture or once he's no longer able to pull in the views or the donos or the crowdfunding bucks like he used to. They're all cooked.
Timothy with $1 says, you don't even have that many people watching you talk about this. I triggered the shit out of you, though, didn't I, kid? Keep watching, Tim.
For some reason, it has to be on.
Dude, I'm getting them all. I'm just getting them all, and it's effortless. And I think this was all done on the B show, was it? Now, this is our B show. This is our nothing show. This is our nighttime show. I don't even
B show.
think we gave them premiere, prime time.
They can't even get prime time. They aren't even good enough to deserve the prime time of the toe.
Steel Toe morning show time. I think we did this as a side project.
Labeled show. I mean, there just comes a point where, because the regular show is trash,
he killed ComicsGate just as a hobby.
It's just like, at what point do you lay off a little bit?
Right, because Lord knows you've done so much damage to yourself.
I'm not that interested, guys. Not that interested in what Eric's doing these days. And,
he's never been interested in what you're doing. And thank God, because if he had been, it'd be pretty boring. You don't tend to release a lot. You cry and you whine and you complain like a bitch. Maybe that's why you're, doodling in your Trapper Keeper. It's all the bitch blood you got in you. I think what happened was EVS went in for some kind of medical procedure and they did a blood transfusion. And they got the wrong blood type. And the type they put in him was that of a middle school girl. And it's wreaked havoc on his system ever since. But there you go, guys. Another win for the toe. We took him down. We took him out. Add him to the heads on the wall. Unbelievable.
And he ruins it with the fucking clapping sound effect. But sure, we'll give it to him. We'll give it the W. One for the toe. He did it. He pulled it off. He killed ComicsGate. It was literally just him. Let's see. Wait, do I have another clip? Oh, shit, I got another clip. I thought that was it. No, we got one more. Okay, we got one more. And then we can move on. Because I've had enough of Aaron. But we'll listen to this one more time.
Really scared.
This is going to be him going on his fucking... here's what I really think. I think that Aaron actually doesn't want ComicsGate to die because he likes the positive attention. He likes the fact... Because ComicsGate, they're a very easy enemy for him. And also, he gets a lot of people who usually make fun of him, like me, right? Like the casino, like the people who usually like to watch Alyssa Clips's clips, right? Like we actually give Aaron a little bit of praise. So he actually really wants to add Ethan Van Sciver and the rest of the ComicsGate crew to his revolving door of detractor content, essentially.
Off Ethan Van Sciver. I've terrified this man. I have terrified.
He's literally grifting on CG. Good for him. And good for him,
He's afraid
bro.
of the toe. Ethan Van Sciver will not. He's like the guy in this ComicsGate thing. So
Marion Colbretti, thank you for $2. He sounds like Tim Pool when he yells. Kimono Theater, thank you for $2. Don't give it to him. That soundboard makes it an L.
watched a video yesterday by this Mars guy. He's like Comics from Mars or something.
Oh, man. Oh, what do you watch?
ComicsGate thing. So I watched a video yesterday by this Mars guy. He's like Comics from Mars or something.
No, Aaron, not the fuck. See, this is what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about. People who are interested in ComicsGate, they go to Gamer from Mars' documentary, and I don't have anything against Gamers from Mars. That is not a good documentary about ComicsGate. It misses so much. It misses so much context. It completely ignores the origin story about ComicsGate. It's really just a video about Ethan Van Sciver and Richard C. Meyer, and it's barely about them for real. It doesn't even cover a lot of their lore.
So I could get an education on what's this ComicsGate thing, and I didn't realize that like this Ethan Van Sciver guy, he used to be a guy. He used to be a dude. Like he was a guy.
He used to be a guy. He's not a guy anymore.
Who like with a bunch of other comic guys,
he's a trans male. He's a trans man.
Was a drawer or a tracer or whatever, and then he got fired from being a tracer because they wanted to go in a different direction over at DC or Marvel. We worked.
Yes, Allah Zamat. I always have a problem with saying his name. Allah Zamat's documentary about CG is actually pretty good.
To one of the big ones. He was a guy. And then,
but it's long though. See, the thing about Gamer from Mars' video is that it's very bite-sized, very mealtime friendly.
Also, he helped like his.
Plus, he has way more subscribers.
Movement. These grown men just started bitching about every comic that had a black lady, a lesbian, or a white woman in it, and they were, yeah, we don't like pussy and tits in our comments, and black people can't be superheroes. Blah. To the point where like the guy who was running shit at Marvel quit. Like he got fired. He left his job. This is like 2018 or whatever. And now I don't know if he went through menopause or what, but he's lost his edge. And then he picked a fight again with some black guy who makes comics. His name's Eric July. And this Eric July guy, he just puts out comics. That's all he does, and he makes money. He seems to be living a good life. I watched an interview where he just completely humiliated a guy I used to know, and he seems like a pretty normal guy. I mean, except for the fact that he's into comics. I'm not going to give him a pass. That's still gay. You can be gay and black and super into comics. All of those things are totally possible. In fact, likely if you're a combination of all three of those things.
I actually don't know any gay black people who are into comics. Despite there being so many gay black characters in comics now, I don't actually know a whole lot of gay black people who read comics. I know a lot of black people who read comics. I don't know a lot of gay black people who read comics. Jerb, thank you for $5. I have things against Gamer from Mars. He looks like a serial killer, and he's boring as hell. Now, is it just the glasses? If he took off the glasses, would he look less like a serial killer?
And Ethan Van Sciver like tore his entire career apart for this black guy. And the black guy's just been comic mogging him, as the kids say. So then...
I have never heard any kid say that. I've heard a lot of maxing, a lot of mogging. I've never heard anybody say comic mogging him.
Somebody...
Do your kids say that? Because if so, they need to stop.
Asked Ethan yesterday during his stream, hey man, Steel Toe's out there just kicking the shit out of you and Shane. Steel Toe's just making you look retarded. And he's like...
Oh, just some guy? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so there's one gay black guy who likes comics.
Like, oh, I'm not going to take the bait. There's no bait, dude. I swear to God, there's no bait. I'm just making fun of you guys. I'm just teasing you. I'm giving you a little, a few light slams now and then. And he goes, I'm not taking the bait. And then he does this thing. This is kind of the ComicsGate thing guy. ComicsGate guy thing to do. What they do is they don't...
Kids don't know what comics are. Well, they know what comics are because they probably know what manga and anime are. They just don't think that comics are... Like, manga is literally just Japanese comics. That's what the word manga is. Manga is just comics in Japanese. Anime is just cartoon in Japanese. Mangaka is just cartoonist in Japanese, right? So, they probably do know what a comic is. They just don't know anything about superhero comics.
Address any of my...
They don't know anything about cape shit comics.
Criticisms. Hey, Ethan, you can't finish a comic book. hey, Ethan, you stole everybody's money and you won't give it back. These people who donated money, they want their money back from you. And he won't address that. He won't address, oh, I'm going broke. I can't give you guys any of the comics, and I can't give you refunds either. I mean, that's a Ponzi scheme, and I addressed it accurately. And what does he do? I'm telling you what happened. Ethan got a shower call. I think Ethan got a shower call from the guy who's obsessed with the toe and can't stop watching him. Admit that he monitors the toe.
Okay, so now, earlier, Aaron, you were making fun of Shane because he was saying that there was some conspiracy theory. Somebody was putting Aaron and Holt all up to going at CG. He can't be doing it himself. Now, here you are saying that Melton or somebody else from the Dabbleverse is fucking putting up these CG guys to go against you. Look, bro, if their conspiracies are I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Melton has done a lot of gay shit, a lot of gay ops, which is why I can't stand him. Here's the thing. I can forgive a lot of lolcow shit. The weird shit he said about Aaron's kids, that shit is kind of like crazy. That's like, but the gay op and shit especially, it's like, it's insane. So his conspiracy theory is way more valid than the conspiracy theory of Shane, but it's still a conspiracy theory.
And he said, I'm
was he
sick
talking
of this
about
Aaron guy.
Well, it could be Rekieta or Melton, either one.
Oh, me too. I'm sick of this Aaron guy. And they had like a self-soothing session. And so Ethan talks with him and he goes, well, you're a cuck and you went to jail. Yeah, no. I know. I'm a cuck and I went to jail. I get all of that. You lick door handles.
He went to jail multiple times. Marianne Cobretti, thank you for another $2. Aaron looks like a skinny actual justice warrior.
Soothing session. And so Ethan talks with him and he goes, well, you're a cuck and you went to jail. Yeah, no. I know. I'm a cuck and I went to jail. I get all of that. You lick door handles and smoke crack. We all have our foibles. I didn't even attack you for that part. The thing is, you're such a fuck up. The cuck who went to jail is dunking on you. That's what you're not seeing. That's your fingers so far from the pulse, you can't tell. That's why you're getting beat up by the likes of me. So it's not that you aren't taking the bait. It's that you've lost your edge. And I'll take the victory. Don't get me wrong. I will take the win over EVS, but this isn't the win I wanted. I didn't want to beat 2026 beaten down, shoddy, past his prime, killed by the internet EVS. That's not the win I wanted. It feels cheap. It feels hollow. I want to win over 2019 EVS.
The side view of his jawline. What jawline?
That's who I want to win. I want to bring that guy back. Where's the guy who had the heart or had the passion? Ethan. Pretend I'm a black lesbian who wants to be Iron Man in a fantasy comic book that kids read.
Riri Williams isn't a fucking lesbian?
And then maybe you'll...
Is she?
Find that fire.
Did they retcon Riri to be well, she was never interested in anybody romantically. I wouldn't be surprised. I guess I wouldn't be surprised they turned her into a lesbian. You can never have too many black female lesbians in comics or video games for some reason.
Again, and you'll come after me. I want to bring that guy back because it's better for you. It's better for your career.
You know, I wonder if they're aware of how much it pisses off black women that the only representation they can get is as like ugly mannish bitches or lesbians or ugly mannish bitch lesbians. I wonder if they ever understand how upset a lot of black women are that their only representation in media, in these TV shows, in these comics, in these video games is never as just like a feminine pretty girl who just does girly things like the average black woman at least envisions herself to be, right? Like that's something that's only reserved for white women and Asians, right? Black women, here's what they do. Here's something I figured out. I figured this out a long time ago. What they do is that they want to include the minority, but at the same time, right? It's like, okay, let's say like I'm a liberal white woman who's writing a novel, who's like, I'm a producer for a TV show, right? And it's woke as fuck. So I want to have a mannish, bald-headed lesbian, right? Just a bull dagger in the script in my show. But I also want to have a self-insert character who's going to kiss the rich werewolf billionaire who's gonna like rape fuck me like later in the novel, right? So obviously, the mannish bull dagger, right? I'm gonna make that like some black woman who's probably also gonna be Latinx in trans because hello, of course, can never check enough boxes. So I'm gonna put all that shit onto like the person of color character. Meanwhile, the basic female lead has to be a white woman. So, you know, so I can self-insert. And if you're an Asian author in this case, you do the same thing, but instead of white, they're Asian. And the black bull dagger is dating a white woman. In fact, it should be an interracial couple anyway, because hello, and they should both be trans.
You'll start.
That should work for Hollywood, nigga. I'd be a fucking gajillionaire, dude.
Making comics again. You'll start being a guy nobody can fuck with. I'll bring the best out of you. And at the end of the day, Ethan, you're going to thank me. I got to bring back the old Ethan. That's what everybody wants. So take the bait. I don't want the win if it comes this cheap because I know I can take down 2019.
Old Ethan wasn't that great either.
Teen EVS.
The best version of Ethan Van Sciver is when he like just showed up. He barely showed up. He didn't have that much confidence. He had confidence because people were glazing him for being venerated, for being a celebrated veteran of DC and a great artist. But he also, I don't know, he knew that he wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of the internet. When he started letting it go to his head and he really started thinking he was some comics community don, that's when things went awry. And we don't need that Ethan back, right? Almost no previous version of Ethan Van Sciver is all that great. DB, thank you for 199 pounds. People invest in products, they do not donate. Quiet Rioter, thank you for $5. I'm at work and I swear this dude sounds like DSP, but going King Sly versus Rich One with EVS being a lazier Rich. That's
2026 EVS, it feels like I'm just putting a quadriplegic grandfather in a hole I dug for him out in the desert. It's easy, it's shoddy work, it's nothing I can be proud of. So take the bait, EVS. Don't take an L to the toe this easy. Don't take it lying down. I will tell you one thing. In his video he made, look at this. Look what Ethan's doing. Look what I've got him doing. I shit on him so hard, man. The black comic book guy, Eric July, couldn't even get him doing this. Ethan's drawing his comic. I did it.
He did it.
He
did it, guys.
Ethan Van Sciver.
It's literally all him. None of you niggas did anything. It was literally the toe. He carried the whole team on his back. It's like, fuck yeah, yo. He was dropping 50 each fucking quarter. Not the game, but every quarter he was dropping 50. Fucking 200 points on the board. That shit is all him.
Diver working on his comic book.
Latinx is a cringy word. I've literally never seen anybody use the word Latinx in a non... No, you know, that's not true. I remember there was this one time I was reading some article. I don't remember what website it was by. Maybe it was by The Atlantic. They used the word Latinx, and it caught me off guard. Because I was so used to it being used ironically or as a way to make fun of a person who's Hispanic. So it was weird. It was like they were saying something about Latinx, and I'm like, why would you say that to somebody? Because I read it, I do read it as a slur. I've never used Latinx in a non-ironic way or not to make fun of somebody who's like Latino. Like I call Nick Fuentes Latinx, and I do it because I want to make fun of him.
To all of you who gave this guy money, and you can't get your refunds, I have great news. The toe has brought you deliverance. The toe is going to make you whole. Because of me and because of Ethan dancing to my tune, I've got him writing comics again. And that's what I want. I want old school ComicsGate EVS back. That's who I want to bury in the desert, not this.
It's like white people accidentally created like the equivalent of nigger for Hispanics, and they don't even recognize it as such.
Husk of an old man, postmenopausal. Now, the good news is, I've got him making comics again. The good news is I've got him filling his GoFundMes or whatever. And Ethan, thank you and you're welcome. Here's the bad news. What I've seen so far of him seething about me, the drawings are all of like Lisa Frank, 6th grade Trapper Keeper unicorns. So you're welcome. You're going to get the comics you finally paid for. The bad news is they're going to be gay and really shitty. But then again, we're talking about 60-year-old men who like comic books. You shouldn't have had your expectations up that high in the first place. So my new nickname, we're adding, look, Stomper of Onions, the Toe. I've got all kinds of nicknames. My newest nickname now,
Really? Who called you Stomper of Onions?
the Conqueror of ComicsGate.
Did he really like? I haven't been paying that much attention. Did he really brutalize Melton like that?
Thank you. Thank you.
That's really not that impressive, right? It's like it's like in Invincible, where the dude is just he's walking around with a mantle. It's like the fur of Battle Beast all up on his shoulders and shit. That's not that impressive of a trophy. Just a trophy made out of onions with Melton's face on it.
I am the Conqueror of
A very unglorious kill.
ComicsGate, but I want to make one thing very, very clear. I am just
He's talking about his restraining order against Melton. He got a restraining order against Melton?
holding the throne.
Well, maybe he did it because Melton was like talking weird about his kids. I would understand that. If that's the case, then yeah, okay.
Until EVS finds his balls and brings back that old guy. I'm going to bring him back. He's going to thank me for it, and I'll gladly surrender my throne as the king of ComicsGate. Ethan.
Now look, bro.
Everyone's disappointed.
The king of ComicsGate is pot awful. Come on, dude. He even has the merchandise. I'm sorry, bro. You can't do that. You at least have to dunk on Ethan Van Sciver on stream like Jesse did if you want to challenge Pod Awful for the title. You can't just come in here and take that shit, dude. And we might as well watch this and then we'll get on to I want to real quick look at the Jeremy versus Jeremy drama.
New super chat goal, guys. $1,000 for the next 3 trash casts.
Oh, that's so embarrassing, dude. That's so embarrassing, bro. Please give me $1,000 and I'll do it. Pay me for it beforehand, because I know if I just do it, I'm not gonna make any fucking money. I might not even make $100 if I just volunteer to do it before you guys give me the money.
$1,000 and we're doing trash cast 248, 249, 250. And
oh my god.
We'll do
just DSP. Everybody is DSP now. I remember there was a time when e-begging was something that got you bullied super hard. And now fucking everybody does it.
Week. I can't stand the idea.
There's so many people. There are people I want to talk about because they're e-beggars. It's like, well, this is just a thing people do. Even big streamers do it now. So it's like you can't even make fun of somebody for just being an e-beggar unless they're super duper fucking egregious like Darkside Phil is. And I feel like a lot of people are.
The people, A, want it. B, Eric is being a clown right now. And C, Yellow Flash is happy.
Eric is being a clown. You know what Eric July has never done? Eric July has never fucking come on stream and said, I'll only do for canon's sake if you guys give me $1,000 to do it.
Those factors bother me. If we get 3 trash casts funded, we'll talk about what we're going to discuss on trash casts to make sure the content is there and it's relevant.
Play the EVS fitness commercial. I will right as soon as we finish this.
And it's pertinent, and it's a good way to take the show out if we choose to take the show out with 250. Super chats are for more trash casts. $1,000 in super chats. It will get we'll do 3 more trash casts if you guys want.
Man, wait.
Super chats are for more trash casts. $1,000 in super chats. It will get we'll do 3 more trash.
Oh, I thought it was just one. Oh, literally, it's just it's a bundle. If you give me $1,000, I'll do 3. I thought it was just for 1. Okay.
Trash cast.
So now we know what 1 trash cast is worth.
You guys want. But I'll add them all up anyway.
Just barely over $300. That's what a trash cast is worth.
So if you send yellow one.
Yeah, DSP was patient zero. Everybody made fun of him for being the first guy, but I guess he was just ahead of the curve. Everybody's an e-beggar now.
They'll count towards the goal. We'll just look at the PB boards and see how it turned out.
Like me, what I'm doing right now, he's just taking donations from you guys. Just the fact that I'm not begging, I'm not asking or telling, the fact that I just have it open. Back in the day, that would have gotten me called a grifter by certain people. It was that serious back in the day. But now it's everybody has all these, hey guys, let's meet the goal. We got to meet the goal. Come on, guys. And they'll just run the show and they just read the super chats, and well, not the super chats, they just beg people in the chat, just guys, come on, we need some support so we can meet the goal this week, guys. Everybody does it. It's crazy.
Well,
not everybody, but you guys get what I'm saying.
it's okay either way.
We are at $159, well, $160. We're at $160 right now.
Oh, he's getting there.
Job of the cut goes
like 1/10 of the way.
Gonna go down, and you have 0 out of 50. Yeah, 0 out of 50 super chats. Oh, how embarrassing, Job of the Cuck. Oh no.
Marion Cobretti, thank you for $2. Your boy Zach is effeminate. Rennie versus X-Ray Girl. NTR Uncle, thank you for $2. Can I get 3 trash emojis for EVS's grift?
Yeah, I gotta at least get 1 out of 50, but
can we get some trash emojis in the chat, please?
I'm asking for $20 super chats, Orange Boys. And those are hard to come by on my streams. I get yellow ones pretty easily, but like orange ones, nobody ever gives me those.
Oh,
sometimes I'll get a $50 super chat, but not
this shit is so sad, bro.
very often. You guys are very kind and very generous to me. I appreciate
he sounds so sad, bro.
you.
He didn't sound like this before. He didn't sound like this. Where's all your energy, bro? I remember we were just reacting to him on stream just a few days ago. And, you know, he was so slow how he was talking. He sounded like he had more energy.
But, yeah, in order to do Trash Cast, we've got to be paid to do Trash Cast. Or do we? I mean, do we have to be paid? At this point where we've got people celebrating the Trash Cast could go away. You know what it reminds me of? There was a point where, like, in 2018 or 19, I said, that's enough. I quit ComicsGate. And what ended up happening was Mags Fasaccio and Heather Antos.
Oh, 2 names I haven't heard forever. And I remember there was this thing, you know, just going back to your boy Zach, going back to Richard for a minute. There was a time when somebody was calling, this is when his Eric July, I call it Ripper derangement syndrome, because that's what it basically is. Ripper derangement syndrome. Richard has it. Ethan Van Sciver has it. Riley has it. Dick and Vito has it. Even though, granted, Dick doesn't have it as bad. Well, Dick does have it kind of badly. Just makes you insane about Eric July. But when his Ripper derangement syndrome started getting really bad, one of his fans in his comment, is probably fucking blocked now. One of those guys, he asked him, hey, bro, can you just talk about comics again? Can you stop talking about Eric July? And then Richard was like, you guys didn't say that shit when I was talking about Mads Fasaccio and Heather Antos, just admitting that he was, in fact, obsessed with both of those people and he couldn't leave their names out of his mouth.
And all of the, you know, SJWs of that era celebrated. Yeah, ComicsGate's dead, hooray. And I went, holy shit. Like, I thought I could leave ComicsGate and ComicsGate would still be a thing, but like the SJWs were just like, it's dead now because you left.
Okay, that's just what they think.
And
that's just what they say. Who gives a fuck what they say? Haven't they always been wrong about everything ever? Who cares?
Reminds me of that, guys. Do it out of spite.
I don't even remember this happening. I think that he just made this story up to just... It's one of those retroactive lies he tells to try and make it so that his lore in... I mean, technically it is. Technically, his lore in ComicsGate is central to the movement. But trying to make it seem like there is no ComicsGate without me. Well, you made it that way. You made it into your personal cult.
It was Cool Breeze.
Shit, back in 2019, if you had left and not come back, ComicsGate will probably be a much healthier thing than it is now.
Yeah, like, I don't like that. I don't like people being happy that... I don't like shitty, you know, pieces of trash. Fuckers being happy that we're not doing trash. I don't like that. I feel like, you know, it's a good time to get out of Trash Cast because...
This is why, by the way. This is why it takes him so long to draw. Look at that shit. Like, look at what he was just doing here.
Do it out of spite, says Cool Breeze. Yeah, like, I don't like that. I don't like people being happy that, I don't like
Look at
shitty,
that.
you know, pieces of trash, fuckers being
All these micro
happy that we're not doing
details
I
and
don't like
shit.
that. I feel like, you know, it's a good time.
And you say that, well, the end product looks good. Okay, but the end product takes forever because he has all these micro details, right? Every little rib, every little ripple, every little embellishment. He has to go in there and he has to do them all individually and shit. And this is why it takes him forever to even when he was a workhorse, his most workhorses ish ever when he was working at DC, it still took him forever because his shit is just too detail oriented, bro. You gotta simplify his art, and he never learned how.
To get out of Trash Cast because Eric, we pretty much destroyed his whole world.
You can't rush art. You have to when you're working on a deadline. You don't rush art when you're taking forever, but it's like, look, dude, Michelangelo, he painted the Sistine Chapel in 4 years, and he wasn't even he wasn't even a painter by trade. That wasn't even his main thing. He was a sculptor.
Oh, look at this Moonbase one, $20.
The Last Supper took Da Vinci 4 years, and it took him like 3 years. And Da Vinci was kind of a lazy motherfucker. He wasn't even dedicated like Michelangelo was.
Here we go, E. We got one. 1 out of 50. Woo! We got 1 out of 50, everybody.
Okay. Anyway, so that was that. That was that. EVS ain't doing so good. And, you know, fucking the toe won. Aaron took a W. He took a couple W's, actually. He's been getting easy W's off of ComicsGate. Anyway, we're going to move on now to this part of the stream. We're going to be talking about Jeremy the Lesser versus Jeremy the Greater. So, hold on. Let me just... No, I can do... There's an easy way for me to do this. Let's see. Close all tabs to the left. There we go. All right. So Jeremy the Greater got blocked by Jeremy the Lesser because Jeremy the Greater just said some shit about him looking at porn on stream and just taking a little jab at him. And Jeremy the Lesser took it very fucking personal.
Scrolling a trending news thread, and my entire audience was greeted with hardcore
Barely Dare, you are kind of late. We're in like the latter part of the stream now.
porn. Lol. Sorry, guys. I guess it's not safe to scroll X live. I really effing hate the degenerate porn on this site. At Elon Musk. To the uninitiated.
All right, hold up. This is complete bullshit, by the way, right? I don't want you guys. Main reason why I don't scroll on Twitter is because I don't want you guys to like look at my timeline and see the shit that I'm getting up to, because I don't want to like spoil a future video for you guys. Why I didn't even want to drop when it came to the, how did I forget what the video I did last? Black Lives Matter. I didn't even want, I gave you guys hints. Like I really wanted the video to release on Martin Luther King Day, but I didn't want to give you guys any, like I literally, before I start streaming, I will delete certain results that will appear here. I sometimes just completely kill my history because I don't want to give anything on stream that's going to hint to what I'm going to release next. I like for it to be a surprise until like the day of, and then I'll post something in the community tab. But I can say with assuredness, I have never had hardcore pornography randomly appear on my fucking Twitter page for any reason. And my shit ain't censored, right? I be looking at fucking war footage and what shit like that. So this does not happen. This does not happen unless you are looking at porn and you are liking it and you are fucking following accounts with shit like that. That's how this happens. Nobody fucking puts porn. Elon ain't gonna put porn on your timeline if that's not what you've shown the algorithm that what you want to see.
I really effing hate the degenerate porn on this site. At Elon Musk. To the uninitiated, maybe this is the case, but quartering is initiated. He knows this. I know this. I don't.
Marion Cobretti, sorry to be so late with the super chats. He needs AI to assist. Yellow Flash Productions, thank you again for the $199. Now I got a nice hundy. Got a nice 100. I think that's more than any single person gave Ethan Van Sciver that one night. I hope he brings it back. How long can those numbers go? We'll see. Jay Thompson, thank you for $2. Please get us a Candace Owens videos. I won't say it's impossible. I'm actually getting up to it, but I got some other shit I got to get out of the way first. Pop9832, thank you for the $2 Canadian.
Don't scroll Twitter without pre-screening what I'm going to show. Now, this is one thing. Whatever. He was getting roasted for this tweet. But the funny part is the community note. The community note is...
Yes, Jeremy has very bad OPSEC, despite being a dude with over 10 years of tech experience.
The most savage...
You know, at least with... I'll give this to Jeremy. At least Jeremy the Lesser. At least he had the good sense to stop the I'm a tech expert LARP very early on into his internet career. He's not like Review Tech USA, where he made that a core part of his brand for years. And he like couldn't figure out why so many people who came to his channel wanted the tech channel to review tech and were bewildered by why he was so retarded when it came to anything besides talking about the specs of gaming consoles and shit like that.
Community note I have seen in a long, long time. Community note says OP has previously shown their recently searched bar on their browser live on stream, revealing they have searched for quote unquote Reddit for cream pie before with an explicit search. That
here's what I don't get, right? Okay, you're gonna be freaky. You're gonna browse some, you know, you're just gonna look for some porn. You trying to fucking beat the lizard, just get one out before you can turn on the stream. Why don't you just get another browser? Alternatively, since you're so rich, Jeremy, why don't you just get like a goon PC? Just get yourself a goon desktop or a goon laptop where that's all you use it for is just porn. So then you never even have to worry about this shit, right? Just completely separate what you're browsing on when you're trying to goon as opposed to what you stream on. Then you won't have to worry about this shit. Or at very least, nigga, just use a different browser. Pop9832, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Quartering is the greater Jeremy due to being fat. Matt Murdoch, thank you for $5. Was quartering Temple wannabe? Thought some Razor Fist, him and Melanie Matt brought quarter pounder to Jesus craziness. Quartering didn't start off as a Temple wannabe, but he graduated to that. He always wanted to have the same amount of clout as Temple, even though Temple was kind of carried a lot by Russian money, as was later revealed. Razor Fist, I just think of him as, I don't know, I think of him as like the metal version, the dude, the Arrested Development metal version, metalhead version of Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation.
That specific, it is easy to assume they search porn frequently and get recommended porn in their feed. Oh my goodness. Like, holy crap. What are we talking about here, dude? Listen, Quartering, even though you unfollowed me on Twitter, I'm here to help, buddy. I'm here to help. Quartering, welcome to the internet.
Look how nice Jeremy the Greater is trying to help out his boy.
Let me be your guide. On the internet, there's a few basic rules of the internet. Rule number one, nobody gives a fuck about you. They're here for the memes. They're here for the lulz. They don't care about you. And as long as you understand that, you will be okay on the internet. Nobody cares about you on the internet. They only care about the entertainment they can get from you. Okay, we've established that. No one cares, okay? Number two, if in fact you are caught doing something stupid, own it. Lean into it. Because people love self-awareness on the internet. Lean into this. So you should get your coffee company and you should have a promo code forced cream pie for a discount. Maybe you should give them 69% discount.
See, that's the sort of ingenuity that fucking Quartering does not have. He would never think to do something like that.
They used the promo code of forced cream pie. You're welcome.
Like, that makes perfect sense. That's such a good thing. That's such a good way to like come off this thing and turn it into a W.
Just made you a ton of money. I helped rebuild your internet persona and all is well. You're welcome. Or you can continue to pretend that porn offends you. Now, I mean, I've said many times.
Wow, look at that. Look at that $50 dono.
Like, I personally wish that it wasn't on Twitter. I would rather...
Jeremy don't see a lot of those.
Or if Twitter's...
EVS doesn't either.
Going to be the open, forum, or what do we call it, the town square of the internet, then I would rather it not be on Twitter. But in no way, shape, or form does it offend me or does it bother me. It absolutely does not. I just know where to go for that, and I don't need it to be Twitter. But hey, if it shows up on Twitter, I'm not going to not look, because of course I am. Hopefully he'll take my advice and use that promo code, and all will be okay. So we shall see.
A little later.
Yeah, so something terrible has happened, and I don't really know how to move forward with this, but I'm going to need all of your support. This is going to be a very difficult time for me and my family and my company. Ladies and gentlemen, the quartering is mad at me. The quartering is very, very mad at me. So we uploaded a video here on Geeks and Gamers 2 where we were reacting to the quartering and his tweet that got community noted. And, well, quartering did not like that. He did not like this video at all. And as I said in the video, my video, I said...
See, even if he's going to take this really fucking personal, you have to understand why they would talk about that, right? It's just funny. You got this big YouTuber who a lot of your audience is familiar with, just got caught up in a situation that wasn't that serious, right? It was just like some goofy thing. Oh, you got caught gooning a little bit too close to the sun. It's whatever, bro. But of course, Jeremy's gonna be really fucking ass blasted about this shit that's not that serious.
I said, I'm doing this because he unfollowed me on Twitter.
Yeah, their egos won't allow them to lean in.
And I was just being petty. I was like, you want to unfollow me on Twitter because I responded to you bringing my analytics up, trying to justify your channel struggling. So we talked and everything was cool. I was like, we're cool. All is good. And we were. So I figured he'd follow me back. Well, he never followed me back. I took that as a petty sign of you're still pissed off. Well, if you're still going to be petty, then I'm still going to be petty. So I decided to, laugh at this joke, which is all it is. I'm not like, I do think Jeremy Hambley is a good guy. He really is a good guy.
No, he is not. See, he's still giving him so much goodwill that he doesn't deserve. Such a righteous guy, Jeremy the Greater.
But he is way wrapped up in the internet, way too much, and he's his own worst enemy at this point in time. I'm not going to show DMs, but he did DM me, and he was really mad at me. And the result was this. Quartering has blocked you now. Well, at least we finally got to where we needed to be, because my goal...
Has he blocked me? I'm actually very curious about that. I never checked. I know that Nick Fuentes has blocked me. I don't know if Jeremy has blocked me, though. Let me look. Let's see. No, he hasn't. He hasn't blocked me yet. Somehow. Okay. That's
you're either going to follow me back or you're going to block me. And now at least we have some clarity on the situation. So you unfollowed me like a woman. Real men mute, all right? They don't unfollow. Real men mute. You don't tell people you don't like them. You just mute them. You don't give them the satisfaction of letting them know that they have pissed you off. You just mute them.
That's what I don't understand either. Like, why would you ever, let somebody know that they got to you?
So you unfollowed me. I just laughed.
I would never fucking block somebody or unfollow them if I was already following them if they were, pissing me off, because that would let them know. That would let them know that they're actually got to me. They have mind control over me to some extent.
A little more. I tried to give you some advice because the community note said that he was searching for Reddit cream pie or something like that. And I just said, this is an opportunity to laugh at yourself. Self-awareness is a very powerful tool on the internet.
King Sly is starting to cover EVS now. Hey, good shit.
Laugh at yourself and just meme on yourself, bro. This is what we do. Okay.
It kind of sucks that ComicsGate is only now starting to go mainstream as a lol cow farm that you can just milk. Just a land of lol cows ready to be milked just as it's starting to die.
Okay, just for a frame of reference.
Well, it's not starting to die, but just as it's really getting dead.
Do you think for one second that I'm not going to take...
We should have had these many ComicsGate A-logs back when ComicsGate was at its peak.
Full advantage of memeing on Beardo for this ad being on my website on his search history. Look at this fucking ad on Geeks and Gamers Daily from when Beardo was sharing the screen. I'm going to meme the shit out of you, Beardo, because this is what we do. So I think, ultimately, the situation with the quartering getting mad at me and blocking me.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? Tai Chi walk? What the fuck? Wow.
I think, ultimately, the situation with the quartering getting mad at me and blocking me, it's just a fundamental difference in how people approach things. Me and my friends on the internet, we laugh at each other, we meme on each other, we roast each other, and that's just what we do. I mean, Gary is the number one guy in our little corner here, him and Drinker, obviously, but like we do nothing but laugh at Gary and make fun of Gary, and Gary laughs at himself. We don't take ourselves too seriously, and taking yourself too seriously on the internet is always going to hurt you.
Farmer John Brown, thank you for $5. Ethan says you are an SJW leftist and can be dismissed. Of all the, why do these niggas keep calling me keep calling me a leftist? The Quartering did too. Do you think leftists say nigger and faggot as much as I do, bro? Like, do y'all think that? Like, what do you mean? What if I even like expressed a pro-leftist sentiment? I guess I don't hate gay people enough. Does that make me a leftist? I'm not like that racist. Does that make me a leftist? I don't know. What is it?
You don't, I'm here for the memes.
I'm like not completely against women voting. I guess that makes me a leftist. Like what makes me a leftist? That I bully you? That I just talk shit about these guys? Like what?
And as I said in my video talking about this, there's a couple of basic rules on the
Also, who still uses SJW in 2026, bro?
Internet that, I think
this ain't Trump's first term anymore.
Will be helpful to everybody. And rule number one is that realizing that the internet doesn't give a shit about you. Okay. A grown-ass man getting on Twitter and crying about porn is a very weird thing. People virtue signaling over stop watching porn, it destroys your brain. I don't need some motherfucker on Twitter to tell me what's good for me and what's not good for me. Why don't you fucking shut up, all right? If you personally don't want to watch something, then don't watch it. But the moment you get on Twitter and start virtue signaling, saying, please stop watching porn, shut the fuck up. I'll watch whatever I want. I don't need some YouTuber's permission for what I'm going to watch. I don't need your fucking permission. Porn destroys lives. No, do you know what destroys lives? People destroying their own life. It has nothing to do with one.
Here's the thing about like, yes, a porn addiction 100% can destroy your life. You know what else can destroy your life? Being extremely promiscuous, period. Being extremely promiscuous can actually fuck up your life way more than a porn addiction, because unless you're throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars at OnlyFans hoes, right? Once you get over the porn addiction, that's basically it. If like, I don't know, if you're like the average gay dude and you just have like a body count of 800, by the time you finally come down from the high, you don't want to sleep with like 40 people over a weekend, you've already gotten like 2,000 STDs, 80% of which haven't even been discovered by science yet. So, it's like nobody ever says anything about that though.
Thing or the other. I am very much.
I'm not saying like whatever, bro. Just like slaying as much dick as you want or pussy. Although I really, if you're a woman, I really would recommend, way more so than men, just like slanging pussy around. But do it if you want to. But don't be like, oh, porn is so bad for you. But it's like sleeping around. It's like, okay.
Anti-alcohol. I hate alcohol. I will never.
It's like how people go so hard against weed, but then they leave alcohol alone, even though alcohol obviously is responsible for way more destroyed lives than weed ever has and ever will be.
Drink.
Addiction is addiction, bro.
Alcohol. I will never smoke a cigarette and I'll never do a drug. I don't get on Twitter going, stop drinking alcohol. It destroys lives. Do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to go out and drink, go drink. If you want to go out and do drugs, go out and do drugs. It's not my fucking business. Now, I may not have you directly in my day-to-day life if you do these things, but I'm not going to sit there and preach on Twitter about not doing things. Do you know what happens the moment that I go, hey guys, stop drinking. Beer's bad for you. It's a bad life choice. And then people are going to go, isn't your favorite wrestler of all time Stone Cold Steve Austin, Jeremy, who built his entire persona around drinking beer? And then it just shows the hypocrisy in preaching about shit.
RuneScape, thank you for $2. You're on Kiwi Farms. You can't be leftist by default. That's actually not true. A lot of people don't notice about Kiwi Farms. There are people with leftist beliefs on Kiwi Farms. They just don't, I don't know, cower in fear. They don't run for the hills. They don't just they literally can't even when they hear somebody say nigger, right? Like they don't freak out over that sort of shit. Slurs aren't that big of a deal there. That's it. You can be a leftist on Kiwi Farms. I've seen some. Matt Murdoch, thank you for $2. Destiny got quartering 2 walk back talking points.
Stop preaching to the fucking internet. Have your beliefs, do what you want, but stop preaching to people and telling them what they should and shouldn't be doing. Nobody needs a fucking YouTuber's opinion over what they should and shouldn't be doing in their fucking day-to-day life. Nobody. And Quartering has consistently been like, stop watching porn, it's bad for you. Like this motherfucker doesn't watch it. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. All right? Stop with that noise. So anyway, we laugh, we meme, we joke. He took it too seriously. Not my fucking problem. So, end of the day, I'm here for the memes. I'm here for the memes and only the memes. Simple as that. Those that preach the loudest have the most to hide. So it's just dumb.
The Amberlyn Reed and Feudy Beauty, just like the Log House Salon with all the female female Kiwis who go after these female log cows. Those bitches are a little bit unhinged. I'm gonna be for real.
And funny.
Some of the craziest users on Kiwi farms are women, and a lot of them exclusively talk about female lol cows.
And if he just would have taken my advice and just memed on it and laughed at himself, all would have been good. But he didn't. So here we are. Anyway, that was quick, Dan. Yes, absolutely.
I feel like Josh is a little protective of these women, but I think part of it is just like a self-preservation type of thing. Because you really don't want to have, I don't know, you kind of don't want to have like crazy bitches who are like very deeply embedded into your website to hate you. So
it's just crazy. Should have made it Creamer brand creamer. I know. Dude, seriously. No matter how much somebody, I guarantee you, okay, if Quartering would have taken my advice, right here, you are caught doing something stupid, own it, lean into it, because people love self-awareness on the internet. Lean into this. So you should get your coffee company, and you should have a pro.
Element Earth, thank you for $5. EVS, Quartering, and all their ilk are shameless grifters. They need people shit talking them more. Keep it up.
Promo code Forced Cream Pie for a discount. Maybe you should give them 69% discount if they use the promo code Forced Cream Pie. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you just do that? Hey guys, I got completely destroyed on Twitter with the community note. It was savage as hell. We've all seen community notes hitting people left and right, and this one crushed me. And I am owning it, guys. I deserve.
Well, Josh being a simp, Josh was raised by like a single mom. And when you're raised by, here's what I've noticed. Dudes, I wasn't raised by a single mom, by the way. I was raised in a 2-parent household, right? My father was the head of my household. I was raised in like basically a fucking the nuclear family, basically. That's my background. So when you're raised by a single mom, usually one of two things happen. You either end up like an Ethan Ralph where you do not respect women at all. You treat every woman you're in a relationship with like dog shit. Or you're somebody like Josh and you treat women, you actually have a very, not necessarily high respect opinion of women, but you're like reflexively protective of them in a way, in a sort of white knightish way. So that's usually how it goes down. You see it a lot with niggas in like the black community. You'll have niggas, you have a lot of us, I say a lot of us, obviously not me, but other niggas were raised by single moms. And a lot of them either end up like simps who end up getting used and abused by bitches in these streets, or they end up like Future and they just don't give a fuck about these hoes at all. They treat them like absolute garbage. They're just like scumbags and shit like that. So it's a weird binary that happens.
I deserved that. So in light of owning me getting destroyed by community notes, for the next 24 hours, Coffee Brand Coffee will have a promo code Cream Pie. And you can get...
Well, I don't think that, like, not being mean to women, I don't know, being a little protective of women isn't, like, male feminist. Because that was an attitude that a lot of women have. Despite what a lot of people seem to think, especially a lot of feminists themselves, men did not just universally treat women like shit back in the days. I mean, they would say, well, peasant girls were treated like absolute dog shit. Peasant men were treated like absolute dog shit. If you were a peasant dude, you got treated basically as poorly by the nobles as the women did. Plus, you might get levied by your local lord to go die of a disease in a fucking war away from your village. So, potentially criminal. Hey, bro, thank you for the $5. So does this mean Vito is not going to finish Super Killer yet? Well, look, maybe if we just give him another 2 years. If we give him another 2 years, wait, no, another 3 years. He's 3 years late. We give him another 3 years late. Another 3 years, maybe he'll finish it then.
6.9% off your order by using promo code Cream Pie. Guys, when you get busted doing something on the internet, all you can do is laugh at yourself, and I am taking ownership in it. All he had to do was that. That's all he had to fucking do. want me to talk to him for you.
Look at all these $50 donos. They just be coming in, bro.
No, I don't think that would be a good idea.
The other
Listen, here's
Jeremy
the funny
don't
part
know
about-
nothing about this level of support and love from his audience.
Whole thing is
nothing but cold-hearted bots with no money to give him in there.
And again, I want to be clear. I don't have an inherent problem with the quartering. He has a problem with me. I don't have a problem with him. Outside of little petty bullshit. It's petty internet stuff is all I am doing. It's just petty. And he got really upset about it. And what's funny is that he blocks me on
Careful, that's Brazilian peso. Well, look, bro, $5 is $5, whether it comes from a Brazilian or not.
Twitter after he cusses me out. We have each other's phone numbers. I could text him right now, but he blocked me on Twitter. It's so stupid.
Big ups to any Brazilians in my chat, by the way. You guys are different. Your money is different than those other Brazilians' money.
What? You blocked me on Twitter after cussing me out. But I have your fucking phone number. Like, what are we doing, dude? America says quartering seems like a good dude. Lots of people with stories of him supporting them with no
You guys live in the cool favelas.
Publicity. Then he gets dunked on for others' content. I see where he's coming from. I've said for years, quartering's a good guy, and he does help a lot of people. I've said this.
Quartering seems like a good dude. No, he does not. What do you mean? He's just saying that. See, he just says this because Quartering used to be a friend of his, and he doesn't want to talk too badly about him, which Jeremy just doesn't understand. He doesn't even understand how nice the other Jeremy is being towards him.
This is why I got so mad about him bringing me and Gary up in our analytics in that video, because I'm like, I have always had your back, bro. Like, always.
In all seriousness, Brazilian posters, especially on Twitter, are some of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever seen. Ever since Twitter did that thing where you could automatically read in your native language other people, the other language tweets, I have realized that Brazilian posters are maybe the pound for pound funniest motherfuckers on the internet.
Always spoke highly of you. I have always talked about how you help people out on the internet. You help YouTube channels. It was a broken record of how many times I have complimented this motherfucker. Like, too many times. And hey, for the autist out there, and I say that with love and respect, okay? Have you ever heard the quartering consistently tell people how good of a guy I am? No, which is totally fine. I'm not looking for that. But I have consistently had this dude's back. Consistently, when he was in the worst controversies, I have said, Quartering's a great guy. He's always had my back. He's a good dude. Yada, 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 yada. I've said this shit for fucking years. 4 years. And I stand by everything I said. I've met him in person. We've had private phone conversations many times. He's a good dude. He really is. But he gets way caught up in the most retarded shit. And he's too smart for this from an internet standpoint. The guy understands the internet. He understands how the internet works. I know he does. You can't.
No, he doesn't. Not really. He doesn't really. I really am convinced that Jeremy getting as popular as he is, I won't say it was luck. I'm going to say it was law of averages. It was some dude who's been trying to make it on YouTube and on the internet. Basically, since that was a thing that you could do, right? Like he's an OG YouTuber. He's been on this site forever. And he's been one of the earliest people who was ever trying to monetize it ever. Before Dark Side Phil, he was trying to monetize his YouTube account. And I feel just like through years of trial and error, it's like a decade between him starting, Be Your Own IT, and him starting the Quartering channel. So he just kind of stumbled his way, Forrest Gumped his way onto, well, not to the degree of DSP, but still, he basically had to break his head against a brick wall. He's not the expert. He's not like a Dream or a Mr. Beast, where they actually figured out the magic of how to get a bazillion, gajillion views literally every week for the rest of their lives and retire before they even turn 40. Like generational wealth for the next 3 or 4 generations of your family before you turn 40. Jeremy didn't figure that one out, right? So if he could figure out how the internet worked, his channel wouldn't be dying like it is right now.
Get to his level and not understand it. But he is so lost in the internet that he can't even.
Jeremy did know the algorithm. He used to know the algorithm. He don't know it now. The algorithm is a stranger to him now. Jeremy be walking up to the algorithm. It's like, hey, what's up, man? Algorithm looks back like, who the fuck are you? Nigga, get off me. Why are you trying to talk to me? Quartering, I don't even recognize you, bro. Go away.
Get out of his own way right now. And that's just a sad reality of it.
Let's see. Quartering is that bad bitch who, no. The algorithm is the bad bitch that upgraded and monkey branched to a better man and she does not recognize Jeremy at all anymore. Connect 200, thank you for 500. Connect 200, thank you for $5. I meant. Why most racists like Ethan Ralph, Nick, Synthetic Man, and Myron Gaines are degen? It's funny to see. Are they all racist? See, here's the thing. I don't even agree that a lot of those guys are racist. Like, Ethan Ralph is not racist at all, in my opinion. Ethan Ralph loves him. Like, Ethan Ralph has been pro-race mixing his whole life. It's the only I really don't understand why he didn't get his first Indian wife pregnant. Because, I don't know, he hasn't been he hasn't been shy of shooting one full up before. I guess it was luck on his first wife's part that she didn't get any of that Ralph seed. Maybe her genes just wouldn't allow it. But no, Ethan Ralph most certainly is not racist at all. Nick, I don't know. I feel like he's edgy. He's not he loves black people too much to be fully committed to being racist. He's racist towards Jews. He's anti-Semitic, definitely. But racist? Nah, he's like, you know, he's a Latinx. Synthetic Man, another edgy boy that I don't know is racist for real. I remember Synthetic Man telling this story about how his first girlfriend was black, which of course, right? What's the meme? Never ask a chud about the color of the race of their girlfriend. Literally, first GF he had in school was black. And Myron Gaines, he might actually be the most racist out of the list, but he's also Sudanese, so, you know. Anyway, so this is going to be the quarterings response. Oh yeah, Myron is he's definitely the most racist out of everybody on the list, by far. Like, by far. So, wait, hold up. Oh, fuck, I just realized something. Somebody asked me to play the Ethan Van Sciver. Hold on, Ethan Van Sciver gem. We got to play that real quick. Yes, here it is.
My name is Monica.
EVS was over here getting fit.
My name is Monica Willis. Shelley Coleman.
Ethan Van Sciver.
Look at him.
My name
How
is
old
Monica
is this?
Willis. Shelley Coleman.
Ethan Van
This had to be like 15 fucking years ago, bro.
Sciver.
I am 50 years old. I'm 40 years old.
I'm 35 years old.
Oh, he's 35. Okay, so shit. Further than 15 years ago. It's like, what, fucking almost 20 years ago?
Well, I gained a lot of weight.
Really had gained way too much weight.
I'd become so overweight, and it's a good thing I found fitness together when I did. My new fitness lifestyle is fantastic. I've lost 50 pounds.
30.
Oh, I guess you found him.
When I did. My new fitness lifestyle is fantastic. I've lost 50 pounds.
You found him. You lost him, but hey, man, you found him. Y'all are reunited again.
30 pounds and untold inches.
The inches are gone. They're melting away.
Thanks for making happen what I had never been able to accomplish before.
Those pounds didn't stay lost for too long, eh, EVS? Maybe you need to link up with fitness together again.
Why is Geeks and Gamers trash?
Okay. Why is Geeks and Gamers? So this is going to be quartering. This is Jeremy seething. This is Jeremy seething about D-Day Cobra, teasing him once again. That's all it is. It's just teasing. He's not really going hard at Jer. He's being very, very gentle with him. E1337 Neo, thank you for $5. Speaking of DSP, you hear about his 2 a.m. phone call with Wings of Redemption where they threw a two-man pity party for each other? I got news for him. Iron Brick, thank you for $5 Canadian. Quarter Ton and Griggs fighting will hopefully escalate. I hope so too.
You. Well, here's some content for him because I know his channel's.
Why are you doing this? Hold up. Why are you doing this?
Why is Geeks and Gamers trashing you? Well, here's some content for him because I know.
Why are you giving us free? First off, what the fuck was that? What was that?
Why is Geeks and Gamers trashing you? Well, here.
What are you doing? What are you doing right there?
Why is Geeks and Gamers trashing you? Well,
what the fuck was that? You touched your what did you take out of your mouth? What did you just do?
Here's some content for him because I know his channels are dying.
He did it twice,
and he's really upset about it. And he's apparently.
What are you doing? What are you looking at when you pull back your hand, dude?
Blaming me. this will be the only time I address it. Literally 2 months ago, I pointed out the fact that the entire, trashing woke movie space was down.
That's not true.
Whatever reason, female energy or he's feeling...
This is peak female. What is he doing right here? Fucking complaining about other people who are just busting his balls a little bit, right? This is feminine energy right here. This is just...
Some kind of way he's mad that my channel's still growing. I don't really know.
Your channel isn't still growing. That's the reason why you were complaining, why you were saying that the whole sector is dead, because you aren't getting the views you used to get, bro.
This guy was a friend of mine. I have no idea why he decided to...
He was a friend of... So they're no longer friends. Hopefully Jeremy the Greater just takes the gloves off and he just like goes whole hog, just says fuck it.
Throw in with...
Go scorched earth, bro.
People that hate me, like stand shoulder to shoulder with people that hate me. Because
when has he done that? What, because he watched the Kino Casino once? Is that it?
Pointing out the very...
You can't even be friends with the Kino. You can't even like a clip of the Kino Casino and still be friends with the quartering. That actually is very feminine, bro. That's very much feminine energy what you're doing here, dude.
Simple fact that making movies about the next woke movie or next woke TV show is basically just not as popular as it once was. This is an objective fact. Nobody's channel was hurt more than mine by that. But for whatever reason, I don't know if he was on his...
Okay, he's contradicting himself. Because he's saying he's mad that my channel is still growing. But then he's like, nobody's channel was hurt more than mine. So are you doing better than them, or are you suffering the most out of anybody? Poor grifter, rich grifter.
Period or whatever, but he took it really personally. So then he DM'd me and had a meltdown about it. And we talked, and he said privately, I feel like releasing it, but I won't. Hey, we're good. I'm not mad about it. We made up. Everything's fine. Then a week later, maybe a cycle struck again. He decided he was still mad about it and wanted to, be upset. I don't know if he's mad. It's like he got a cream pie thrown in his face or something.
Why are you, bro? This dude is, you can tell he be gooning a lot, dude. This dude probably goes crazy. When he's not on stream, there's no telling what shit he be looking at. There's no telling how full his hard drive is, bro. It's probably like how many OnlyFans bitches. It's probably where a lot of his money is going to. A lot of his money is just going to these OnlyFans hoes. He's got like 4 or 5 chicks in rotation, probably more. It might be in the double digits, honestly.
I don't know, but he got really mad about it and decided that because there's no more content to talk about woke media and this stuff, I have no idea why he got so mad.
Was he mad? I don't know. You guys saw the clip with me. Did Jeremy the Greater look mad? I don't know. It looks like he was pretty gregarious. It looks like he was in a pretty decent mood. It looks like it was just jokes to him. He wasn't taking shit that serious. Connect 200, thank you for $2. Quartering used to roll with blood sports. Yeah, he used to. He was a bit of a sensitive bitch even back then, but he was made of sterner stuff. I guess what little tea he did have in his body has been slowly evaporating over time. More Grim, thank you for $5. No, Jeremy is still very popular to shit on bad media, especially if it's woke. He just has nothing to say. Exactly.
Channel never.
If I go to anything, if I go to a random video on a Quartering's channel about any piece of woke media, I know he's not going to have anything interesting to say about the movie or the TV show or the comic or the video game or whatever that he's talking about. It's just going to be him saying the same shit that he says in any other of his gajillion videos on his fucking channel. He's not going to go into any depth because he doesn't have any insight into this sort of shit.
Made more money than, when Biden was in office and we got to dunk on all these woke TV shows. But he had a total meltdown. And then he, as a man, when a man says we're good, you generally take a man at their word, right? You're like, hey, we squash this, right? But no, a week later, he went on to literally restream like a hater's stream about me because I don't know, he doesn't have content or something like that. What he doesn't know.
Maybe he just thought it was fun. No, it's because you were talking shit. It's because you were talking shit about him, bro.
Same road as Ethan Van.
Well, you were sneak dissing, but still the same difference.
Skyver, where he's gonna.
You were being sneaky and like snobbish and sneak dissing first. And you did to Jeremy the Greater what Review Tech USA did to you, and you called him out for it.
A week later, he went on to literally restream like a hater's stream about me because I don't know, he doesn't have content or something like that.
Why is he twitching? That's just how he is, bro.
What he doesn't know is he's going.
It's because of all the medications he's on
the same road as Ethan Van Sciver, where he's
on a fucking cocktail of medications, just like Review Tech USA. Actually, both of these dudes are SSRI zombies. It's even worse because on top of being SSRI zombies, Jeremy he also has an alcohol addiction, and Review Tech, he also has a weed addiction. Very, very bad combination. John Apocalypse, thank you for the £2. Jeremy is the average age of a OnlyFans subscriber.
Throw in with a very small group of people who still support him via super chats, and he will fade into irrelevancy. This is once a guy that thought he was going to have the Barstool.
Isn't that you? How big is your pool of people who are looking at your content, bro?
Sports of entertainment news. And now he's basically irrelevant. And it's not because of anything I did, but for whatever reason, it's my fault. Look, the quartering is never making.
We went over this a couple streams ago. Well, we went over this. Fucking D-Day Cobra explained it. The reason why his views went down is because he just stopped making content on that channel for a while. That was it. That was his explanation. He said, I would have better views if I would put out more content, but I haven't, so I don't. It's very straightforward. Unlike Jeremy here, who has to give up like 1,000 reasons for why his content isn't performing like he wants to, why his metrics keep failing. There's always like 1,000 excuses for why that's happening.
Less money, right? I was talking about my channel and the space.
He had 13K viewers on his yesterday's stream. Wow.
As an entirety, this guy.
Them bots putting in a lot of work.
Had a whole full-blown titty baby meltdown. And now he's making hate videos about me. And what he doesn't know is that many viewers from him are emailing me and joining my Discord and saying, hey, I don't know what's going on here, but I support you. He's going down a very, very bad.
Sure they are.
Bad road.
His fans are coming to me and they're like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? What's going on with this asshole? Why is he such a jerk?
And I wish him the best. I hope that he can pivot and continue to thrive because I still think his...
Okay, so you're talking all this shit, but you're still saying, well, I still wish him the best. He's still a great guy. I hope that he's successful in all this shit. Dude, just stop doing this fake nice guy shit when you're already being a snarky, sneak dissing asshole. Me, Master OG, thank you for $5. Quarter Pounder recently disabled comments on his daily show. His biggest mistake was waging war with the casino. You don't wage war with the casino bros. Yes, you do not. He should have learned this. He should have learned this from all the way back in the day during his blood sports era. You do not fuck with dudes from the sector if you're going to do shit like that. Not because dudes from the sector are scary. They're not. It's just they are way more willing to get in the mud, in the muck, and engage in that sort of shit than you probably are or want to. So it's really a bad idea on your end to get them started. Rainman888, thank you for $2. I feel bad for Melanie from mainstream gaming to him. Oh yeah, it has been a pretty bad career downfall. And I'm gonna be honest, the shit that happened with her and her husband, where her husband left her to go ride some dick, that really is kind of tragic. That is traumatizing. I can understand why she's homophobic. I don't know if I was in a relationship. I feel like any woman, if they were in a relationship with a dude who left him to just suck dick all day, they probably would become a little homophobic themselves. So I forgive her for that. But yeah, it has been. It's been a rough for her. She still lives with her parents. So NTR Uncle, thank you for $2. Hambly is mad they aren't just sweeping for him.
It's a good voice in the community. But as a man,
that really is it. He's just mad because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to sweep. This dude swept for Nicholas Rekieta after all that shit started happening with the polycule and all the cocaine that was in his house and the cocaine that his daughter was tested positive for. He swept for Nick Rekieta with all that shit. So it's like, why won't you do that for me? Because not everybody is a faggot, bro. Sorry.
When a man says, You know,
you're supposed to take your L. Some of us expect these niggas to take L's.
When a man says this is squashed, and then a week later is, you know,
it's like me sweeping for Josh. I can't sweep for Josh. Look, bro, you got manipulated by the e-girls, bro. You just got to take the L right now. Sorry.
Having a full-blown meltdown.
It happens from time to time. You're on the internet long enough. Occasionally, you have to take an L.
Platforming your haters because he's still secretly mad about it. All I can say is that's massive female energy. And it's not a good road for him. I pray that he finds, you know, the real reason why his channels are dying. And, you know, it's not my fault. Again, I couldn't have been more clear that I was talking about my own channel too. But now he's going to stream.
Well, here's what you were. You were talking about your channel, but then you brought up everybody else's channels to make you feel better, to make it seem like, well, no, we're not failing. I'm not failing because I suck. This isn't a skill issue. No, this is like, this is systemic, right? It's like you have niggas who suck at life and they have to blame all of the systems, all of the institutions, all of society for why they're failures at life, why they can't get jobs, why they can't stop getting pregnant or getting people who they are in relationships pregnant, why they are in and out of jail. They got to come up with all these fucking excuses. And it's never just me. No, it's everybody else too.
About this and melt.
We all suck collectively.
Down again. And, you know, ultimately, I got nothing against the guy, but he's on.
Why do you keep saying that? He's okay. So we're 4 minutes into the rant. We got another 6 minutes of rant left. And already twice in this 10-minute rant, he said, I have nothing against this guy. I have nothing against this guy that I'm going to rant about for another 6 minutes.
Zone. You know, I could have helped him. I could have helped him rebrand his channel, you know, all this kind of stuff. And it's too bad.
Female energy, that's what the Sky Bull says too. You know what? I mean, I think we have enough energy. We have enough evidence now to say without a shadow of a doubt that Jeremy not only has a fucking cuck fetish, he's not only has an NTR fetish, that there may be something fueling this fetish.
Because I don't keep a lot of people close to me online. And
the Sky Bull probably isn't just a figment of our imagination. Skyro might be realer than we've all been thinking.
He was one of those people that I would text directly. We would talk business and talk stuff. I don't know why he decided to go down that road and toss in with people whose whole life surrounds like being butthurt that I buy Pokemon cards and stuff like that.
Butthurt? Why does he think that everybody who talks about him is mad? Do you think that the casino, when they're making fun of you for playing with a children's card game, again, it's always going to come back to children's card games with Jeremy. In a few years, when he's fucking 70, he's going to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh or some shit. It's always children card games with this motherfucker. But you think that the Keto Casino, that they were upset? Do you think that I'm upset right now, dude? This is funny. We're having fun, bro. I'm having so much fun fucking talking about you, dude.
It's fine. Kiss and make up.
Yes, Chibi Reviews did have an NTR fetish. And this is why you don't even humor the idea of having a cuck fetish, right? This is the argument, by the way. This is like the main argument people have against lolikas and shotacons and shit like that. It's like, well, look, dude, you can say it's just fiction, but after a while, your brain starts to blend fiction and reality together. And suddenly, it's not all just 2D anymore. And it's the same thing with having a cuck or NTR fetish. After a while, after you consume enough of it, your brain starts manifesting things into reality. And the universe does too. The universe will bring your weird porn realities and manifest them in some ugly, heinous way if you don't check it.
It's not a kiss and make up.
That was all a very bloated way of me saying never goon.
Thing.
Or at least never goon that hard. Please keep it under control.
You know, I don't have anything against him. He chose a path. I wish him the best. I hope he finds his way. I forgive.
Keep your movie sucks away from all animals, not just lions.
Him for
at least a lion. At least a lion can fight back. What's a dog supposed to do?
You know, maybe
your movie sucks is pretty tall. I don't know if the average dog could fight back.
Succumbing to his female emotions and wanting to farm super chats off of, you know, an embarrassing moment in my history. But that's okay. You know, like it doesn't bother.
Well, the thing with foot fetishes, with foot fetish guys, is that foot fags don't care about their fetish being weird and like messing with their brain. They actually pray for that.
Me, he's not a fan.
One could say that a foot fag is already brain damaged from the get-go, like from birth.
Family member of mine, he doesn't work for me. And so that's
probably got stepped on by their mom by accident when they were babies, and that's why they grew up the way they did.
Going to be the last of it. You know, I don't really care. He can make all the videos he wants, but it's going to be a predictable end. You know, my channel is going to pass 2 million subscribers probably in March. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about having the editors that I have now. It's clearly working. Views are back up over, it's going to be 10, 12 million again this month.
Really? Let me see. Let me check it out. I'm curious. I'm actually quite curious. Did he figure it out? Is the algorithm fucking with your boy again? Let's see. Okay, let's see. Weekly average. 2,000. I don't know. That's not a lot. Well, maybe. Let's see. He's at 1.9. Okay. Yeah, he's like at the cusp. He's on the cusp. He's bouncing back. All right, maybe he's figured it out. Maybe he is figuring it out. I mean, you know, it's not that big of a difference. He still has a way to go. But hey, maybe. We'll see. He might turn it around, guys. See, this is also, quartering here, this is also evidence about how retarded Review Tech USA was again. See? You see, Rich, you see what happens when you just persevere and you just keep doing the thing anyway, right? You still just keep making money. That could have been you, dumbass.
Because I looked at why my business was failing and I made the correct adjustment. Now, that's what a man does. A female energy would be to blame everyone else around you.
That's what you did. That's literally what you did. Rainman888, thank you for $2. I blame Bloodsports for super chats being censored.
And
you know what? There probably is something to that, because I remember there was a lot of shit. It's like Quartering would know, because Quartering tried to do that shit to Jim, try and get Jim fucked up with the whole super chat thing. So I wouldn't be surprised.
That's a different path you can take. What an embarrassing moment. Look, I don't really give a shit. Like,
I don't give a shit. That's why I don't give a shit. That's why I took 10 minutes out of my entire stream to just randomly go on this rant. Because I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck, guys. I'm still going to talk about it for another 5 minutes. But I don't care.
You know, there was a porn search in my search bar like 4 years ago. And, you know, I never said I didn't watch porn. I think porn is bad. And big fucking deal.
Obviously not that bad.
You know, the guy acts like he doesn't watch porn.
Why does he understand that people like to talk about funny shit? He does understand it. He just doesn't like it when it happens to him.
Everybody pretending to clutch their...
It was because it was funny, bro.
Pearls, being like...
It's like how people bring up the fact that Richard Masucci, you know, he's a fan. He's a fan of hairy German grandma porn. And you say, that's not a big deal. Okay, it's not. But it was still funny when it happened.
Oh, my God. Like... I show porn on my live stream. Like, you know, I'm not, you know. So I just, it's all fake and gay, and I just don't give a shit about it.
If you laughed about it from the beginning, it would have never been a big deal to begin with.
And that's why, you know, I don't make videos about it. I'm not going to get in a flame war with a guy whose channel is dying. And, you know, it's, you know, it doesn't matter.
They're not dying.
They can stay mad.
They're doing fine.
Mad about it. It's fine by me.
All the people whose channels you said were dying are doing fine. What do you mean?
I'll keep caption checks, growing my channels, and they can stay mad about it. And
who's mad? Nigga, who's mad? I'm getting mad about him saying that we're mad. Who is mad, bro? Nobody is upset about you making money.
Everything's good. He must have forgotten.
There's always got to be an ulterior motive to talk about somebody. It can't just be for jokes, bro. This is funny. We're doing this shit because this is entertaining. It's entertaining for me. It's entertaining for you guys watching. It's just funny shit, dude.
You have partial ownership in Friday Night Tights. I know, right? Even as an employee, I wouldn't fire him. He's allowed to have his opinion. He's a top 3.
You would 100% fire him if he was talking shit like that about you, bro. You would 100% do that.
Super chats in the world. Then why is he worried about me? Ask yourself that. If you're making so much money in super chats, why are you worried about some other guy?
Why are you worried about the casino? Don't you make way more money than them? Why are you talking about D-Day Cobra, right? Like, this is DSP levels of cognitive dissonance. He doesn't even understand. The words coming out of his mouth just contradict what he's saying from sentence to sentence.
You're worried about how much money I make. Why are you worried about my coffee company? By the way, I had a massive day in coffee sales yesterday, so I'm glad.
Oh, now that's a lie. See, I know that for a fact is a lie. We can Social Blade check his YouTube metrics. The coffee brand, coffee shit. No, that's cap.
I bet people are upset.
And the reason why we care about how much money you make is because you e-beg. You're an e-beggar. You play rich grifter one day. This is such a poor grifter, rich grifter type clip that we've stumbled onto. I'm actually shocked. Bro he's bouncing back and forth between like, oh, I'm doing great and oh, I'm not doing great all the fucking time.
You know, but
Jeremy is 6'5".
You know, I'm sorry his channel's dying. He should probably be focusing on figuring out what his audience wants to buy instead of trying to dredge up an embarrassing moment from my past. Because I literally don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I remember when Jeremy and Tim were fighting, the way you two patched up made me hopeful. Yeah, well, I patched up with Tim because
I don't give a shit. I'll talk about it on stream for 10 minutes. I'll block you on Twitter, and I'll say that I'll call you all sorts of names, say you aren't doing well, and all this other shit. But hey, I don't give a shit.
Because
Rainman AAA, thank you for $2. Sticks handles Kino better than Jeremy. Yes, that is true.
Tim and I talked as men, and that's how men handle it. You know, that's just how men handle things. And men don't shake hands and say we're good, and then put out a whole video, you know, hating on somebody to farm super chats. It's a short-lived thing. I wish him the best. You know, I really do. You do care, or you wouldn't be talking about it.
Exactly. Whoever that was in chat, probably a casino bro.
Well, that's like concern troll logic.
What? Concern troll logic. You wouldn't care. It's like, hey, you keep saying that you don't care. You said that multiple times, but you also keep talking about these guys, and you blocked him too on Twitter. So don't you kind of care if you care so much to talk about it and also make it so that he can't read your tweets and you can't see his?
I'm responding to my chat. You know, I could only ignore it for so long, right? Eventually you have
No, you could actually ignore it indefinitely. There's no fucking limit to how many times you can ignore something before you have to say something about it.
Have to address it. And so that's what they get. So now they can both take that clip and react to it and cry.
This is just 10 minutes of him coping about how much he's seething over Jeremy the Greater in the casino.
Act like they've been wronged. And I still, you know, continue moving up. My Rumble channel's growing every day. I started a second channel for fun, and it's got 250,000 subs already. These guys are worried about some controversy from 4 years ago, you know? He sounds like a guy that gets cheated on.
I've never seen somebody who's claimed to be doing so well beg as much as this motherfucker does. Like, he's on top of the world. He's that nigga. He's running shit, bro. Just bands on top of bands on top of bands. Just balling out of control. But I guarantee he's gonna... Oh, don't mind that. That was an alarm. Okay, big ups to anybody in chat who can guess what that song was. But he's just doing the best he's ever done in life. But guarantee next stream, he's gonna beg for some other shit. He's gonna ask for even more support. He's gonna like fucking shill his coffee for an hour again because he can't help himself.
Only question is he worries about is does the other guy have a bigger dick? Yeah. I mean, here's one thing that's different about me that like a lot of
Jakey Eats Bacon, thank you for $4.99. I don't like to use the word cope often, but this is textbook cope. Hits all the points. He's looping, fidgety, fake laughing, over explaining. He's just coping. He's coping for 10 minutes. This is one of the worst cope sessions I've seen in a minute.
Vlogs who are watching.
This might be maybe not the worst, but top 3 cope sessions I've ever seen from the quartering.
They think me responding to chat is me melting down, but I always respond to chat. I have literally always responded to chat, and that's one thing that I do. A better business plan would...
No, it wasn't, Soldier Boy.
Probably be only responding to super chats, because then people would give me more super chats and, you know, stuff like that. But
you don't respond to the rest of the chat because you know a lot of it is bots.
That's not how I run my business. I talk to people regardless of whether or not they pay money to speak to me. And Jeremy even responds to my retarded comments. Exactly. Yeah, I don't So
why do you have a paid Discord then? If like you don't get people to pay you money to talk to you,
like, oh, he's crashing out, or oh, he's responding to a troll. I respond to everybody, and I know that. So they get their.
He hasn't responded to me.
Content, and that's okay.
Yeah. When am I going to get my response, Jeremy? When's it going to be my turn? You'll respond. You'll talk about. Here's the thing. He doesn't even like name the casino by name a lot of time. He won't even say Kino Casino. He won't even say Warski. He won't even say PPP. But he'll talk about D-Day Cobra.
And
he knows what the fuck he's doing.
It's like, I've been on the internet for how long now?
When he was beefing with Review Tech USA, he did not hesitate to mention Rich's name once.
15 years?
He knows what he's doing.
People don't think I know how the internet works. Crash outs are fun to watch. I know, but calling everything a crash out, I mean, responding to somebody is not a crash out. Like, I couldn't be more measured. And I know you're not saying I'm crashing out, but like, or maybe you are.
You are.
But this is my Friday show when I interact with my viewers. This is why my viewers are loyal to me. And it's why my viewers tune in for the show, because I don't pretend to be anything I'm not.
They are really loyal. Like, look, dude, you aren't, and this is something that I think this is part of the thing that hurt Rich's feelings the most, was the realization. He once came to a realization that a lot of he does have some loyal viewers, undeniably, but a lot of his viewers were fair weather, which just came with being a slop channel. If you're a slop channel, that means you have a lot of fair weather viewers who are just there for the slop. They're just there to get the news or shit like that. That's all they're there for. They're not actually there for you. Most quartering fans don't fuck with the quartering. That's the fact. That's just comes with the style of content that he makes. And it doesn't matter how big your channel is or how long you make it. So saying my fans are loyal to me because I interact with them. Vast majority, like 90% of your audience, bro, does not watch any of your content, doesn't consume any of your content or your products outside of just watching one of the 5 news regurgitation videos you put on your channel every day. Anyway, so final video. There we go. So
I know a lot of you want to know, like, my response.
Yes. This was the response to the response to the response from Jeremy to Jeremy to Jeremy, right? He's doing it again. He's running it back. Rainman888, thank you for another $2. Being very generous, bro. PPP is the casino. Andy just yells and echoes. That's not true, bro. Andy does a lot.
What happened? So here's the thing. All right. I'm aware that the quartering made a response to me. And you may be shocked. You may be shocked to find out that I expected a response, because everything is fair game. And this all started because, he said something that I felt.
I can't be mean to Posky, because as you guys just saw, I'm also like, I don't know, I'm also of the pause tribe myself.
Crossed the line. So I responded. Fair is fair. Okay, boom, boom. I responded, boom. Okay, we're good. We talked about it. Everything was cool. And seriously, we were cool. And then my only regret is I did this on the
Hold up. I can slow it down a little bit. He doesn't talk as slowly as the other Jeremys, though.
Geeks and Gamers channel. I want to keep all this specific to CobraCast. I don't want all this shit tied up into Geeks and Gamers. CobraCast is part of Geeks and Gamers because
he's like, I'm gonna do this solo. I'm not even gonna bring this to the rest of Geeks and Gamers. I don't need a squad. I don't need a squad to fight Jeremy the Lesser. I'm a one man this.
My show and all of that, and Geeks and Gamers is mine, but this is a CobraCast topic. I shouldn't have brought it into Geeks and Gamers. However, with that said, I hit him. I'm only owed him to hit me back, and he hit me back. Now, I'm not going to respond, because I think his response speaks volumes, and I think that people should watch his response. It's on Alyssa Clips channel right now. So I think his response.
Shout out Alyssa Clips.
I think everybody should hear it.
That's how you know you're a good man. A good man shouts out the channels that he clips from.
And
Merch did that. What Katie did too. Very honorable. Only a hoe ass nigga never tries to shout out the clip channels he takes clips from.
I am not trying to get into a pissing contest, because this is what happens on the internet with pissing contests. I am not interested in a back and forth with a creator flame war. That's just not my cup of tea. However, I love watching people that get involved in that. That's just not what I do. And so I will put a stop to this right now, in terms of, like, I'm not going to, because I respond and he responds, whatever. So his response was fair in terms of the response, him taking the action to respond, because I deserved a response, because I said something about him. He took issue with it.
See how he doesn't get ass mad though? See how he's like, well, of course, it's tit for tat. This is the internet. This is how talking shit this is how banter works. I say something to you, you say something to me, it's only fair. That's how YouTube has been since the beginning. There literally used to be a feature. There used to be a feature on YouTube where you could literally just, somebody could respond to a video and you could click on the response on the video. Used to be a feature back in the day that we need to bring back.
He responds. The context of his response, I think everybody should go listen to everything that he said. And now Jeremy's at a point where he's turning off comments on his YouTube videos. He's turning off comments and replies on his Twitter account.
Oh no!
I'm not asking.
He's shutting it down.
People to go after him. Don't go after him. Because
he has to call off the dogs. He has to call off the shooters. They're going too hard. Guys, stop. Please stop. The other Jeremy, he can't handle this, man. It's not that serious, guys. Come on, give him a break.
I've never encouraged anybody to go to somebody's YouTube channel or Twitter account, shit like that. So I am fine leaving it where it's at. I am completely fine leaving it where it's at and let the people decide where they want to stand on it. But ultimately, I'm not going to get into it.
This is actually more devastating than if he were to go in again, if he were to give another response, right? Because it shows the power level, right? This is kind of him flexing his power level, flexing his aura. Just, he knows that if he wanted to, he could drag Jeremy the Lesser. But, you know, he wants to be magnanimous with it. He wants to be the nice guy in the situation. So he's like, I'm going to let him live. I don't even want to end the other Jeremy like that because I think he's such a nice guy, right? So he's being nice here. And this is worse for Jeremy than if he were to be super petty and just keep going back and forth.
Pissing contest. So there it is. I'm done with it. So, and I hope that, you know, everybody that wants to respond to it has fun with it because the internet is an awesome fucking place. But ultimately, I'm going to focus on rebuilding my dying channel and I can't wait. But thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I've seen everybody.
He's so eager. He's so optimistic. Right? He's not like the other Jeremy at all, where his channel started doing bad. And, you know, he did start to turn things around. But when he was doing it, he was so down in the dumps, right? Just his attitude was down, his health. He was literally dying, right? Like he made that one crash out video. Well, it wasn't really a crash. Well, it was kind of him crashing out. Because he was talking about going to the doctor for meds, and the doctor is like, well, you need to change your meds. You've been taking them too much. They don't work for you anymore. And he's like, I had gout and I had a panic attack and, you know, my health is getting worse and my meds don't work anymore. This Jeremy, perfect health, vibrant, high energy. He's like, yeah, you know what? My channel's been dead for a minute. Let's get it though. We can make these numbers.
Out there going, oh man,
2026 is our year.
So many people wanted me to get into it. I'm like, I know you guys want me to get into the pissing contest. I'm just not going to do it. I can't do it. There's other people that do that far better than me. But, you know, before all of this started, dude had never done anything wrong. He's always been cool with me. He's always been cool with Geeks and Gamers. And
he's so positive too. Even after all that shit that the other Jeremy was talking, this Jeremy's like, well, you know what, guys? Hey, it's fair. It's fair he was coming at me. I did shoot some shit at him. It's only fair. He's still a nice guy. We've only been cool. You know, I wish him the best. And you can tell when he's saying, I wish him the best, that he isn't talking out the side of his mouth. He isn't being sarcastic. He actually means it. He actually means it when he says, I hope all the best for him.
Been nice to me. I've been nice back. We have had zero problems. So I personally chalk stuff like this up to internet bullshit. And I don't take it too seriously.
Beardson flipping. Wait, what? Sexy Joma. Beardson flipping games on eBay for $1. Ain't no way, bruh.
Meme hard. I have a lot of fun with it. And
that's so sad.
Some people are taking it way too seriously. And I don't. Memes are memes. And
memes are memes.
Just leave it at that. He has X comments off. Yeah. And his video or like his live stream. And I was like, I have nobody blocked on Twitter. I think. Hang on.
That's the show. See, a lot of people can't say that. Jeremy can't say that. The other Jeremy can't say that. Nick Fuentes can't say that. A lot of dudes who like to talk the most shit and act like they're above it all can't say that. They have tons of people blocked.
Before I say that, let me go into my account and look. So you go to mute and block, blocked accounts, none. I have nobody blocked on Twitter. Now I have a lot of people muted, but I don't have anybody blocked. Because
sometimes you have to here's the thing. Sometimes you have to mute people, not because you hate what they're saying, but just because they're just really fucking annoying, right? And they'll at you like 24/7 for some nonsense, like every day, constantly, multiple times a day. And it's like getting spam. It's like your fucking notifications get spammed every day. Now, I appreciate getting mentioned because it's how I stay up to date on certain shit I'm not always privy to. Like ComicsGate. ComicsGate, I'll get added a lot by guys like Student of God, and I appreciate that. But sometimes, I don't know, bro. I don't want to get like 50 notifications over like some silly stuff. So yeah, sometimes I will occasionally mute people for just a little bit, just so I can have some peace.
I think you have the right to say whatever the fuck you want to say to me any time of the day, all day. And it's not I don't want to censor people. If they hate me, then whatever. But I have a lot of people muted and I have a lot of words muted, but I don't block people. I think in the past, I blocked a couple people that were like saying like seriously next level shit, you know, like taking it like way far, but I don't block people. So, I hate streamer drama. I hate getting involved in streamer drama, but I love watching.
Oh, I also had to mute this one groiper. You said something right there. You said, I lost your comment. I blocked some guy who threatened to dox me. I muted people like Ian Miles. Yeah, I also had to mute a groiper who kept threatening me. And it's like, nigga, you don't even know where I live. How the fuck you gonna find me and do some shit, right? So I didn't want to like block the dudes. I just muted them for a while and like let him talk to Ether, and then I unmuted him after he stopped. And
watching streamer,
I just didn't want to have my notifications blown up
drama
while this nigga was just going off.
I really fucking do, bro. But I don't want to be involved in it, but I fucking love watching it, man. I love it. So I respect all the people that are out there that like it. I just don't want to be involved in it. It's never been my cup of tea. But I love watching that shit. As far as I'm concerned, the courting stuff is over. I think his response is a great response for me. So you should.
He's praising the response to, bro. He's giving Jeremy so many pats on the fucking back. It's like, hey, bro, you did good, bro. Hey, that was good. Hey, I had it coming, man. Really.
Watch that over on Alyssa Clips channel.
Bro's so fucking positive.
But as far as I'm concerned, I will repeat what I have said 100 times. I do think Jeremy Hambley's a good dude. I think he's way caught up in stuff. But he responded, and I am very happy with his response. I really am, and I think it speaks for itself. And I think it's leaving it there because I don't want to be in an internet pissing contest. So I'm good with his response. I really am. Freedom of course says Jeremy Kino is playing Geeks and Gamers. Hell yeah, hail Kino Casino. I know a lot of you want to know. Like,
at the last minute, he still had to get one in. See, he did that. He did that specifically. See, now that does kind of put the rest of this in question. Because here's what I think he was doing. I think he was buttering up Jeremy so well, just so at the very last minute, he could be like...
I really am. Freedom of course says Jeremy Kino is playing Geeks and Gamers. Hell yeah, hail Kino Casino.
I think he was being so nice to Jeremy just to like lead him, let his guard down. Then he gets to the end of the clip, and then it's like, oh. If so, I don't know, maybe he was genuine. Maybe he was genuine throughout the rest of it. Because this guy does just like to talk shit from time to time just for fun. But anyway, that was fun. That was funny. That was entertaining. And yeah, that was a good one. So that's going to be it for the stream. We ended up going a little bit longer than I expected. Somebody asked me, Mikey, will you play Reloaded, that game? Reloaded on stream. And I actually was planning on doing that. I actually did plan for once to play a video game on stream. Wait, no, there it is. Okay. So I actually did plan on playing a game on stream for once, but the problem with the Reloaded game is that it's just not very fun. It's just kind of boring. I played a little bit of it. The dialogue is boring. The game it's just, I don't know, it's a very basic parkour game. It's not terrible. Like, the gameplay isn't terrible. It's just basic. It's a basic platformer, basic action platformer. The thing that really made it gain any traction at all, which almost makes me feel like it was manufactured. I think that to a degree, the heat that game got is kind of manufactured, is because of the whole we're taking looted artifacts from the British Museum and shit like that, and we're going to bring it back to the motherland. But see, the villains in the game are themselves like black too. So it's not like there's just, oh, evil Whitey or whatever. No, it's like there are also evil black people in the game as well, and they're just stealing the artifacts from them too. So, and I don't know, it's very uninteresting game, and I don't know about playing it on stream. I could try, but I don't know if it would have been interesting enough to carry a stream on its own. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for showing up. I'm still working on the video. See, here's the thing. I'm not going slow. I'm not going slow with the video. I'm actually getting on with how I thought I would. But the video has gotten so big now because I have a lot of material. I have a lot of things to get to. The video is probably going to be over an hour and a half. Maybe even like coming up on 2 hours. It's probably going to be longer than the quartering video, to be honest with you. Maybe not as long as the Review Tech USA video or the ComicsGate video, or definitely not as long as the Nick Fuentes video, but it's going to be long. So I'm working, but I'm still going to get it out this month. I may not be able to get out 2 videos this month, but I will at least be able to get out this video this month, and it's going to be a fat one. So, yeah, it is a documentary. Again, what was really important to me, and part of the reason why I had to make that Black Lives Matter video was that I want to make a couple videos that have nothing to do with, I don't know, the sector or ComicsGate or stuff like that, and that also aren't stuff that you can just find on Kiwi Farms, right? I don't just want to try and isolate myself to a little specialty. I want to be a little bit, I have my specialties, obviously, but I want to be a bit more of a generalist than that. So I have to get out of my comfort zone every once in a while and do something unexpected. So that's why once in a while, I got to throw an oddball. Like, that's what the Black Lives Matter video was. It was an oddball video, and I got to do those from time to time. So, yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the stream, guys. I appreciate everything. Hail ComicsGate. Oh, wait, no. Hail War Campaign. Sorry. Yeah, another win for the toe. Hail Steel Toe.